हेलो एवरीवन मो सुदीप्ता आपण मानक वेलकम करूची StudyIQ OPSC चैनल। सो आज सेशन कहा ऊपर ना आमर एते इंपोर्टेंट क्वेश्चन जोरा कि ऑलरेडी प्रीवियस एग्जाम रे ओडिसा रे जते कॉम्पिटिटिव एग्जाम जोड़ा कि OPSC हो OSSC हो या फिर OSSC हो कंडक्ट करी सारी छी सेइथरे इंपोर्टेंट जीएस पोर्शन रे ई सब क्वेश्चन आसी। सो लेट न करी कि फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन कोन अछि देखिबा। सो लुक, what is the SI unit of force? What is the SI unit of force? The options are Newton, Joule, Pascal or Watt. So what will be the right answer? Number of force la SI unit कौन होबो? This is Newton. Got it? Let's see the explanation. Newton, the SI unit of force defined as 1 kg, okay, meter per second square, which is mass into acceleration. Joule का कहाँ SI unit ना energy of work रो, and Pascal कहाँ रो ना pressure रो, and watt कहाँ रो ना power रो SI unit. मन रहिबा options थ्रो रे जिबा. So next question. A body is moving with uniform velocity. A body is moving with uniform velocity. What is its acceleration? If a body is moving with an uniform velocity, what is its acceleration? Is it zero? Is it constant? Increasing or decreasing? जेतेबेले गोटे कोन ना सेम वेलोसिटी रे बॉडी मूव करूची, देन तार एक्सेलरेशन केते रहबो? तो इट विल बी 0. देखिबा केमिति. सो सेम जदि हमें कोन गोटे सेम स्पीड रे सपोज चारिटा कार भी हमें मूव करछ, ताकर वेलोसिटी केते रहबो? जदि सेम स्पीड रे गोटे कार डिफरेंट कोन डिस्टेंस को कवर करूची, तो तार वेलोसिटी इज ऑलवेज 0 रहबो. Explanation. Acceleration is the rate of change of velocity. What? Acceleration is the rate of change of velocity, and since uniform velocity means no change, जेतेबेले uniform velocity हमें कहूचे, there should not be any change in velocity. That means acceleration is always what? 0. And जदि constant हमें कहबा कोन, acceleration is constant only if velocity is changing at a steady rate, which is not the case of uniform velocity. Increasing को case रे हुई ना, acceleration increasing only if velocity is changing in increasing rate. जदि increase velocity हमारा change होगा increasing rate रे, ताहाले हमारा कोन ना increase होगा. जदि change होगा decreasing rate, ताहाले हमारा कोन होगा ना decrease होगा. बुझियला? जदि same velocity रे जाउची, ताहाले constant 0 होगा. Okay? Next. Newton's first law is also called the law of what? Now, Newton's first law, we all know that law of inertia. Let's see the explanation. Newton's first law of motion. Newton's first law of motion states that an object will remain at rest or in uniform motion. Uniform motion in a straight line unless acted often by an external force. जे पर्यंत गोटे external force apply हेइनी, गोटे ऑब्जेक्ट जदि रेस्ट रे अछि रेस्ट रहिबो, जदि मूविंग जाउछि सपोज गोटे जेमिति कि ए गोटे पुश करूछि गोटे किछि भी कोन व्हील लागि छि गाड़ी रे, तो कोन होछि से अप्लाई करूछि फोर्स बोली तरा जाउछि, जे पर्यंत फोर्स अप्लाई करबो से पर्यंत जाउथबो. सपोज एटा सेमिति गडे कि छाडी देला, unless किछि गोटे अप्लाइड फोर्स ताकु नॉट केछि से सेमति गडी भी जाउथबो. बुझिले? सो द कोना रेस्ट जदि रहिथिबो रेस्ट रहिबो, जदि मोशन रे रहिथिबो मोशन रहिबो, unless अप्लाइड फोर्स इज अप्लाइड ऑन दैट. सो इनर्शिया कोना न्यूटन फर्स्ट लॉ स्टेट्स दैट. बुझिला? एक्सेलरेशन कोन भाजिबो? एक्सेलरेशन इज रिलेटेड टू व्हाट? ना न्यूटन सेकंड लॉ, व्हिच डील्स विथ फोर्स causing a change in motion. Momentum is mass times velocity and is mainly covered under Newton's second and third law. Both हमारा कौन momentum को दर्शेछि force Newton's first law describes motion without external force while force is central to the second law so force विषय रे first law रे कहिछि एटा रे कोना ना second law एटा both second and third law whereas the inertia is about the कोना first law so next question the acceleration due to gravity on the moon is the acceleration due to gravity on the moon is what 9.8 meter per second square 1.6 meter per second square 4.9 meter per second square or it is 0 meter per second square so what will be the right answer this is 1.6 meter per second square so 1.6 meter per second square the acceleration due to gravity on the moon is about 1.62 meter per second square which is roughly 1/6 of the what earth gravity complete next so the rate of change of momentum the rate of change of momentum is equal to what the rate of change of momentum is equal to what the options are velocity force acceleration or impulse जेतेबेले हमें momentum रे change हुए सेटा कोथरे change हुए सॉरी momentum रे change हुए सेटा equal to what हुए equal to velocity हबो force हबो acceleration हबो और impulse हबो कोन हबो number force clear कोन हबो number force हबो तो हमें अब देखिबा तार explanation कोन अछि एटा सुना आपण माने को देखिए देखिबा so force equal to mass into acceleration thila which is not this is rate in कोन momentum with respect to time रा change को बुझौची force so force according to Newton's second law okay according to Newton's second law force is equal to the rate of change of momentum and velocity is the rate of change of what displacement acceleration is the rate of change of what velocity okay and while momentum depends on the mass and the velocity impulse is the change in momentum over a time interval कोन impulse ता कोन सबले कहिबे गोटे टाइम इंटरवल रे rate in change in momentum rate in change of momentum okay next a projectile follows which type of path a projectile is always follow which type of path what this is circular elliptical parabolic or straight line a projectile is always what a parabolic path cover kare how let's see this is the projectile and this is actual projectile motion को cover करे इनकी कोन straight जाएगी जो एठु गोटे हमें through करूचे due to the gravitational force of the earth कोड से what's the surrounding जे पर्यंत force आसीबो then से व्यक्ति कर्व हेकी जीवो so तार कोन होची ना हमर parabolic path a projectile always follows a parabolic trajectory under the influence of gravity assuming a real resistance so circular path kahara only valid for objects in uniform circular motion se mane circular rahibe elliptical true for orbits pra kemiti like elliptical le janti suppose earth tar orbit chari pate kemiti bule na amara suppose sun so emiti round heiki tar axis and sun rat which bule na so eta kon elliptical straight line would only be true in the absence of gravity gravity नथिबो where in the space the escape velocity from earth is approximately the escape velocity from the earth is approximately 11.2 kilometer per second देखिबा त एक्सप्लेनेशन कोन होची this is the कोन orbital velocity and the a2 a पृथ्वी रा किछ जिंस बाहर को लॉन्च करूचे सेटा कोन ना थ्रू द escape velocity so 11.2 kilometers this is the This is the minimum velocity required for an object to escape Earth's gravitational pull without further propulsion. किसी propulsion न लगेगी गोटे minimum velocity required हुई जोटा कि जेकोनोसी ऑब्जेक्ट को हम उपरକୁ पठेवा लागि that is 11.2 km per second. What is 7.9? This is the orbital velocity for LEO, low Earth orbit. 9.8 km per second. This is not, and 15 km per second. This is too high. Okay. The moment of inertia depends on what? Moment of inertia depends on what? The mass, the axis of rotation, the same only, or the density. But now the moment of inertia is always depend upon the axis of rotation. Is that clear? So explanation देखिबा. Definition units of momentum रा कौन रहो? Sorry. Moment of inertia रा कौन रहुची? The moment of inertia often denoted as what? Okay, is a measure of an object's resistance to change in its rotation motion. So I is equal to L by W. Okay. Next, axis of rotation. The moment of inertia depends on the mass distribution relative to the axis of rotation. Mass only our bhul haba and shape only kon haba. Shape effective, but the axis of rotation is the defining factor. Density kon hochi? Density affects mass but is not the primary factor in moment of inertia. Clear? The next question. A freely falling body has what? Has constant velocity, constant acceleration, decreasing acceleration, or zero velocity. A freely jekonosi ame body ko suppose I am throwing this pen from this to this. So it freely follows. There is no applied force. Okay. So seta namare kon hobo? This is the constant acceleration. तार केतर होइबो जदि गोटे फोर्स करूजे तार बहुत acceleration पूरा बढ़ी जीवो लास्ट टू कमी जीवो. सो डिपेंड ना होबो, वैरी होबो. बट जते फ्रीली फॉलिंग गोटे करूचे हम जे कोनोसी जिंस को सेटार कोन acceleration always constant रहिबो. So what? Acceleration will be constant. Constant acceleration. A freely falling body experiences constant acceleration due to what? Due to gravity. Constant velocity, hapani velocity, because velocity increases with time. Fraction of second भी हो, एक पढ़ला पर को तोड़ को असला वेले को सकता at least 1 or 2 second होस बना. So this is not okay. And decreasing acceleration, gravity does not decrease for free falling objects. Zero velocity, the velocity may start at zero but increase due to gravity. So next question. Work is said to be negative when force and displacement are same direction. So केतेबेले work टा जेतेबेले negative होबो, केतेबेले ना जेतेबेले same direction थिबो, ना जेतेबेले opposite direction रे थिबो, जेतेबेले ना no displacement थिबो, ना जेतेबेले force acts perpendicular to the displacement. Obviously जेतेबेले same direction रे थिबो positive होबो, opposite असले negative होबो. Silly things आपनकर मन लगा दरकार. Okay. Next, force and displacement are in opposite direction where force opposes displacement. So work is negative. Force and displacement are in same direction, the result is positive. No displacement of work is zero or not negative. Force acts perpendicular to displacement when work is zero as no force component acts along with the displacement. Next question. So the first law of thermodynamics is based on the principle of. The first law of thermodynamics is based on the principle of what? Is that conservation of mass? Is that conservation of energy? Is that conservation of momentum? Or is that conservation of force? So the first law of thermodynamics is based on what? The conservation of energy. What? That is conservation of energy. Let's see how. These are the first, second, and zeroth law of thermodynamics. So zeroth law is temperature. Two systems in equilibrium with a third system are in the thermal equilibrium with each other. First law conservation of energy. Energy can change forms but is neither created nor destroyed. Energy को हमें कौन गोटे फॉर्म को आ गोटे फॉर्म को आ गोटे फॉर्म को हमें ट्रांसफर कर परिबा but it is cannot be created nor be destroyed. So the second law states that entropy of an isolated system always increases. Third law कौन होची the entropy of a system approaches a constant as temperature approaches absolutely zero. Next, the first law of thermodynamics is based on the principle of conservation of energy. बुझी रहिला conservation of mass is mass is conserved in mechanics, not in thermodynamics. Conservation of momentum conservation in for Newton's mechanics law Newtonian mechanics रे and conservation of force होत रहइबो conserved in quantity. मन रहइबो कि next देखिबा. So which temperature scale has no negative values? Which temperature scale has no negative values? Is that Celsius? Is that Fahrenheit? Is that Kelvin? Is that Rankine? So कोउटारे रहिबनी कि कोन नेगेटिव बोली किछि नाही, ऑलवेज पॉजिटिव देखे कोउरे ना केल्विन रे. Let's see. So this is the temperature of what? Fahrenheit, Celsius and Kelvin. देखंतु जोदि हमर Fahrenheit रे कोन ना -280 Fahrenheit दीटा जाकर देखोजी एथरे हमर कोन माइनस 280 Fahrenheit ता हमर सेल्सियस रे -173 डिग्री सेल्सियस whereas 100 एथे गोठे माइनस देखोजी कि ना up to the least से कोन ना पॉजिटिव रे रहउची. स्टार्टिंग होची 0 रु एमाने स्टार्ट होसनी -273 460 एमिदी बुझिला. Next, so Kelvin, the Kelvin scale starts from absolute zero, the lowest possible temperature. Celsius has negative value -10 degree, Fahrenheit 10 degree, Rankine also absolute but used in engineering. Engineers मैंने use करती जो scale को that is for Rankine. Next देखिएगा the SI unit of heat is energy. So the SI unit of heat energy is what? Is that calorie? Is that joule? Is that watt? Or is that earth? The SI unit of heat energy मन रखिबे always joule. How? Joule heat energy is measured in joules in the SI system. Calorie, a non-SI unit, 1 calorie is equal to 4.186 joule. Watt measures power, not energy, and erg is a CGS unit होची erg. So the 1 erg is equal to 10 to the power -7 joule. Complete. In which process is heat transfer due to molecular collision? In which process is heat transferred due to molecular collision? Is that conduction, convection, radiation, sublimation? This is conduction. Conduction, how heat transfer in solids occurs in direct molecular collision. कोथिरे conduction रे. Convection रे कोन हुए heat transfer via fluid motion. Radiation रे कोन हुए heat transfer via electromagnetic waves. Sublimation रे कोन हुए a phase change, not heat transfer. So what is next? Entropy is a what? Is a measure of. Entropy is a measure of what? Is that temperature, disorder, work done or heat lost. So entropy is measure of what? This is disorder. Why and how? So entropy quantifies the randomness or disorder in a system. किए ना disorder कौन करिबो ना एंट्रोपी को क्वांटिफाई करिबो तार रैंडमनेस एंड डिसऑर्डर गोटे सिस्टम रो. टेम्परेचर कौन करिबो टेम्परेचर एंड एंट्रोपी आर रिलेटेड but not the same. So work is a process, not a measure of disorder. Heat loss entropy is more general than just heat loss. A perfect black body is a perfect what? a perfect black body is always a perfect absorber and emitter. आपण माने जानिथिबे आमे जेबेले खरारे ब्लैक ड्रेस पिंदुचे सनलाइट को से जल्दी एब्जॉर्ब कर दोची, व्हेयरएज आमे व्हाइट पिंदी के आसिले सनलाइट को रिफ्लेक्ट कर दोची. सो इट इज अ absorber also a emitter. Absorber and emitter, a black body absorbs all the radiation and is the best emitter also. Like absorber अच्छी और emitter भी. Reflector, a black body absorbs not reflect. Reflector ये वाला होगा ना white body. Insulator, thermal insulation is unrelated. Conductor, conductors transfer heat, but a black body deals with radiation. Next, what is the triple point of water? What is the triple point of water? Is that 100 degrees Celsius, 0 degrees Celsius, 273.16, sorry, 273.16 Kelvin, to 373.15 Kelvin. What is the triple point of water? The triple point of water is 273.16 Kelvin. This is look like how. At this temperature, water coexist in solid, liquid and gas phase. Both solid, liquid and gas phase रे ए 273.16 Kelvin ने से exist करूची. Whereas 100 degree Celsius boiling point of water at 1 atmospheric measurement, and 0 degree Celsius freezing point, and 373.15 Kelvin which is 100 degree Celsius in Kelvin boiling point. But there is no gas. A heat engine converts what? A heat engine converts work into heat, heat into work, heat into force, or energy into mass. A heat engine always converts heat into work. Heat engine, like car engines, convert thermal energy into mechanical energy. That means thermal energy to mechanical work. So आपण कहि परबे कोन energy into work. When is work into heat? This is what friction does. Heat into force is related to pressure. Okay, force case रे कोन heat ru force को हबो. Energy into mass रे कोन हबो? This is a nuclear physics. Okay. Next, which thermodynamic process occurs at constant pressure? Which thermodynamic process occurs at constant pressure? Is that isothermal, adiabatic, isoporic, or isobaric? So गोटे constant pressure रे जो thermodynamic process टा हुए सेटा को हमें कौन कहि परिबा? This is the isobaric process. Okay, see how an isobaric process remains constant while volume and temperature change हुए. हमर कौन रुहे ना हमर प्रेशर सब बेले कांस्टेंट रुहे जते बेले कि हमर वॉल्यूम एंड टेम्परेचर चेंज हुए. आइसोथर्मल रे कोन हबो ना कांस्टेंट टेम्परेचर, एडियाबैटिक रे नो हीट एक्सचेंज, आइसोकोरिक रे कांस्टेंट वॉल्यूम बट प्रेशर कांस्टेंट रही कि हमर चेंज अबाउट टेम्परेचर एंड वॉल्यूम रे कोथरे ना आइसोबैरिक रे. नेक्स्ट, refrigerators work on the principle of refrigerators work on the principle of what? Second law of thermodynamics, first law of thermodynamics, Newton's law, or Carnot cycle. कौन होगा? This is the second law of thermodynamics, as a refrigerator transfers heat from a lower temperature to a higher temperature using external work, which is only the possible due to the second law. And the first law of thermodynamics deals with the energy conservation. Newton's law, these governs motion, not thermodynamics. Carnot cycle describes an idealized heat engine. Okay. And sound waves are longitudinal, transverse. Sound waves are longitudinal or transverse or electromagnetic or stationary. Sound waves are always what? Always longitudinal. How? Sound waves travel as comparison and rare fractions in a medium, making them longitudinal waves. So sound waves amar kemiti jaye na longitudinal waves re. Transverse waves only applicable to waves like light or water ripples. Electromagnetic waves कोठरे ना sound needs a medium. Electromagnetic waves do not. तार किछि medium दरकार न था electromagnetic wave रे, whereas sound is need a medium. and stationary sound wave propagate, they are not stationary. देखिबा next question. The speed of sound is fastest in where? Solid रे अधिक फास्ट रहिबो साउंड रो स्पीड ना लिक्विड रे ना गैस रे ना वैक्यूम रे ना मैडम हमर सॉलिड रे सबुठु अधिक स्पीड रो साउंड रहिबो. Look, this is how. So speed of sound is fastest in solid and slowest in gases. एतिकी मने रहिबो. Air रे केते 340 मीटर पर सेकंड, वाटर रे 1440 मीटर पर सेकंड, स्टील रे 5000 मीटर पर सेकंड. So that कोन सॉलिड रे हमर अधिक रहि. Okay, and supersonic faster than the speed of sound. के मने रखिबे साउंड रो स्पीड टू बी अधिक वेग रे जदि के गति करि पारे, दैट इज सुपरसोनिक वेव. ओके, solid, the speed of sound increases with the density of elasticity, making it fastest in solid. Liquid faster than gas but slower than solid. Slowest gases, slowest since gas molecules are loosely packed. Vacuum, sound cannot travel in vacuum. Next देखिबा. So the unit of frequency is what? Is it hertz? Is it joule? Is it Newton? Or is Pascal? The unit of frequency is hertz. So hertz frequency is measured in hertz, which is cycles per second. And joule, unit of energy is joule, unit of force is Newton, and unit of pressure is Pascal. So the phenomenon of echo is due to reflection of sound, refraction of sound, diffraction of sound, or interference of sound. So the phenomenon of echo is due to reflection of sound. Reflection of sound केमिति होउची? Reflection of sound, echo occurs when sound bounces off a surface and returns to the listener. जेते बेले हमें कोनोसी गोटे जगह रे साउंड को सपोज आमे गोटे एठी गोटे स्टील लो किछि जिंस रखिचे एंड एठी एपटे कोन किछि बाजा बजौचे, सेटा कोन एपटे बाजा बजौचे, तो से कोन होउची जदि एपटा बंद थिबो देन साउंड ता जिवो, देन अगेन से सॉलिड स्पेस रे बाजी के अगेन हम ईयर को बैक करिवो. So that is the reflection of sound. Refraction of sound, bending of sound waves in different medium. Diffraction of sound कोन हबो ना sound bending around obstacles. And interference of sound कौन होगा ना superposition of waves lending to constructive and destructive effects. बुझी होची interference कौन होगा ना superposition of waves lending to constructive or destructive effects. Next देखिबा. So the Doppler effects occurs due to what? A change in temperature, change in frequency, relative motion or pressure variation. So Doppler effect amara relative motion ro kono? The Doppler effect occurs due to relative motion. So next देखिबा. A moving sound source or observer changes the frequency of the wave perceived. कोन ना relative motion पाई हमर चेंज कोन हुए ना हमर Doppler sound रे हेल्ड हेई थाए अपर हुए. What is change in temperature? Affects sound speed but not frequency shift. Change in frequency shift is a result, not the cause. Pressure variation not directly responsible for the Doppler effect. But Doppler effect occurs when according to the relative motion. Next देखिबा. So the pitch of the sound depends on what? Is that amplitude, frequency, velocity or intensity? The pitch of sound is always depend upon the frequency. बुझी होची? But na frequency. How? frequency. Higher frequency produces a higher pitch of sound. Lower frequency produce a lower pitch of sound. So that's why namar frequency kon kare na pitch of sound upare vary kare, and pitch of sound vary kare upon the frequency. Amplitude affects loudness, not pitch. Velocity does not directly determine pitch. Intensity relates to loudness. Clear? The speed of sound in air at room temperature is about. The speed of sound in air at room temperature is about what? Is about 150 meter per second, 330 meter per second, 500 meter per second, or 700 meter per second. कौन होगा? ना 330 meter per second. The speed of sound in air at room temperature is केते 330 meter per second. मने रखिबे बहुत ही important. जदि approximately 343 भी देथिबो ताहाले भी आंसर ठीक करिवे. So the fundamental frequency of an open organ pipe is, the fundamental frequency of an open organ pipe is what? Lower than that of closed pipe, or equal to closed pipe, or higher than a closed pipe, or zero. Now the fundamental frequency of an open organ pipe is always higher than what? Than a closed pipe. Clear? An open pipe produces a higher fundamental frequency compared to closed pipe of the same length. So next देखिबा ultrasound. Obviously देखो ना गोटे closed रे अधिक frequency generate हबो ना, गोटे open रे obviously open रे ना. Ultrasound waves have frequencies below 20 Hz, between 20 to 20 Hz to 20 kilohertz, or above 20 kilohertz, or exactly 20 kilohertz. केते हबो ना हमर अल्ट्रासाउंड वेव रो ऑलवेज फ्रीक्वेंसी केते थाए ना अबव 20 किलोहर्ट्ज. मन रखिबे इज ऑलवेज अबव 20 kilohertz. So ultrasound is sound with a frequency above the human hearing rays. Human hearing rays केते ना 20,000 Hz. किंतु 20,000 Hz रु अधिक रहउची कोन 20 kilohertz. So सेटा हमर रहउची अल्ट्रासाउंड वेव रो फ्रीक्वेंसी. Between 20 Hz कोन ना infrasound. Between 20 to 20 kilohertz कोन ना हमर normal audible sound of humans. Okay, exactly 20 kilohertz कोन ना ultrasound is above 20 kilohertz. So exactly 20 kilohertz कोन गोटे माप बोली कहै छै. ये ऊपर को गले हमें कोन कहि पारु छै ना this is the ultrasound wave. So which of the following wave do not require a medium of propagation? So गोटे medium of propagation कहा को दरकार नै. को wave को is that sound wave, water wave, electromagnetic wave, or seismic wave? This is what the electromagnetic wave. This is look like waves केते टाइप रो? Mechanical waves and electromagnetic waves. Whereas mechanical waves requires a medium and electromagnetic wave does not require any medium. Mechanical wave केते टाइप रो? Longitudinal wave and transverse wave. Okay, longitudinal waves हमर केते होची ना sound waves, transverse waves रे कोन होची water waves. Whereas electromagnetic waves कोला ना light wave, microwaves, infrared, x-rays, ultraviolet, radio waves. These are all what electromagnetic waves which कोन को मानकर किछि मीडियम दरकार नाही पास करिया पाए. But the sound wave and the water waves need a medium to pass. ठीक अछि. So next question कोन अछि देखिबा. Before that, okay, so next question is the SI unit of electric charge is. What is the SI unit of kaharo ना electric charge रो SI unit कोन? Options अछि ampere, coulomb, या फिर ohm, या फिर volt. तो की हबो ना हमरो the SI unit of electric charge will be what ना coulomb. So next देखिबा. So SI unit of current कौन रहिबो ना ampere रहिबो. SI unit of resistance कौन रहिबो ohm रहिबो. And volt जो option ने थिला कहार SI unit ना it is the SI unit of what ना potential difference. Is that clear? Next देखिबा. So next question is Ohm's law states that what? Ohm's law हमको कौन बुझाए? V is equal to IR, or P is equal to I into V, or R is equal to V into I, or I is equal to V into R. So what it states na V is equal to I into R. What? The V is the volt and what? Ohm's law, V for volt, I for current, and R is referred to resistance. Complete. So the process is V is equal to I into R. Complete. So Ohm's law states that the electric current through a conductor between 2 points is directly proportional to the voltage across the 2 points. V is equal to IR, where voltage is equal to current into resistance, and P is equal to IV formula for electrical power. It will be clear. Next देखिबा. So the resistance of a conductor depends on, the resistance of a conductor is depend upon what? Upon the length, upon the cross sectional area, or upon the material, or all of the above. ना आमर resistance कहारो ना गोटे कंडक्टर रेजिस्टेंस ऑलवेज डिपेंड्स अपॉन व्हाट ना लेंथ उपरे भी क्रॉस सेक्शन उपरे भी एज वेल एज मटेरियल उपरे भी. सो व्हाट विल बी द राइट आंसर? ना इट इज ऑल ऑफ द एबव. क्लियर? ओके. सो व्हाट दिस इज all of the above. Next देखिबा. क्लोज हेले तो क्लोज ही हो जाउछ, राइट? Oh, whatever. So resistance is equal to resistivity into length by area. मन रहिबा, where R is the resistance in ohm, V is the material resistivity in ohms per meter, or L is referred to the length and A is for cross sectional area. So length होउची हमर कोन ना resistance increase with length, cross sectional area हमर कोन होउची resistance decrease with area, material different materials have different resistance. So basically हमर कोन ना गोटे कंडक्टर डिफेंड करे all of the above उपरे. ठीक अछि. नेक्स्ट देखिबा. Which instrument is used to measure electric current? So electric current हमें measure करूचे by the help of which following instruments? The options are voltmeter, ammeter, ohmmeter, or galvanometer. What will be the right answer? Let's see. So ammeter is the what? मेजरमेंट आमे कहि परिबा जो थरे कहा द्वारा आमे मेजर करूछे ना, आमे इलेक्ट्रिक करंट को कहा द्वारा ना एमीटर द्वारा मेजर करूछे. एंड वोल्टमीटर कोन करा जाउची ना वोल्टेज यूज पई वोल्टमीटर, एंड रेजिस्टेंस इज मेजर पई ओम मीटर, वेयर एज कोन डिटेक्ट स्मॉल करेंट्स जो टिके टिके कोठी हमें जो टेस्टर हमें चेक करूछे ना करंट अछि ना नहीं, तो सेथिरे हमरे कोन थ्रू द गैल्वानोमीटर. क्लियर? Next देखिबा. So a fuse wire should have what? Have a high resistance or low melting point, or low resistance or high melting point, or high resistance high melting point, or low resistance low melting point. So a fuse wire should have always what? Na a high resistance and a low melting point जो थिरे कौन करे ना, which is ensure the quick melting. and हमर ऑप्शन जो अछि low resistance high melting point रे बहुत डिले करिवा हमर melting रे. ठीक अछि. नेक्स्ट देखिबा. The SI unit of power is, what will be the SI unit of power and what is the SI unit of power? So is it watt, is it joule, is it ampere, or is it ohm? So what will be the right answer? Now it's watt. So unit of power is what? Now watt. Unit of energy is joule, unit of current is ampere, or unit of resistance is what? Is ohm. Clear? Next देखिबा. The magnetic field inside a solenoid, what? The magnetic field inside a solenoid is what? Zero, uniform, increases towards the center, decreases towards the center. So what will be the right answer? Now the magnetic field inside a what? Now solenoid, that means zero or uniform or increase towards the center or decrease towards the center. What? Now it is always zero. because solenoids create a magnetic field. Uniform कौन पाई? Fields is constant inside, increases towards the center. Solenoid भितरे कौन ना remains uniform what magnetic field and decreases towards the center stays uniform. Complete. Next देखिबा the device that converts mechanical energy into electrical energy. जो डिवाइस रे आमे कन्वर्ट करूचे कहा को ना मेकानिकल एनर्जी को कोथरे ना इलेक्ट्रिकल एनर्जी रे. व्हाट इज दैट? व्हाट वी कैन से? मोटर, ट्रांसफॉर्मर, जनरेटर और बैटरी. व्हाट इज द राइट आंसर? दिस इज जनरेटर. जनरेटर रे आमे कन्वर्ट करूचे कहा को ना मेकानिकल एनर्जी रु कौन इलेक्ट्रिकल एनर्जी को. अपन जनरेटर मेन पर्पस ऑफ यूज कौन रहउचे? लाइक हमको करंट सप्लाई करबा जते पावर कट हो जाए तो से कौन से गोटे मेकानिकल एनर्जी को कन्वर्ट करुच्ची क्या आमको इलेक्ट्रिसिटी प्रोवाइड कर दैट मीन्स इलेक्ट्रिक करंट को. मोटर कौन करुच्ची ना कन्वर्ट्स इलेक्ट्रिकल टू मेकानिकल. ओके जिते करंट लागिबो देन मोटरटा कौन चलुची सो कौन इलेक्ट्रिकल को मेकानिकल. ट्रांसफॉर्मर कौन करुच्ची ना चेंजेस वोल्टेज नो एनर्जी कंजर्वेशन इज रिक्वायर्ड. बैटरी कन्वर्ट्स केमिकल टू इलेक्ट्रिकल एनर्जी. क्लियर? एटा मस्ट क्वेश्चन आसीबो एंड ए जो सब क्वेश्चन म आपन मन पे आनी के आसी सेटा निहाती कोनोसी ना कोनोसी एग्जाम रे ऑलरेडी पकेई सारीसी. सो आपन करटा कहि परिबे आपन PYQs बोली. बस मु मेंशन करिनी को एग्जाम रे पडिथिला को ईयर रे पडिथिला बट द क्वेश्चंस आर ऑलरेडी बीइंग आस्क्ड. ओके so a step of transformer is what? A step of transformer is what? Increase voltage, decrease voltage, increases power or decreases power. What? Na increases voltage because it raises voltage output. Decrease voltage कौन पे हबनी? Because function of a step कौन हबो ना down transfer. Increase कौन पे हबनी? Power remains the same ideal condition रे. And decrease कौन पे हबनी? Power loss occurs but not in main function. Okay. Next देखिबा. So the Earth's magnetic field is due to what? Earth magnetic field कोथि पे होची? The Earth's magnetic field is due to the Earth's rotation, movement of molten iron in its core, or solar winds or gravitational pull. So the Earth's magnetic field is due to what? Is due to Earth magnetic field कहाँ पे हुए? Because of the movement of molten iron in its core. That's why तारा magnetic movement ही था because तार कोर रे कौन अच्छी ना आयरन अच्छी इन अ मोल्टेन कंडीशन जोटा कि लेटर हमर कौन लावा है कि जो बाहर होची. वी कैन से दैट. सो अर्थ रोटेशन नॉट ए प्राइमरी कॉज. सोलर विंड्स कैन इन्फ्लुएंस बट नॉट जनरेट द फील्ड. ठीक अच्छे. एंड ग्रेविटेशनल पुल हैज नो इफेक्ट ऑन मैग्नेटिक फील्ड जनरेशन. ग्रेविटेशनल पुल इज डिफरेंट एंड द मैग्नेटिक इफेक्ट इज डिफरेंट. नेक्स्ट. So the speed of light in vacuum. What? Now the speed of light in vacuum is what? This is 3 into 10 to the power 8 meter per second. Okay. This is always the same. Speed of light vacuum रे केते ना 3 into 10 to the power 8 meter per second. Confuse है बेटा लिखी दे बात. Next, so the unit of power of lens is, so the unit of the power of a lens, गोटे lens रा unit जो power रही तार unit आमे कोथरे मापुचे. Is that meter? Is that diopter? Is that hertz or is that lumen? So आमे कोथरे मापुचे कोथरे ना diopter रे मापुचे. क्लियर? आमे गोटे lens रे तेबले power मापुचे डॉक्टर को पाखु को आई डॉक्टर पाखु देखौचे से हमको कहूची ठीक से कि ना एटा ट्रीटमेंट करे अछि तमे माइनस रे अछि ए प्लस रे अछि तो से जे माइनस प्लस होता कोन -2 डायोप्टर +1 डायोप्टर. सो यूज करूची कोन ना हमरो यूनिट ऑफ पावर ऑफ लेंस इज डायोप्टर. मने रहिबो. सो मीटर इज द यूनिट ऑफ लेंथ, डायोप्टर यूनिट ऑफ लेंस पावर and hertz is the unit of frequency, lumen is the unit of luminous flux. Mane rahibo. All these are very very important. So next, a convex lens forms a real and inverted image when the object is placed. So a convex lens forms a real and inverted image when the object is placed. कोठी रहिले हमकु गोटे कोन ना real and inverted image दबो कि ना convex lens between focus and optical center ता भीतर रहिले और beyond to focal length or at the focus or at optical center. What ना हमारा beyond टू फोकल लेंथ डिस्टेंस रहिले गोटे कन्वेक्स लेंस हमकु कोन दबो ना मैम हमकु दबो गोटे रियल एंड इन्वर्टेड इमेज मने रहिबो रियल एंड इन्वर्टेड इमेज कन्वेक्स लेंस केते बेले हमकु दबो जेते बेले गोटे 2f कोन डिस्टेंस रे हमटु रहिबो सो ऑब्जेक्ट पोजीशन इमेज पोजीशन एंड इमेज नेचर बिटवीन कोन फोकस एंड ऑप्टिकल सेंटर भीतर रहिले हमकु केते दबो ना ऑन द सेम साइड ओके इमेज पोजीशन जदि रहिला वर्चुअल अपराइट एंड मैग्निफाइड दबो बट जेते बेले एग्जैक्ट फोकस रे रहिबो कोन दबो ना एट इंफिनिटी हाईली मैग्निफाइड रियल एंड इन्वर्टेड बिटवीन फोकस एंड टू फोकल लेंथ रे कोन दबो ना बियॉन्ड टू फोकल लेंथ जेते बेले हेजिबो इमेज पोजीशन केते हबो ना बियॉन्ड टू फोकल रियल इन्वर्टेड एंड मैग्निफाइड सो रियल इन्वर्टेड कोथरे दोची बियॉन्ड टू फोकल लेंथ else at two focal length real inverted दोची मने रखिबा क्वेश्चन कोठु कोठ पकोची real and inverted कोथरे अछि and between the focal and between the focus and the two focal length जदि रहिबो हमर कोन then भी हमकु देई परिबो real inverted and diminished okay next so basically हमकु कोन दबो ना beyond two focal ले थिले दबो at two focal ले थिले दबो and between the focus and the two focal ले थिले दबो so हमर ऑप्शन ने कोन अछि this is what beyond two focal अछि ठीक अछि either beyond two focal नहले at two focal नहले between the focus and the two focal मने रहिबो एटे between the focus and the optical center देछि okay so next देखिबा between focus and optical center कौन रहिबो forms a virtual erect image beyond two focal forms a real and inverted image at focus image formed at infinity and at optical center image remains what na unsensed clear tha okay next देखिबा so a concave mirror is used in where so a concave mirror is always used in what na saving mirror amar gote concave mirror ro example rear view mirror to hoboni because rear view mirror apna man dekhite mirror upare kon likhitay e kon convex mirror is closer than they appear right so projects telescope eguda hoboni so eta dekhon rear view mirrors uses convex mirrors saving mirror gives a magnified image that's why okay so saving mirrors use kona in a like salon why because it's give a magnified image and the projectors use convex lens okay and telescope re use a combination of mirrors and lenses mane rahiba next so the color of light with the shortest wavelength is so the color of the light with the shortest wavelength is what is it red yellow blue or violet what now the color of light with the shortest wavelength is always what is always violet why कारण हमर जो कोन अछि बाघ निस हनाला आपण कहि परिबे तो इथरे कोन अछि जो सातटा कलर अछि हमर मिनिमम टा धरिबा सेथि हमर सबुठु कम रहउची कहार ना वायलेट रो ठीक अछि शॉर्टेस्ट वेवलेंथ वायलेट शॉर्टेस्ट वेवलेंथ इन विजिबल स्पेक्ट्रम ब्लू रहउची कोन ना शॉर्टेस्ट देन रेड बट लॉन्गर देन वायलेट येलो लॉन्गर देन ब्लू और वायलेट आ रेड होची सबुठु लॉन्गेस्ट एटा आपण ऑड वन आउट करी मने रखिबे रेड होची लॉन्गेस्ट वायलेट होची शॉर्टेस्ट मने रहिबो नेक्स्ट which phenomenon causes the sky to appear blue so which phenomenon causes the sky to appear blue is it reflection is it refraction is it scattering or is it interference what is this is scattering which phenomenon causes the sky to appear blue this is scattering why scattering makes the sky blue refraction doesn't sky color reflection, no interference occurs in the films, not the atmosphere. Clear रहिबो. So main thing होची आपनकर sky color blue आसीबा फल रे जो sky color is blue. Why? The reason behind is what? Na the scattering. मने रखिबे sometimes पिला माने confuse है कि कहा को ना reflection को मारी दियंती, sorry reflection को मारंती या फिर refraction को मारंती, but this is because of what? Na scattering. Next, mirage is caused due to what? आमर जो खरा दिन देखिए प्राय रोड ऊपर कौन मरीचिका देखा मिले लाइक बहुत दूर दूर देखा आगु आगु कौन पानी पानी देखा रोड ऊपर ठीक अच्छे सो सेटा गोटे काच टाइप देखा जाए दैट्स कॉल्ड व्हाट दैट्स कॉल्ड मिरेज सो मिरेज टा आमर कौन पाई स्टार्ट हुए इज इट फॉर रिफ्लेक्शन रिफ्रैक्शन टोटल इंटरनल रिफ्लेक्शन और इंटरफेरेंस दिस इज आल्सो फॉर द टोटल इंटरनल रिफ्लेक्शन Why total internal reflection आमर कौन रोची ना bends light to create mirage so ये कौन करची ना लाइट को आमर टिके bend down करिकी आमर सरफेस रे पकोची so that आमर mirage create होची केमिति होची when light passes from a denser to less dense medium ठीक अछि धीरे धीरे तळ को दले आसुची कोन denser रू less dense को आसुची it bends away from the normal due to refraction धीरे धीरे से कौन बेंड हे जाउची for what because of refraction then at a certain angle which is critical angle the refracted ray moves along the boundary between the two media if the incidence angle is if the incident angle is larger than the critical angle then the light is completely reflected inside the denser medium so this is the total internal reflection बुझिएला मोस्टली एटा ओनली खरा दिने ही हुए आ प्रचुर खरा जो टाइम रे हेइथिबो लाइक कहिबा गोले 12टा गोटे टाइम रे सेई टाइम रे हमकु बहुत एटा देखिबा को मिले बिकॉज़ हमर एटमॉस्फियर रे क्रिटिकल एंगल सब बेले सेई टाइम रे कोन थाए सॉरी इंसिडेंट एंगल हमर कोन थाए ना लार्जर देन द क्रिटिकल एंगल दैट्स व्हाई द मिरेज इज कंप्लीटली ऑकर इन द कोन व्हेन द सन इज जस्ट द above us okay and हमें जो देखिबा कि एडा विंटर रे बहुत ही कम हुए कहबा गोले हुए नी because of the atmospheric conditions so next देखिबा so the critical angle for total internal reflection to occur in water is about so the critical angle for total internal reflection to occur in water सेटा हमर कोन थिला इन सरफेस कहि परिबा वाटर रे भी कोन हबो ना इज अबाउट केते डिग्री ना 42 डिग्री मोस्ट इंपोर्टेंट एटा मने रखिबे केते ना वाटर रे क्रिटिकल एंगल जो रहिबो तार टोटल इंटरनल रिफ्लेक्शन केते डिग्री रो स्टार्ट 42 डिग्री ठीक अछि next so 42 degree critical angle for water air interface the critical angle is the minimum angle of incidence at which a light ray travel from a denser medium to a less denser medium like कहिबा को गले हमर कोन both water and air रे हमर कोन same 42 degree angle ले से total internal reflection करूची बुझी होची जोटा कि कोन to less denser medium undergoes total internal reflection complete next देखिबा so the principle of a periscope is based on what हमर periscope रो जो like कोन तयारी हेची तरा को प्रिंसिपल ऊपर बेस हेगी तयारी हेची हमर रिफ्रैक्शन रो प्रिंसिपल रिफ्लेक्शन रो प्रिंसिपल स्कैटरिंग रो प्रिंसिपल्स या फिर पोलराइजेशन रो दिस इज based on the principle of reflection how let's see this is what na amara sorry image ta tike adhika zoom he jaichi so that apna man ko problem hochi but let it so this is the periscope okay and eita amara kon hochi like आमे देखु जे एठी रहउची कोन इमेज टा हमर रहउची सो दिस इज द एक्चुअल स्ट्रक्चर जोटा कि अपन मन को देखाई जाउ नथुवा as it is what suppose this is एठी रहउ से माने कोन इमेज टा को देखु चंदी जोटा कि एटा सपोज द इमेज ओके एंड एठी कोन मिरर टा थाए ए टाइप रो एंगल बनै के रखि थांदी सो हियर केते नामर मिरेज सॉरी इमेज देखा जाए पेरिस्कोप रे एंड तार मेकानिज्म कोन रहउची रिफ्लेक्शन यूजेस मिरर्स टू रिफ्लेक्ट लाइट So a periscope uses the principle of reflection to guide light from one end to another. From one end to another, it consists of two plane mirrors. आपण माने देखि थिबे हमरो स्कूल ले पढला बेले समस्त प्राय पेरिस्कोप बनै चंती. दिस इज अ साइंस गोटे कोन फन साइंस एक्सपेरिमेंट जोथरे हम करि के देखंती. So केमिति हुए ना two plane mirrors placed at 45 degree angles inside a long tube like structure. So both एटा गोटे ट्यूब ए साइड रे कोन रहइबो एमिति करि के रखा हबो, then again ए साइड रे कोन रहइबो एमिति करि रखा हबो. This is how it is being built. Then amara kona dekha jibo. So here is how it works. Light from the object strikes the top mirror at 45 degree. The light reflects downward along the periscope tube. The light then strikes the second mirror at 45 degree, reflecting it towards what? Towards the observer's eye. So that am akhi ku se kona na clearly image dekha jibo. Since plane mirrors produce an upright image, the observer sees the object as it is. बुझेला? This is the whole procedure how the periscope mechanisms works. Okay. आपण मन तो स्कूल ले करी थिबे no doubt because मु करी छेटा. Okay. So a rainbow is formed due to what? आमे देखिले sky color is blue due to what? And एबे देखिबा a rainbow is formed due to what? A rainbow is formed due to dispersion and refraction, or reflection only, or scattering or interference. The rainbow is formed due to what? Na amara dispersion and refraction. But why? Let's see. So dispersion and refraction, a rainbow forms due to what? Due to the bending, spreading and reflecting of light inside raindrops. Reflection only केमिति हुए जेमिति कि ऑप्शन बी सी डी देखेले हमर कोन राइट हैला हमर कोन only dispersion and refraction. So हमें फोकस करिबा कि dispersion and refraction केमिति हुए कोन गोटे raindrop रे. So here is the sunlight and गोटे ड्रॉप उपरे गोटे ड्रॉप नहीं बहुत सारा जेबेले वाटर ड्रॉप उपरे एटा पड़े केमिति सनलाइट टा रिफ्लेक्ट हुए एंड रिफ्लेक्ट हुए फ्रॉम द रेन ड्रॉप टू द कोन रेनबो. देखि पारुचंती इमेज बुझी पारुचंती? ओके नेक्स्ट देखिबा. R is nothing but R is not for reflection. R is for red light, V is for violet light. एमिति भाबो ठीक अछि पागल गुडा. Okay, next. So who discovered the electron? Is Rutherford, J.J. Thomson, or Bohr, or Einstein? आमे सब कोन पढिचे ना electron by J.J. Thomson. How? J.J. Thomson discovered the electron in 1897 using the cathode ray tube experiment. Okay, कहा द्वारा ना cathode ray tube experiment. Other options हमर कौन थिला ना by Rutherford discovered the nucleus and proposed the nuclear model of the atom. Bohr किए Bohr model of atom आमे पढिचे. So Bohr कहारो atom developed the Bohr model of atom in introducing quantized energy levels. Einstein हमर कोन photoelectric effect मन रहिबो. Einstein is for photoelectric effect, Bohr is for atom, Rutherford हमर कोन nuclear model, and हमर J.J. Thomson is for what ना electron. Okay, next. So the mass of a neutron is experimentally approximately extremely sorry. So the mass of a neutron is approximately kete hobo? Is it equal to proton? Is it twice of the proton? Or is it half of the proton? Or it is zero? So the mass of the neutron is always what? Is always equal to the proton mass. So kete rahuchi? Let's see. So equal to a proton, a neutron's mass is 1.675 into 10 to the power minus 27 kg. जोटा कि always plus 2 time रे exams रे सब बेले एटा आसे. Nevertheless but 10th exam रे बेटा आसी छि बहुत तरह. so nearly equal to a proton's mass जोटा कि protons रा mass केते 1.673 into 10 to the power minus 27 just the 0.002 रा gap so twice the proton nuha half of the proton nuha and 0 तो नहीं छड़ा next so x-rays were discovered by x-rays कहा द्वारा discovered हेतिला रदरफोर्ड नुहंती प्लैंक नुहंती क्यूरी नुहंती so कि हबो ना wrong turn odd one out so let's see wrong turn William Wrongton discovered what na X-rays in 1895 केबे ना 1895 while experimenting with cathode rays from कोठू लेतेबेले cathode rays ऊपर से experiment करूथिले सेही टाइम रे से कोन ना देखिथिले हमर कोन discoveries करिथिले the X-ray rays Rutherford is for what nucleus and for the proton Planck quantum theory हम समझते पढ़िचे so Planck is called ना quantum theory okay and Curie is for what ना radium रू मन पकेबे Curie okay radioactive elements like polonium and radium both highlight हेची radium okay Planck is no doubt Planck quantum theory अपन को related and Planck's constant जेतेबेले आसीबो सेटा कार Planck कर ही so next देखिबा the SI unit of radioactivity is what is the SI unit of radioactivity is it Curie is it Becquerel is it Tesla is it Weber so the SI unit of radioactivity is what it is Becquerel okay next देखिबा why Becquerel 1 Becquerel is equal to 1 decay per second so radioactivity SI unit of radioactivity अपन anyhow मन रखिया को पड़ियो what ना Becquerel okay Curie जेमति कि अपन मान जानचंदी कहार on older unit कहार ना Curie रो अपन मन रखिबे कोन से हमर बाहर करथिले जेमिति कि रेडियम बाहर करथिले ना सो सही थरा अपन मन रखिबे रेडियम रो गोटे ओल्डर यूनिट होची Curie and 1 Curie is equal to 3.7 into 10 to the power 10 जोटा कि एग्जाम रे एटा पडिबनी बस अपन मन रखिबे कहार यूनिट टेस्ला इज द मैग्नेटिक फ्लक्स डेंसिटी रो एसआई यूनिट वेबर एसआई यूनिट ऑफ व्हाट मैग्नेटिक फ्लक्स देखंतु मैग्नेटिक फ्लक्स रो रहउची वेबर वेयर इज वेबर एंड टेस्ला आर कोरिलेटेड बिकॉज़ मैग्नेटिक फ्लक्स रो रहउची वेबर वेयर इज मैग्नेटिक फ्लक्स डेंसिटी ऐड हे गला टेस्ला मन रखिबे डेंसिटी रे कोन अछि T अछि सो टेस्ला जेते बेले डेंसिटी ऐड हैला टेस्ला मन रखिबे अदरवाइज जेते बेले खाली मैग्नेटिक फ्लक्स आसुची आपण मन रखिबे वेबर मन रहिबो what is the charge of an alpha particle what is the charge of an alpha particle is that -1 +2 0 or +1 गोटे alpha particle लो charge केते रहउची this is what ना हमर +2 how what is an alpha particle first देखिबा an alpha particle is a helium nucleus that consists of what na 2 protons 2 nucleons and no electrons so protons are positively charged so every proton पे हमर केते ना +1 and हमर कोन न्यूट्रॉन्स आर न्यूट्रल जोटा कि 0 सो द टोटल चेंज हम जदि देखिबा अल्फा पार्टिकल केते हबो प्रति प्रोटॉन पे केते +1 आ न्यूट्रॉन पे केते 0 0 सो हमर ऐड हे गेले केते हबो 1 + 1 2 and 0 is for 0 सो टोटल केते +2 हे गेला बुझा पडुची बस एमिति ही ऐड करिके आपण जे पडिबो प्रोटॉन नंबर रखिबे केते ना +1 and हमर न्यूट्रॉन केते ना 0 सो ताको ऐड करके जिबे केतेटा देइची व्हाट इज एन अल्फा पार्टिकल लाइक हमर अल्फा पार्टिकल का हम काउंट करबे केमिति लाइक 2 प्रोटॉन्स एंड 2 न्यूट्रॉन्स थाए कहारो ना अल्फा पार्टिकल लो 10 हमें ताको काउंट करी जिबा नेक्स्ट देखिबा सो न्यूक्लियर फिशन इज द प्रोसेस ऑफ the nuclear fission is the process of what is it splitting heavy nuclei combining light nuclei emitting electrons converting mass into energy so nuclear fission process ta kon it is nothing but the splitting heavy nuclei why because a large nucleus splits into smaller nuclei releasing for what for releasing energy okay and combining light nuclei is what this is nuclear fusion and emitting electrons is what happens in beta decay and converting mass into energy is what it is nothing but happens in both fission and fusion which is E is equal to mc square. This is the कौन most famous formula. So कौन रहिला हमरा न्यूक्लियर फिशन कहा पाई हुए ना दिस इज बिकॉज ऑफ द स्प्लिटिंग हेवी न्यूक्लिई मने रहिबो. नेक्स्ट so the photoelectric effect was explained by photoelectric effect की एक्सप्लेन करथिले आइंस्टाइन. बोर हमर कोन रे बोर एटॉमिक मॉडल रिजेक्ट हे गला. प्लैंक्स कांटेक्ट पळेला. न्यूटन और आइंस्टाइन भीतर आपण ऑड वन आउट देली कोंतो. सो व्हाट विल बी द राइट आंसर? नो इट इज आइंस्टाइन. आइंस्टाइन showed the light behaves as particles like what? Photons, leading the concept of what? Quantized energy. Bohr proposed the electron energy levels of atoms like Bohr atomic theory and Planck's quantum theory or Planck's constant. Newton जेमती कहथिले कोन ना classical mechanics. Okay, and about the gravity, all knows about the gravity theory of the Newtons. So next kon rahibo na the dual nature of electrons was proposed by D. Broglie, Heisenberg, Bohr, Rutherford. So dual nature electrons having a dual nature ei theory ta को किए propose करिथिले ei theory के ना D. Broglie. Okay, propose the electrons have both what? Wave like and particle like properties. What? ना हमरो इलेक्ट्रॉन पाखरे दीटा नेचर देखिबा को मिले. दीटा जाक नेचर कोन रहिला ना गोटे रहउची दिस इज वेव लाइक पार्टिकल सॉरी द बोथ हला गोटे वेव लाइक एंड गोटे पार्टिकल लाइक मने रहिबो दीटा प्रॉपर्टीज गोटे आइदर वेव रे जाए अदरवाइज पार्टिकल हे की जाए. एंड हेसेनबर्ग कोन करथिले डेवलप द अनसर्टेनिटी प्रिंसिपल. बोर मन रहिबो एटॉमिक मॉडल विषय रे और प्रपोज क्वांटाइज्ड ऑर्बिट्स ऑफ इलेक्ट्रॉन्स ऑल्दो. सो कोन एटम रो आपण मन रखिबे एटम कार हमर प्रति ऑर्बिट रे हमें पढिथिले कोन इलेक्ट्रॉन प्रोटॉन न्यूट्रॉन सब डिफरेंट ऑर्बिट रे रुहंती गोटे ऑर्बिट रे रुहंतीनी. सो एथुर आपण माने कोन मन रखिबे बोर एटॉमिक थ्योरी एटम रो मन रखिबे ऑर्बिट. रदरफोर्ड डिस्कवर्ड द न्यूक्लियस. नेक्स्ट देखिबा the half-life of a radioactive substance is what? It is time for complete decay, or it is time for half of its decay, or it is always the same, or it is dependent on temperature. So the half-life of a radioactive substance is what? This is nothing but the what? Time for half of its decay. Decay means 10 रो हाफ हबो तारो कोन हाफ ऑफ टाइम फॉर हाफ ऑफ इट्स डिके. टाइम टेकन फॉर 50% ऑफ रेडियोएक्टिव एटम्स इन ए सैंपल in a sample to decay. And the half life of a radioactive substance kon rahuchi? It is the time taken for half of the radioactive atoms in a sample of decay into a more stable form, because it is a constant property for a given radioactive element. बुझेला? Meaning it does not कौन किछि भी चेंज हुएनी ओवर टाइम रे हमरो. एंड कौन होची इवन आफ्टर वन हाफ लाइफ the remaining radioactive substance continues to decay by half in each successive time period. So प्रति successive time period रे से half complete करिकी later period रे तार full life period टाको से complete करे. But one radioactive period रे half of its decay रे से complete करे. मने रहिबो. Next, so the most penetrating radiation is, this is very important. What? The most penetrating radiation is what? Alpha rays, beta rays, gamma rays or X-rays. The most penetrating kona? Gamma rays. Why? Because high energy electromagnetic wave require thick lead or concrete shielding. That's why gamma rays is needed. Alpha rays, it is a large stopped by paper skin also. Like गोटे सामान्य पेपर रे भी रखिले alpha rays stop हेसिबो. And beta rays stopped by thin metal but more penetrating than alpha. Obviously सेटा दि पेपर रे रहि जाउची stop हेकी एटा ताठो टिके उन्नत ना. So X rays less energetic than gamma rays stopped by lead aprons, but gamma rays is very high energy electromagnetic. Okay, So the next question is the force required to keep a body moving in a circular path is. So the force required to keep a body moving in a circular path is what? Is it centrifugal force? Is it centrifugal force? Is it gravitational force? Or it is fractional force? Now I'm odd one out कर देले, okay? मते देटा भितरु right answer दियो. So what is the right answer? This is This is what? This is the centripetal force. It is in the inward force that keeps an object moving in a circular path. It is directed towards the center of the circle. The centrifugal force कौन होची? A pseudo force that appears to push outward due to inertia. And gravitational force, all we know, it is acts between what? The masses. And the frictional force provides a grip. So what is the SI unit of momentum? What? Now what is the SI unit of momentum? Is the joule, is the Newton second, or Newton, or what? What is the SI unit of momentum? Is Newton second. How? So Newton second which momentum is equal to mass into velocity. What? Now the momentum is equal to mass into velocity. Its unit is kilogram into meter per second, which is equivalent to Newton's second law. Okay, sorry, Newton's second. So joule is for unit of energy, Newton for unit of force, and watt is the unit of power. मने रहिबा. Next देखिबा. So the acceleration due to gravity is for what? Like acceleration आमर थाए like जो gravity रे. So acceleration due to gravity कहाँ पाई हुए? Is for same for all objects, is depend on the mass, or is greater to heavier objects, or independent of height. So कौन होगा acceleration due to gravity? This is same for all the objects. How? Because the acceleration due to gravity, which is g, is equal to acceleration due to gravity is denoted as the small g. So it is equal to 9.8 meter per second square on earth. So the acceleration due to gravity is independent of mass. All objects fall at the same rate in a vacuum. So dependent on mass, all objects experience the what? Na same acceleration. No matter कि गोटे body रा mass केते भी थाऊ, but the acceleration due to gravity is always same. Okay, so greater for heavier objects experience more force but same acceleration. Independent of height, gravity slightly varies with height. Next, so the work done is lifting a body against gravity depends on. The work done in lifting a body against gravity is depends on what? Like gravity आमु कौन तल को टाणुची, but आमे ऊपर को जे कोनसी जिंस को उठेबा. So weight of the body ऊपर डिपेंड करे, और height lifted ऊपर डिपेंड करे, और both and A and V ऊपर डिपेंड करे. Like both weight and height of the body ऊपर डिपेंड करे, या फिर none of the above. कौन हबो? ना हमरा both height and weight ऊपर डिपेंड करे. So work is equal to, we know what? Now force into distance. So here force is equal to what? Weight and distance आमे कौन कहिबा ना height जति के आमे उठाउचे सेटा होची तळु उठाउचे, distance weight काहा को करूचे like body टा को आमे टेकुचे, तो weight आमे काहा करिबा force apply होची सेठी. So weight is for force. So work done is equal to कौन mg depends on the mass and the height. मने रहिबा mass into gravity into कौन acceleration due to gravity into height. Next, so the unit of angular velocity is what? Is it radians per second? Is it meter per second square? Is it kg meter square by second square, or it is Newton? So the right answer is radians per second. angular velocity is equal to what? Radians per second. मन रहिबा it is कौन radians per second. So meter per second square कोउथिरा ना acceleration not angular velocity कहारो ना acceleration रो kg meter square by second square unit of energy. Okay, Newton कहारो ना unit of force मन रहिबा. Next, Kepler's first law states that planets move in Kepler's first law states that planets move in a circular orbit or parabolic orbit or elliptical orbit or the hyperbolic orbit. So amara sabu planets ko orbit re bulandi is a a type re bulandi na. Suppose eta hochandi amara planet, so se mane buluchandi kemiti, this is okay amar eta kona elliptical orbit. Next, so elliptical orbits, Kepler's first law states that planets orbit the sun in elliptical paths with the sun at one focus. So main ki kona sun ro charipote jo orbit re planets mane bulanti ko orbit re, that is the elliptical orbit. That will be clear. Circular orbits habani amara. Parabols describe escaped trajectories, like जदि आमे गोटे आमर सपोज लो अर्थ ऑर्बिट हैला या फिर मीडियम अर्थ ऑर्बिट या फिर जियोस्टेशनरी अर्थ ऑर्बिट, तो ए जो लाइक कोन एलईओ एथरु जदि आमे किछि गोटे रॉकेट लॉन्च करूछे या फिर किछि लॉन्च व्हीकल आमे लॉन्च करूछे, तो सेटा जते बेले जीवो दैट विल व्हाट ना हमर पैराबोलिक orbit रे जीवो. माने रहिबो hyperbolic कोन only objects escaping the solar system follow hyperbolic. So solar system बाहर को आमे जे कोनसी ऑब्जेक्ट को पठौचे सेटा हमर केमति जीवो ना hyperbolic रे. Okay, next, the escape velocity on earth is, so what is the escape velocity on earth? Is this 9.8 km per second, it is 11.2 km per second or 15.3 or 5 km. This is 11.2 km per second. Escape velocity is the minimum speed required to break free from earth's gravitational pull. So सबुठु कम केते दरकार हमर अर्थ रो ग्रेविटेशनल पुल को कोन ब्रेक करिकि जिबा लागि, दिस इज द 11.2 किलोमीटर पर सेकंड. मन रहिबो. नेक्स्ट, a body in equilibrium has what? Is no net force, is it zero acceleration, is it constant velocity, is it all of the above? A body in equilibrium has what? Has all of the above, like no net force is required, with a zero acceleration and with a constant velocity also. Mane rahiba. So no net force is required according to Newton's first law. Zero acceleration दरकार हमर कोन जेहेतु किछि velocity change होबनी. constant velocity कोन पई? because if moving it stays moving कोन, if in static place then it will be in static place. Okay, so the power of a machine is measured in what? गोटे machine रा power हमें measure करूचे by the unit of what? the joule, newton, watt or pascal. आमे कौन कहूचे गोटे मशीन जेकोसी मशीन आमे देखुचे से कहूनी अरे मशीन टा केते वाट रो पचाचन नहीं केबे पचारी छेटा केते जूल रो केते न्यूटन रो केते पास्कल रो मन पके छकी केबे ना, बट दिस मशीन केते वाट रो हबो एटा पचारछ ना. नेक्स्ट, वाट नहले वोल्ट ही आमे पचारे. सो वाट पावर is equal to work by time. So SI unit of power is watt, joule unit of energy, newton unit of force and pascal is the unit of pressure. So next question is, the principle of conservation of energy states that what? The principle of conservation of energy way. Now energy can be created or energy can be destroyed or energy can only be transformed or energy is lost over time. So आमर प्रिंसिपल ऑफ कंजर्वेशन ऑफ एनर्जी कौन कहूची ना एनर्जी कैन नॉट बी क्रिएटेड नॉर बी डिस्ट्रॉयड इट कैन ट्रांसफर फ्रॉम वन पोजीशन टू वन फॉर्म टू अनदर फॉर्म सो अकॉर्डिंग टू दैट द कौन एनर्जी कैन ओनली बी ट्रांसफॉर्म हो पार मन रहा नेक्स्ट देखा so what the law of conservation of energy said energy cannot be created nor destroyed it can only change its form okay like chemical to thermal or kinetic to potential or जेमिति mechanical to electrical एमती सब जिनस रहउची कार law of conservation of energy according so energy cannot be created there are सब कोन हमरो myth so next देखिबा the second law of thermodynamics states that second law of thermodynamics हमु कौन कहूची it is said that energy is conserved or heat flows from cold or hot entropy always increases or work is always equal to heat so second law of thermodynamics always said the entropy always increases माने रहिबा what now the entropy always increases according to the second law of thermodynamics the second law of thermodynamics states that the total entropy of an isolated system always increases over time energy is conserved this is the first law of thermodynamics heat flows from cold to hot एटा कौन हबो ना heat naturally flows from hot to cold so यार किछि like there is no theories about it so work is always equal to heat work can be less than heat or like due to losses so energy is conserved this is according to thermodynamics first law and entropy always increases according to the second law of thermodynamics मन रहबा दीटा important next कौन देखिबा the specific heat capacity of water is the specific heat capacity of water is what the 4200 joule by kilogram into kg of what the kg 12 right so next देखिबा कौन ना कौन हबा मो water रो like the specific heat capacity of water is 4200 joule per kg. Specific heat capacity is the heat required to raise the temperature of 1 kg of a substance by 1 Kelvin. मन रहिबा for water this value is 4200 joule by kg into Kelvin. Next देखिबा बस आपण माने 4200 मन रखि दै थांतु कहार ना हमर स्पेसिफिक हीट कहार ना वाटर मन रहिबा बस आउ किछ भूल जांतु so the efficiency of an ideal Carnot engine depends on so what is Carnot engine and their efficiency depend upon what depend upon temperature of hot and cold reservoirs the pressure difference or the volume change or the type of fuel used ना हमर Carnot engine रो कोन रहउची ना temperatures of hot and cold reservoirs the Carnot engine is an idealized heat engine that operates between two temperature reservoirs which is hot reservoirs and cold reservoirs ठीक अछि hot supplies heat to the engine cold absorbs waste heat okay otherwise जदि engine एकदम हीट हे चलिबो there is no method for cooling that down then त हमर कार ब्लास्टिंग हे जिवो ठीक अछि सो दीटा Carnot engine हमर mechanism रहउची is hot and the another is for cold pressure difference pressure affects work volume change does not directly determine the efficiency and type of fuel used Carnot engine is an ideal engine okay independent of what na fuel so convection occurs in what in solid states or liquid or gas कोथि रहइबा solid only liquid and gas or gases only or all states of matter कोथि रहबो ना this is liquid and gas solid रे हबो नाही so convection is the heat transfer due to fluid motion so it occurs in liquid and gas solid रे it is not possible solids only रे कौन हबो ना heat transfer in solids is mainly by conduction not convection मन रहिबा solid रे जदी heat transfer होउची केमिति ना conduction method रे and convection is for gas and liquid. मन रहिबा gas is only, convection happens in both liquid and gases. So solid is for conduction and gas and liquid for convection. मन रहिबा. Next, the absolute zero temperature is, what is the absolute zero temperature? Is it minus 273 degrees Celsius? It is 0 degrees Celsius. It is 273 degrees Celsius, or it is 100 Kelvin. The absolute zero temperature is what? Now minus 273 degree Celsius. So absolute zero हमरा केते रहउची ना minus 273 degree Celsius, the lowest possible temperature while the molecular motion stops. So 0 degree टा हमरा कोन एटा होची हमरा freezing point. ठीक अछि. Next देखिबा. So the amount of heat required to convert unit mass of a solid into liquid is, so the amount of heat required to convert unit mass of a solid into liquid केत्ति की दरकार हमको कोन हीट केत्ति के अमाउंट रहले हे जिवो, स्पेसिफिक हीट रहे जिवो, लैटेंट हीट रहे जिवो, थर्मल कैपेसिटी रहे जिवो, या फिर वेपोराइजेशन ऑफ हीट रहे जिवो जेते बेले सॉलिड को हमें लिक्विड रे कन्वर्ट करूचे. So आमर को latent heat requirement पड़िबो, because latent heat is the energy required to change the phase of substance without changing temperature. So without changing its temperature it can कोन से convert its कोन phase, convert its state कहि परिबा. So specific heat कोन करिबो, specific heat refers to temperature change not phase change. Thermal capacity, total heat capacity, not for unit of mass. So thermal is odd one out. So vaporization of heat specific to liquid to gas जेते बेला हम होची से ट्रांजिशन टाको हम कोन कहूचे ना हमर vaporization. Obviously हमर वाटर को बॉईल करके जेते गैस होची, this method is known as what? Vaporization. So next, transfer of heat through electromagnetic waves is called. So transfer of heat through electromagnetic waves ताको हमें कौन कहिबा ना हमर जते बेले हमें हीट ट्रांसफर करूचे कहा द्वारा ना इलेक्ट्रोमैग्नेटिक द्वारा, इलेक्ट्रोमैग्नेटिक वेव द्वारा. दिस इज कंडक्शन, कन्वेक्शन, रेडिएशन और इवापोरेशन. व्हाट इज दैट? दिस इज रेडिएशन, बिकॉज कंडक्शन हमर कोथि होतिला ना हमर गैस और सॉरी सॉलिड रे होतिला कंडक्शन, एंड गैस और लिक्विड रे कन्वेक्शन. बाकी रहितला कोन इवापोरेशन, जोटा कि कोन वेपोराइजेशन मेथड. बाकी रहितला रेडिएशन. सो रेडिएशन ट्रांसफर्स हीट विदाउट ए मीडियम भाया इलेक्ट्रोमैग्नेटिक वेव्स. ठीक अछि. नेक्स्ट एग्जांपल अपन देखि परिबे, हीट फ्रॉम द सन रीचिंग टू अर्थ. इज देयर एनी मीडियम? बिकॉज इट इज थ्रू द इलेक्ट्रोमैग्नेटिक वेव्स. ता थ्रू रे हमर कोन ना सन रो लाइट, सन रो हीट हमें अर्थ रे पाई परुचे. सो व्हेन ए गैस expands its temperature, जते बेले ओटे गैस एक्सपैंड हुए तार टेम्परेचर कोन बढ़े, कमे, कांस्टेंट रुहे या फिर डबल हो जाए. कोन हबो जते बेले गैस हम एक्सपैंड करूछे माने गैस रो कोन बढ़ौचे सब जगह रे, तो तार टेम्परेचर कोन हबो ना कमी जीवो. गैस जते बेले मिनिमम थिबो गोटे जगह रे, सॉर्टेड हे कि थिबो गोटे कम वॉल्यूम रे, सेठी कोन हबो ना हमरा कम रहिबो सॉरी अधिक रहिबो तार टेम्परेचर. जते बेले स्प्रेड करि देबा ताहले तार टेम्परेचर कमी जिवो. So when a gas expands it does work the surroundings and if no heat is added its temperature drops. Okay, and याकू कोन कहै छै ना adiabatic expansion. जे गैस को हम एक्सटेंड करूछे तार टेम्परेचर रे इंक्रीज हो सॉरी डिक्रीज होची एंड इंक्रीज होची ते बेले कम करचे. सो टोटल एक्सपेंशन को कोड ना अछि. दिस इज एडियाबैटिक एक्सपेंशंस जोटा एग्जाम रे मोस्टली पके पारे. ओके, सो इंक्रीज होची ओनली हैपेंस इफ एक्सटर्नल हीट इज सप्लाइड, रिमेन्स कांस्टेंट व्हेन ओनली इन आइसोथर्मल एक्सपेंशन हीट इज सप्लाइड. सो डबल हबो केबे ना नो डायरेक्ट रिलेशन बिटवीन द एक्सपेंशन ऑफ टेम्परेचर्स. ओके, सो a perfect insulator has what? Now infinite thermal conductivity, zero thermal conductivity, high heat transfer or high specific heat. Now a perfect insulator has what? A perfect insulator has a zero thermal conductivity. How? Perfect insulator does not allow any heat transfer, so its thermal conductivity become zero. जदि किछि कोन हमर हीट ट्रांसफर से अलाउ करबनी तो ता भीतर जो कंडक्टिविटी रही थिबो हीट कंडक्टिविटी थर्मल कंडक्टिविटी कोन जीरो ही हे जिवो सो जीरो थर्मल कंडक्टिविटी इज द राइट आंसर ओके and infinite thermal conductivity that means the perfect conductor which is the just opposite the insulator next dekhiba the SI unit of entropy is what is the SI unit of entropy tell me the SI unit of entropy is joule by Kelvin Newton by meter watt or Pascal what na joule by Kelvin okay so joule for Kelvin so entropy is measured कोथरे ना joules per Kelvin and amara Newton per meter कौन हबो ना unit force per unit length and unit length रा कौन force per unit length is Newton per meter watt is for power Pascal is for sorry pressure next देखिबा the nucleus of an atom consists of what गोटे atom रे जो nucleus consist रहउची को like कौन atoms मिसिकी रहउचंती protons and electrons neutrons and electrons or electrons only so कौन हबो ना protons and neutrons as it is the electron कौन electrons nucleus रा outside रे रुहंदी ना तो हमको पचारिची nucleus भितरे कौन देगी से कौन constitute हेजी so the proton and the proton is the positive charge and the neutron is the neutral so inside the inside an atom we can say the proton and the neutron are consisting of whereas the electron is outside the orbit okay so next dekhiba so what is the speed of light is it infinite it is finite and constant it is variable or it is dependent on gravity let's see the answer so the finite and constant so in a vacuum the light travels तार केते रहउची ना distance cover करूची into 3 into 10 to the power 8 meter per second okay infinite why infinite because speed of light is larger but not infinite variable काहे कि नहीं because light speed changes in different mediums but remains constant in vacuum मने रहिबो okay next देखिबा so a photon has what a mass only or a energy only or both mass and energy or neither mass nor energy a photon has always having the energy only so a photon is a packet of energy with energy कौन होची s and f जोटा कि कौन sf को कौन कह जाए ना Planck's equation is denoted as E is equal to hf it has no mass but carries momentum मने रहिबो mass only रे कौन हबो ना photons have zero rest mass both mass and energy they have only energy no mass neither mass nor energy photons do not have energy this is only of the photon next so the strong nuclear force acts between गोटे strong nuclear force कहा का भितरे act करे so it is between the electrons or protons or it is between the protons and neutrons or it is between the neutrons and electrons or it is between the protons and electrons so a strong nuclear force is always act between what between a protons and neutrons the strong nuclear force binds protons and neutrons together inside a nucleus whereas the electron where present the electrons is always present outside the nucleus mane rahibo electrons and protons these interact via electromagnetic force not a strong nuclear force electron जोठी थिबो odd one out करि देबे because nucleus रा बाहर रहउजी electron रा existence next देखिबा in nuclear fusion energy is released because in nuclear fusion energy is released because two heavy nuclei combine two heavy nuclei combine or small nuclei combine, or neutron is absorbed, or an atom is split. So what will happen when the nuclear fusion? Energy released. It is a small nuclei combine ही जाए. Fusion occurs when light nuclei combine to form a heavier nuclei, releasing huge energy. तबे गोटे light nuclei कौन combine करिबो कोथि पई गोटे heavier nuclei को form करिया पई release हबो कौन ना गोटे huge amount रो energy. Two heavy nuclei combine केबे ना heavy nuclei do not undergo fusion. A neutron is absorbed. This is related to nuclear fission, not fusion. मन रखंतु, a neutron is absorbed where it is under nuclear fission but not nuclear fusion. An atom is split. This happens in nuclear fission, not fusion. Atom भी split हुए कोथरे ना हमर nuclear कौन fission रे ना कि nuclear fusion रे. Fission and fusion टिके confuse हेबेनी. Next देखिबा, who proposed the quantum theory of radiation? Now, who proposed the quantum theory of radiation? Einstein, Bohr, Planck or Feynman? So ki habo Planck quantum हम पढ़िथिले ना कहिथिले ऑप्शन रे. So Max Planck introduced quantum theory stating energy is emitted is discrete कौन is equal to h into f. This is the Planck's constant. So Einstein कौन करथिले ना expanded the photoelectric effect but didn't propose quantum theory. And Bohr आपण मन रखिबे Bohr atomic model. ठीक अछि. Next देखिबा, and Feynman also contributed towards the quantum electrodynamics. What is the next question? The isotopes have the same what? The isotopes have the same number of neutrons, number of atomic number or atomic mass or chemical properties. So isotopes have the same word. Isotopes have the same atomic number. Isotopes are atoms at the same element with the same atomic number but different neutron numbers. Mane rahibo? Okay. For example, carbon 12 and carbon 14. Number of neutrons different. Isotopes have different neutrons. Atomic mass differs due to the neutron variation. Chemical properties, they are similar but not what? Identical. Next देखिबा, a giga counter is used to detect. Giga counter कौन? And it is used to detect what? Is it X-ray, radioactive particles, sound waves or infrared? So a giga counter आम कौन ना radioactive particles. Giga counter आम कौन चेक करूछे? Giga रु मन रखिबे radio. Giga R end होची, radio R आरंभ होची. एमिति रिलेट करी कि मन रखिबे. एनी हाउ आपण करे जेमिति भी शॉर्ट मेथड थिबो आपण सेही पर्पस रे जदी आपण माने मते पचारिबे देन मो नो डाउट आपनकर शॉर्टकट आपन को बहुत इजीली बते देबी बिकॉज़ मो एई शॉर्टकट मेथड अप्लाई करी कि मन रखे. So a giga Muller counter detects alpha, beta and gamma radiation. कोउथिरे ना हमर radiation particle the alpha, beta, gamma तीनटा जाक को कोउथिरे हमें देखुचे ना giga Muller counter ओ ताको हमें कोन कहूचे ना giga counter method रे. X-ray detected needs photographic film or dosimeter कागु X-ray पाई. Sound waves detect by microphones, not a giga counter. Infrared rays, infrared को detect हुए ना thermal cameras, not giga. Okay. Next, the energy of a photon is given by. The energy of a photon is given by what? mc square. hf is Planck constant. pv is equal to nRT or f is equal to mass into acceleration. So कोउथिरे हबो ना as a Planck constant. So hf, where h is the Planck's constant, f is the frequency of light. Mane rahibo कौन रहिला ना the energy of a photon energy is given by किए ना Planck given करिथिले about the energy of photon. Planck through मने रखिबो hf, h is for Planck's constant and f is for frequency of light. mc square, this is Einstein mass energy, E is equal to mc square. pv nRT, this is the ideal gas law, and f is equal to like force is equal to mass into acceleration कौन ना Newton's second law. Next देखिबा, so the device used to accelerate charged particles is. The device used to accelerate charged particle is what? Is it cyclotron? Is it transformer? Or is it capacitor? Or it is thermocouple? So कौन हबो ना device used to accelerate charged particle. Sorry, this is what? Now cyclotron. A cyclotron accelerates charged particles using magnetic field like protons, ions, etc. Cyclotron is a type of particle accelerator that increases the speed of charged particles. कौन करे साइक्लोट्रॉन ना हमरो एक्सेलरेट करी कि हमरो चार्ज पार्टिकल मानकर स्पीड को बूस्ट करे, स्पीड को बढ़ाई दिए, तांको फास्टन करे दिए कि ना साइक्लोट्रॉन using a magnetic field and oscillating electric field. Through what? Through using a magnetic field or using a oscillating electric field. मने रहिबो. Next, transformer रा काम कोन ना changes voltage. Capacitor रा काम कोन ना store charge. Thermocouple रा काम कोन converts heat to electricity. मने रहिबो. Thermocouple converts heat to electricity. Capacitor charge store करे. Transformer changes voltage. मने रहिबो. Next, the unit of pressure is what? Is it Newton, Joule, Pascal, or what? What is the unit of pressure? So the unit of pressure is denoted as Pascal. मने रखिबे 1 Pascal केते रहिबो एटा तो एग्जाम रे पकेबनी बट पास्कल अपन काउंट करिवे इज इक्वल टू को न्यूटन पर मीटर स्क्वायर. सो न्यूटन इज इक्वल टू यूनिट ऑफ फोर्स. जदि क्वेश्चन ने किछ पकेइथिबो रिलेट करी फर्स्ट न्यूटन केमति बाहरिबो ना फोर्स को अपन बाहर करी कि न्यूटन बाहर करिवे, देन पास्कल केमति बाहर करिवे यूनिट न्यूटन बाहरला परे ही अपन बाहर करिवे कोन पास्कल. सो जूल द यूनिट ऑफ एनर्जी, व्हाट इज द यूनिट ऑफ पावर. Next, the SI unit of frequency is, what is the SI unit of frequency? Is it decibel, hertz, joule, or ampere? So SI unit of frequency is what? Hertz. 1 hertz is equal to 1 cycle per second. So decibel unit of sound intensity, joule is for unit of energy, ampere is the unit of electric current. Clear? Next देखिबा. So the time period of a simple pendulum depends on. The time period of a simple pendulum depends on what? Depends on the mass of the valve or amplitude of oscillation or length of the string or all of the above. So the time period of a simple pendulum depends upon always the length of the string. केते length अछि कोन लंबा अछि गोटे पेंडुलम कोथि लागि थाए गोटे स्ट्रिंग रे लगी थाए सूतारे, तो सूतार लंबा केते रहउछि सेटा डिपेंड करे काहाकू ना हमर टाइम पीरियड को. जेते लंबा थिबो सेते अधिक डिस्टेंस जिवो, सो फेरला बेलकू ताकू सेतिकी टाइम लागिवो. जेते शॉर्ट थिबो सेते कम बाट जिवो, फेरला बेलकू कोन जल्दी टाइम लागिवो. ठीक अछि. So mass of the bob does not affect the time period. Amplitude of oscillation affects only a large oscillators. So this is not lol कोन स्ट्रिंग जेते बेले पेंडुलम रो कहा पे डिपेंड करे ना हमर length of the string upare. So the unit of luminous intensity is, what is the unit of luminous intensity? Is it candela, is it lumen, or it is lux, or it is what? Lux वाले lux साबुन भाबिबेनी. ठीक अछि. So the unit of luminous intensity मैं आपन को बार बार कहितली खाली luminous रा कोन हबो, luminous intensity रा कोन हबो. तो luminous intensity रा candela. So unit of luminous intensity is candela. खाली lumen रा कोन ना unit of luminous flux हैला lumen. माने रहइबो. And unit of illuminance रा कोन ना lux. And unit of power is what? Next, the force that opposes the motion of an object in a field. The force that opposes the motion of an object in a field is called what? Viscous force, centripetal force, gravitational force, or friction. What? Now the right answer is the viscous force. The resistance due to field. So गोटे फील्ड रे जे कोनोसी मैग्नेटिक फील्ड रे जते बेले कोन अपोज करे को फोर्स ना विस्कस फोर्स. सेंट्रीपिटल फोर्स एक्ट टुवर्ड्स a central in circular motion. कोन सेंट्रीपिटल फोर्स इज ऑलवेज एक्ट टुवर्ड्स द सेंट्रल इन ए सर्कुलर मोशन. ग्रेविटेशनल फोर्स अट्रैक्शन बिटवीन द मासेस कोन जानचंदी. Our earth gravitational force. Friction always acts between the solid surfaces. Is it clear? Next. Okay, so a body floats in a liquid when it गोटे बॉडी आम गोटे पोखरी रे किछि भी गोटे लाइक आम एग्जांपल आम निजर भी देबा आम केते बेले कोन फ्लोटिंग अवस्था रे रहिबा डेंसिटी जते बेले मोर रहिबो लिक्विड रो लिक्विड टू आमर डेंसिटी जते अधिक रहिबो या फिर डेंसिटी इज इक्वल टू द लिक्विड डेंसिटी इज लेस देन द लिक्विड और वेट इज मोर देन ऑफ थ्रस्ट कोन रहिबो ना डेंसिटी जते बेले लिक्विड रो डेंसिटी टू आमर डेंसिटी कम रहिबो सेते बेले any object can float over the what water आउ डेंसिटी जते बेले अधिक रहिबो बुडी जीवो नो डाउट ठीक अछि आउ डेंसिटी जते बेले इक्वल रहिबो इट विल रिमेन लाइक कहि होबनी एंड वेट इज मोर देन ऑफ थ्रस्ट इट विल आल्सो सिंक नेक्स्ट so the image formed by a plane mirror is always always what real and inverted virtual and erect or virtual and inverted so the image formed by a plane mirror is always what is always virtual and erect and real and inverted co mirror re na plane mirrors do not form real and image real and erect eta भी करेनी virtual and inverted हम कहिथिले कोथरे virtual and inverted हमरो concave रे right so सबुथरा मन रखिबे concave रे कोन convex रे कोन plane रे कोन मन रखिया को पड़िबो so the principle of conservation of linear momentum is based on the principle of conservation of linear momentum is based on what it is based on Newton's first law, Newton's second law, Newton's third law or the law of gravitation. So Newton's third law proposed that for every action there is an equal and opposite reaction. So basically karo Newton's third law. First law describe the inertia, second law describe force and acceleration and law of gravitation kono deals with the gravitational attraction. Next, the instrument used to measure atmospheric pressure is the instrument used to measure atmospheric pressure is what barometer, hygrometer, manometer or it is altimeter. So what is now the barometer? So barometer measures atmospheric pressure and the hygrometer is the measure of humidity, manometer measures pressure in a closed system or altimeter measures the altitude manometer मन रखिबे closed system and hygrometer hygro ru humidity h for hygro h for humidity. So the last physics question is a light year is the unit of what? A light year is a unit of what? Time, distance, speed or intensity of light. So a light year is the unit of what? Na distance. हम distance मापुचे ना केते light year अछि हमरो कोन sun to moon रा moon to sun रा moon to earth रा एरा सब कोथरे मापुचे light year रे. So time, a light year is not a time unit, it is a distance unit. ठीक अछि. Speed is equal to कौन speed of light is equal to 3 into 10 to the power 8 meter per second which is very much important exam रे most of the time आसी जाए. Intensity of light measured in the lumens or candelas. Okay, so next किछिटा केमिस्ट्री क्वेश्चन अच्छी जोड़ा कि हमारा एग्जाम पे बहुत इंपोर्टेंट. सो जनरल केमिस्ट्री जोड़ा कि हमारा ऑलरेडी कौन एग्जाम रे पक्के सारी किछि ता ऊपर देखिबा व्हाट कैन बी दोस. सो जनरल केमिस्ट्री रो कौन क्वेश्चन रहउची. फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन कौन अच्छी देखिबा. सो द भोपाल गैस ट्रेजेडी जोड़ा कि भोपाल गैस ट्रेजेडी बहुत इंपोर्टेंट सब एग्जाम रे एटा गोटे थर पकेइछि एंड होपफुली आगु को भी पकेइबो. सो द भोपाल गैस ट्रेजेडी वाज कॉज्ड ड्यू टू द लीकेज ऑफ व्हाट methyl isocyanate, nitrogen dioxide, sulfur dioxide or carbon monoxide. This is methyl isocyanate or it is MIC बोली भी हुआ जाउछ. Next, so methyl isocyanate chemical formula CH3NCO is a highly toxic chemical used in the कोथिरे ना पेस्टिसाइड प्रोडक्शन रे हमें ताको यूज करूचे कहा को मिथाइल आइसोसियानेट को ऑन द नाइट ऑफ डिसेंबर 2 रो लाइक 2-3 तारीख भितरे सो ऑन द नाइट ऑफ डिसेंबर 2 धरथिया सो 1984 रे 4 टन्स ऑफ MIC जोटा कोन मिथाइल आइसोसियानेट 4 टन रो गैस लीक्ड फ्रॉम द यूनियन कार्बाइड प्लांट इन भोपाल. This gas spread over the city, causing immediate death, severe respiratory problems, blindness, and long-term health issues for thousands of people. It is highly volatile, reacts violently with water, and is extremely hazardous to human health. And it is a December 2, 1984, the black year of the Indian history. Next. Which gas is used in the preparation of soda water? So soda water use रे हमें को गैस को यूज करते. This is nothing but the carbon dioxide को हमें बहुत excited है कि cold drinks रे पी जाउचे. So this is nothing but the CO2. So this is the soda water, and carbon dioxide is the gas used in the preparation of soda water. When carbon dioxide is dissolved in water under pressure, it forms carbonic acid, which is H2CO3. कौन जेतेबेले अंडर प्रेशर हमें सोडा वाटर को कौन पानी सहित सोडा को माने लाइक कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड को पानी सहित मिसई की अंडर प्रेशर रखुजे, इट इज फॉर्म्स कौन कार्बोनिक एसिड व्हिच गिव्स सोडा वाटर. सोडा को जेतेबेले हमें कौन सॉरी अगेन यार सोडा को कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड को जेतेबेले अंडर प्रेशर हमें वाटर रे मिसई की रखुचे किछि टाइम पर से फॉर्म करछि व्हाट ना हमर कार्बोनिक एसिड जोटा कि हमर गोटे टैंगी टेस्ट होछि. एंड माय फेवरेट इज द डाइट कोक. सो when the bottle is opened, the pressure is released and the dissolved CO2 escape as bubbles, creating the what? The fizz. So oxygen is essential for the respiration, but तार किछि रोल नहीं. हाइड्रोजन एटा होछि कोन ना गोटे हाईली फ्लेमेबल गैस. ओके जोटा कि सपोज कोठी निया लागि छै हाइड्रोजन स्प्रे कर दो जरे पाउस होई छ जळे कि. ओके सो नाइट्रोजन इज यूज्ड इन सम स्पेशल beers of speciality like beers and coffee रे हमर कोन मिसुची ना नाइट्रोजन. ठीक अछि. नेक्स्ट देखिबा. So the chemical formula of quicklime. The chemical formula of quicklime means what? CaO, CaOH2, CaCO3 or CaCl2. Let's see the chemical formula of kona soda lime. Soda lime thila na? Sorry, limestone thila I think. Okay, the chemical formula of the soda lime na quicklime. So the chemical formula for the quicklime is what? It is the CaCO3. Mane rahiba CaCO3 consisting of CaO plus CO2. It is white color, caustic and alkaline substance. Mane rahiba. And CaOH2, this is slaked lime. CaCO3, this is limestone. This CaCl2, this is calcium chloride. मन रहिबो lime slaked lime कोन ना fizz is formed when quicklime reacts with water. And limestone केमिति the raw material used to produce quicklime, and the CaCl2 the calcium chloride which is salt used as the कोन de-icing agent in a for food preservation. So food preservation रे हमें जो यूज करूचे आइसिंग मेथड सेथिरे कोन रहउची ना calcium chloride. मन रहिला. नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन देखिबा. Wait a minute. So what is the next question? Which acid is present in lemon? So which acid is present in lemon? Is acetic acid, citric acid, lactic acid or oxalic acid? This is citric acid. How? अरे एपटा question ना picture एपटा आड़े छी right? Okay, let it. So the main components of natural gas is what? This is methane. Natural gas ra main component kiye na methane. मन रहिबो. Next, So, natural gas is a fossil fuel primarily composed of what? Methane, which makes up 70 to 90% of its composition. Total composition 70 to 90% किए cover up करूची ना methane cover up करूची. So methane is the simplest hydrocarbon consisting of what? Now 1 carbon atom and 4 hydrogen atom, as you can see here. The 1 carbon and 4 hydrogen atom. So it is colorless and odorless. It is highly flammable. It is less dense than air. It is major energy source. Okay. Next देखिबा. Which gas is used in electric bulb? Which gas is used in electric bulb? Is it neon? Is it argon? Is it oxygen? Is it carbon dioxide? Which gas is used in electric bulb? This is tungsten and argon. So, amaro electric bulb structure filament रे कौन यूज हुए तार होल बॉडी कौन आमर लीड रे तैयारी तो ये सब जिनस आपण देखि कि जानि परिबे. सो नेक्स्ट देखिबे आगो फर्स्ट कौन ना इनकैंडेसेंट बल्ब कंटेन आर्गन गैस or sometimes krypton to prevent the filament from burning out too quickly. Argon is an inert gas, meaning it does not react with the hot tungsten filament. So tungsten made up of argon or krypton. Tungsten I was in of the mind. So argon is an inert gas जोटा कौन आमर फिलामेंट तैयारी होता है कोथरे ना टंगस्टन ने जोटा कि इजीली इनर्ट गैस रहिबा फल रे जल्दी बर्न हुएनी हीट कैप्चर लेट रे करे जदियो जळे जल्दी. So which help extend the life of the ball. Without argon the tungsten would react with oxygen and burn out rapidly. केते थरा टंगस्टन चेंज करिवो तमे फिलामेंट तो जळी जिवो जल्दी ना. So the most abundant element in the earth's crust. So सबुठो abundant element कोटा हमर अर्थ रे मिलिया को पाए which is what? Oxygen obviously ना. The most abundant element in the earth crust is oxygen, making up approximately 46.6% of the crust. Oxygen is mainly found in oxides and silicates, which are the primarily components of rocks and minerals. It combines with elements like silicon, aluminum, iron and magnesium to form minerals such as quartz. Like ए मान को साथ react करी किसे कौन quartz, feldspar and other chemical reaction भी से मिसी थाए. So next देखिबा. Which metal is used galvanization? So galvanization process रे को metal हमर used हुए. Is it copper, zinc, aluminium or lead? It is galvanization is the process of applying protective zinc coating to iron or steel preventing rusting. So basically iron ऊपर हम कोटे coating चढ़ा जाए, that's why हमारा जल्दी जल्दी कौन ना कलंकी लागेबनी. So rusting को avoid करिया पई delay करिया पई हमारा कौन galvanization process जो थरे के हमारा कौन ना zinc को use करा जाए. Zinc act as a sacrificial metal जोटा कि meaning it corrodes in places of the iron or steel. So iron ro own material rust हेबा बदल रे किए ना zinc हमर rust हुए to save the body of iron and steel. Okay. The most common method is hot dip galvanization. देखि दबो कोन तार point रही छ. So the pH of pure water is. So what is the pH of pure water? 5, 7, 9 or 11. This is 7. जेमिति कि pH scale रहउची कोन हमर 7 रहउची न्यूट्रल, 7 टू याड को रहउची हमर एसिडिक, सेड को रहउची बेसिक जोटा कि अल्कालाइन. सो pH scale ranges from 0 to 14. बेसिकली 7 रु ऊपर को रहिले एसिडिक, 7 रु माने 7 रु पछु माने तळु को रहिले एसिडिक, ऊपर को रहिले बेसिक, 7 is the neutral which is the water. Next, which metal is a liquid at room temperature. Room temperature रे को metal liquid अवस्था रे रुहे. This is what हमारा mercury. समस्त रे जानी चंती एग्जाम रे बहुत थर भी पकाए. So ये unique among metals because कहीं की यूनिक अच्छी सब मेटल भीतर कहीं के ओनली मेटल व्हिच रिमेन लिक्विड इन अ रूम टेम्परेचर. ओके. Which gas is known as laughing gas? Laughing gas बाबे हमें को गैस को जानी छे. Is it oxygen, nitrous oxide, carbon dioxide or hydrogen. This is nitrous oxide. So laughing gas is N2O or nitrous oxide, commonly known as laughing gas because of its ability to induce what? Euphoria, laughter and sense of lightheadedness. It has mild anesthetic and sedative effects, making it widely used. किछि एते पढ़िया दरकार नहीं, बस आपण जानिबे कि नाइट्रस ऑक्साइड इज नोन एज द लाफिंग गैस बस. व्हिच इज द हार्डेस्ट नोन नेचुरल सब्सटेंस. सो सबुटू हार्डेस्ट नेचुरल सब्सटेंस कोटा ना, दिस इज द डायमंड. हाउ? Diamond is the hardest naturally occurring material due to its strong atomic structure. It is composed of carbon atoms arranged in a tetrahedral lattice. Okay, सबुटू हार्ड मने रखंतु किए ना डायमंड, व्हिच इज कोन हेल्प करे कोथिरे ना हमर कटिंग एंड ब्रेकिंग रे. अबे यार इमेज जाई कि सेठी बोधे लागि जाई छी, राइट? सो स्किप करबाटा को. Which element is used in making electric wires? So को element आमे electric wire use करिबारे कहते obviously copper जोटी थिबा ओ काई आमे किछ भाबिबा electric wire copper. So which chemical is used to purify water? को chemical आमे use करूछे water purify रे? Is it sodium chloride, chlorine, oxygen or carbon dioxide? Used कौन करूछे ना chlorine. Okay, chlorine is widely used for water purification due to its strong disinfectant properties. Chlorine पाखरे कौन अच्छी ना the having its own disinfectant properties जोड़ा कि हमें water मिसेले जो infectious bacteria, viruses जहाँ भी हमारे थिबे से सबू कौन मरी जिबे. So आमे chlorine को use करचे and एटा केमिति purify करे water को? disinfectious, oxidation भी करे and residual protection भी करे. मने रहिबो disinfections how? No, chlorine reacts with the microorganisms in water and destroys their cell walls, effectively killing them. And oxidation is the process and the residual protection how? Next, which gas is used in fire extinguishers? को गैस आमर फायर एक्सटिंग्विशर भाव में यूज करूचे? इज इट ऑक्सीजन, कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड, नाइट्रोजन और हाइड्रोजन? सो दिस इज कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड. भूल से हाइड्रोजन मारिबेनी बिकॉज हाइड्रोजन इज वेरी फ्लेमेबल. So carbon dioxide is commonly used in fire extinguisher because it is a non-combustible gas. Which is the highly combustible gas? It is hydrogen. Okay, since fire needs oxygen to sustain combustion, carbon dioxide effectively suffocates the fire. Additionally, carbon dioxide fire. So next देखिबा, which metal is most reactive? को metal अधिक react करे? copper, iron, sodium or gold? This is what? ना sodium. Sodium is alkali metal or alkaline metal भी कहि परिबो and is one of the most reactive metals on the periodic table. It reacts vigorously with water, producing hydrogen gas and heat. बुझी पारलो? copper and gold कहीं नुआ? copper and gold are relatively unreactive and are often found in the pure form थाए nature. And iron कौन बने? Iron is the reactive but much less than the sodium. Next देखिबा, which compound is used in making fertilizers? So fertilizers तैयारी करिबारे को compound हमें use करूछे? What is that? Ammonium nitrate, sodium chloride, carbon dioxide or potassium hydroxide. This is what? The ammonium nitrate. NH4NO3. It is what? Used as a fertilizer because it provides what? Essential nitrogen to plants. Mane rahibo? Which promotes growth? It is a key ingredient to many fertilizers due to its high nitrogen content. Sodium chloride kahi nahi is commonly table salt. Sodium chloride is commonly table salt and is not used as a fertilizer. Carbon dioxide is important for photosynthesis. कौन है? photosynthesis process रे हमर carbon dioxide use हुए, whereas as a byproduct हमर oxygen release हो जाए. And potassium hydroxide is used in some industrial application but is not the primary fertilizer. Next देखिबा, Which element is used in making batteries? So battery आम making जेकोसी बैटरी हो इन्वर्टर बैटरी आम फोन बैटरी जेकोसी बैटरी हो आम जो रिमोट रे पकाउचे जो बैटरी एवरीथिंग कोटा यूज होचे हमर सोडियम लिथियम कोन दिस लिथियम. Lithium is widely used in rechargeable batteries such as those found in mobile phone, laptops and electric vehicles. Lithium ए सब कौन जोरा कि rechargeable जोरा use and throw नहीं. Okay, से थे हमारे कौन use होचे lithium. Sodium is reactive but not commonly used. Okay, next. Which gas is used in welding? So welding, सोल्डिंग वेल्डिंग ये सब आप जानते को गैस आम यूज हुए हाइड्रोजन ऑक्सीजन एसिटिलिन और नाइट्रोजन बिकॉज द एसिटिलिन व्हाई एसिटिलिन इज कॉमनली यूज्ड इन ऑक्सी एसिटिलिन welding where it produces high temperature flame when combined with oxygen making it ideal for कौन easily cutting है कौन welding metals. Okay, next देखिबा. Which of the following is a greenhouse gas? Oxygen, nitrogen, carbon dioxide or hydrogen. या भितरु गोटे ग्रीन हाउस गैस कोटा ऑड वन आउट करिबा डायरेक्ट आंसर देखो. सो कोटा हबो ना कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड. कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड एब्जॉर्ब्स हीट एनर्जी फ्रॉम द अर्थ बिकॉज फोटोसिंथेसिस रे हमर कोन दरकार होची कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड जोटा कि हमर सनलाइट रो आसुची. सो कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड इज द greenhouse gas, absorbs energy from the earth's surface and re-emits it, preventing it from escaping into space. So this leads to an increase in global temperature causing climate change, melting glaciers, etc. And the source of carbon dioxide कोठा सूची burning fossil fuels, deforestation, industrial process, respiration by living organisms. Reducing carbon dioxide emissions by using renewable energy, planting trees and conserving energy can help slow down कौन climate change. So basically carbon dioxide रो emission को हमको रोकिबारे बहुत नियत दरकार because the ozone layer hole हमर को थ्रू होची नाई emission of carbon dioxide. So next question. Next question is which metal is used in making aircraft? The options are copper, aluminium, iron or lead. Basically हमारा aircraft या फिर aeroplane जो body parts रही सेटा हमारा majorly को metal रे use होची बनने वाले ना सेटा aluminium. Why? Because aluminium रा wing हो, fuselage हो and the door हो ऐसा को अपन पूछे ना aluminium रे तैयारी होची because अब तक ना हमारा धीरे-धीरे reduction होगा तारा air lift capacity and the weight reduction है हमारा कौन ही परिवार ना easily बहुत सारे जिनस अलग किसी पैसेंजर मानकर बैग हो एक्सेट्रा लगेज हो से सब कैरी करके को की नहीं परिबो ना हमारा एयरक्राफ्ट नहीं परिबो. सो इट इज लाइट वेट, रिड्यूसेस फ्यूल कंजम्पशन एंड इंप्रूव्स एफिशिएंसी, स्ट्रेंथ, हाई स्ट्रेंथ टू वेट रेशियो, corrosion resistant, prevents rust and extends aircraft lifespan, malleable, easy to shape into aircraft components, alloying capability, often mixed with what? Now mixed with other metals like magnesium and zinc for added strength. Fact, while aluminium is the primary metal, modern aircraft also use titanium for high stress areas and carbon fiber composites for further weight reduction. Next akiba. So the chemical name of what? Now chemical name of table salt is what? Options are sodium bicarbonate, sodium carbonate, sodium chloride, sodium hydroxide and sodium sulfide. So what will be the right answer? Now this is sodium chloride. Got it? So the chemical name of table salt is what? Sodium chloride. So this is a tiny difference between the sea salt and the table salt. Okay. Next देखिबा. So composition कौन होची मेड sodium chloride जोड़ा होची हमारा made up of what? Na sodium and chloride. Obviously sodium ion और chloride ion हमारा रहिबो. Uses कौन होची essential for human health, used in food preservation and medical treatment. Sodium chloride जोड़ा हमारा अच्छी कौन कहले table salt use होची and हमारा sea salt is different and the table salt is different. Sea salt जो table salt का हमारा कौन ना rock salt बोली हुई बात है जोटा कि एडा. Okay. So natural source found in sea water and mined as rock salt halide. Fact: salt was historically so valuable that Roman soldiers were sometimes paid with it, leading to the word salary from the Latin word salaminum. Next question. Which substance is used to preserve food? Who substance are used for food preservation by? Is this potassium nitrate, sorry, sodium nitrate, potassium chloride, sodium benzoate or ammonium sulfate? आमे food preservation by कोटा use करूचे ना sodium benzoate. What? Sodium benzoate C6H5COONA is used for what? Soft drink, jams, pickle and acidic foods as a preservative. आमे कोटा use करूचे ना sodium benzoate. Ammonium sulfate N is for whole to SO4 used as fertilizer and food additive but not primarily for preservation. And potassium chloride used as a salt substitute in low sodium diets but not as a preservative. Sodium nitrate is used in preserving meats. ना meat preservation ପାଇଁ specially ଆମେ use କରୁଛେ କୋଉଟା ନା sodium nitrate. What is that? NaNO3 is using for preservating but na only for meat. But other food materials like the soft drinks, jams, pickles, बहुत दिन धरी के हमर कोन स्टोर रे रही पारुची because of use of what? Sodium benzoate. मने रहिबो. So ammonium sulfate and हमर food vinegar रे हमर sodium benzoate भी रहउची. So ammonium sulfate NH4 to SO4 used as a fertilizer and food additive. K ammonium sulfate. So why sodium benzoate? Can you already know? Because it inhibits the growth of mold, yeast and bacteria in acidic foods and beverages. धीरे धीरे कोन गोटे बहुत दिन तक रहिला फल रे कोन हुए ना हमर बैक्टीरियल इंक्रीज हुए हमर yeast डेवलपमेंट हुए ताकू ग्रोथ हे जाय मोल्ड रो ताकू अटकेबा पे हमर कोन हुए ना सोडियम बेंजोएट हे जाय रखा जाय as a preservation. So commonly used with found in carbonated drinks, salad dressings, fruit juice, pickles and jams product हम कोन ठीक है अधिक दिन धरि के रखी यूज करे कितरे के प्रिजर्वेटिव एडेड निहाती दरकार यस जल्दी. So how it works? It prevents microbial growth by lowering the pH inside microbial cells. Fact: sodium benzoate is naturally found in cranberries, plums, apples and cinnamon. But na sodium benzoate is naturally found in where? Na naturally हमारा cranberries रे थाए, plums रे थाए, apples रे थाए and cinnamon रे थाए. But na sodium benzoate. मने रखिबे the foods are very much important for the exam perspective. The sodium benzoate is found in cranberries, apples, plums and cinnamon. Which acid is present in the human stomach? Which acid is present in the human stomach? Is it sulfuric acid, hydrochloric acid, acetic acid or nitric acid? वो acid हमारे use हुए human stomach रे हमारा कौन hydrochloric acid. Why? Because it is produced by the stomach acid. कौन जो air digestion करिबारे हमको help करी कि hydrochloric acid हम stomach लाइन hydrochloric acid बाहर है देन हम खाद्य देते बेले stomach को जाए तासे मिक्स हे हमर डाइजेशन प्रक्रिया टा बहुत स्मूथ हे जाय इजी हे जाय. सो सल्फ्यूरिक एसिड कोन बनो हाईली कोरोसिव यूज्ड इन इंडस्ट्रियल एप्लीकेशंस नॉट फूड इन द ह्यूमन बॉडी एटा हमर न थाय. सो नाइट्रिक एसिड स्ट्रांग एसिड यूज्ड इन फर्टिलाइजर्स पे यूज करा जाय कोटा ना हमर नाइट्रिक एसिड व्हिच इज SnO3 not found in the body. Why hydrochloric acid there functions कौन अच्छी ना aid digestion by breaking down food and activating digestive enzymes like what ना pepsin. pH level stomach acid has a pH of around 1.5 to 3.5 making it highly acidic. Kills bacteria, prevents infections by killing harmful microbes in food. Fact: the stomach lining produces mucus. What? The stomach line हमारा present रोची mucus to protect itself from its own acid. So जो mucus line हमारा कोटे layer अच्छी कौन stomach रे सेटा हमको कौन help करोची जदि direct हमारा कौन hydrochloric acid is very much dangerous जदि direct वो body को से जगह रा कौन नष्ट हो जाए जल्दी randomly कोटे जगह रे जदि पड़ेला the mucus line टा कोन हेल्प करे जदी सपोज हम खाद्य नथिबो पेटर एम्प्टी स्टोमक रे हाइड्रोक्लोरिक एसिड पड़े जदी बार बार हम एम्प्टी स्टोमक रे रहिला हाइड्रोक्लोरिक एसिड पड़िला गोटे सेम पोजीशन रे ताहे धीरे धीरे तमरा कोन से खाद्य मटे जाती हे छै जहा फल रे कि हमर वेराइटीज ऑफ appendicitis हो वेराइटीज ऑफ डिजीज हमर स्टार्ट हुई गैस्ट्रिक द मेन रीजन देन लिवर फेलियर ये सब जिंस हमर स्टार्ट होसे सो ये म्यूकस लाइन हमको प्रोटेक्ट करे कोथिरु ना हाइड्रोक्लोरिक एसिड को डायरेक्ट हमर स्टोमक लाइन रे टच करे next देखिबा which compound is used in toothpaste is it sodium chloride calcium carbonate magnesium hydroxide or sodium chloride which compound is used in toothpaste now in toothpaste we use in sodium chloride okay why because it strengthens tooth enamel ama tantar jo madi thai taku se strong करे by kon करे by remineralizing it protects against tooth decay and cavities धीरे धीरे हमर दांत में पोको लागे या फिर किसी दांत पोको लागे या फिर दांत में किसी प्रॉब्लम आसे तेथु हम की रक्षा करे ना सोडियम क्लोराइड जोटे हम टूथपेस्ट रे ऐड करके बेका होची सो फाइट अगेंस्ट बैक्टीरिया दैट कॉजेस plaque buildup sodium chloride again what like कौन रही लाइक सोडियम क्लोराइड को भी यूज परिबनी सोडियम क्लोराइड अपन मन जानछ कि कॉमनली ऑन टेबल सॉल्ट calcium carbonate used and what abrasive in some toothpaste to remove stains and flake magnesium hydroxide MgOH2 found in antacids okay not a key component of toothpaste that one most toothpaste contains fluoride in some form because it is scientifically proven to prevent what cavities mane rahiba why sodium fluoride why not others so the compound that cannot be kept in glass vessels because it reacts with glass the compound that cannot be kept in glass vessels because it reacts with glass is what it is hydrofluoric because it is hydrofluoric okay glass is made mainly in silica which is stable in strong material most acids like what hydrogen chloride hydrogen bromide and NO3 don't react with glass so they can be strong in glass bottom safety but hydrochloric acid is special it has a strong attraction to silica ଆମର कोन सिलिका सहित गोटे स्ट्रांग अट्रैक्शन कहार रही ना हाइड्रोक्लोरिक एसिड रो दैट्स व्हाई जदी हम कोन ग्लास ग्राम कंटेनर रे रखिबा ताले संगे संगे ताको ब्रेक डाउन कर दबो दैट्स व्हाई हम ताको दिन प्लास्टिक कंटेनर रे यूज करबे सो हाइड्रोजन जो हाइड्रोक्लोरिक एसिड इज ऑलवेज stored in plastic मन रहिबो गोटे लाइन में मन रखो कि hydrochloric acid cannot be kept in glass vessels because it reacts with the silica in glass okay so chemically aspirin is what now chemically aspirin is nothing but the acetyl salicylic acid or ame janiथिबा ACA the acetyl salicylic acid is what aspirin is chemically known as acetyl salicylic acid it is a derivative salicylic acid where an acetyl group CS COCH3 and COCH3 that double and single bond करके रही is added to the hydroxyl group जोड़ा कौन होची OH group of salicylic acid so key point अपन कौन मन रखिबे ना हमर कोन aspirin is nothing but the acetyl salicylic acid used as what number अमृतांजन रे भी याकू यूज करा जाए सॉरी यूज करा जाए this is pain reliever anti inflammatory and this is blood thinner माने रहिबो नेक्स्ट देखिबा phenyl used in household work is a derivative of what आमे जो phenyl यूज करू छे सेटा कहार गोटे डेरिवेटिव ना this is the derivative of benzene how have a look the phenyl is a benzene derived functional group with chemical formula C6H5 household phenyl commonly used as a disinfectant and cleaner disinfectant and cleaner as use option we have phenyl to say हमर कोन this is the benzene derivative and benzene derived कोई परिबा derived from benzene contains phenol group is what this is C6H5 OH or other benzene derived derivatives mixed with soap or emulsifiers. Key points कौन मन रखिबा? Phenyl is derived from benzene C6H6 used in disinfectants, floor cleaners and germicides. Acts as an antiseptic and deodorizer in household cleaning. Next one ଅଛି ଦେଖିବା. The functional group present in ethanol is hydroxyl. मन रहिबो functional group जोटा हमर ethanol रे present अछि ताकू कोन कहै छै? This is the hydroxyl functional group. Ethanol रो कोन होछि? C2H5OH is a ethanol group, is an alcohol, and the characteristic functional group of alcohols is the hydroxyl group. This hydroxyl group is responsible for hydrogen bonding, which affects the ethanol solubility in water and boiling point. Key points कौन होची? ना ethanol chemical formula होची C2H5OH. Hydroxyl group makes it an alcohol. Because of presence of hydroxyl group, ethanol is alcohol in nature. Used in alcoholic beverages, sanitizers, and as a fuel additive. जो कि question रे बहुत times पड़े कि sanitizer से कौन use करा जाए? ethanol, methanol, propanol किछि पड़िबो. So the right answer will be ethanol. जदि भी थिबो hydroxyl group के ethanol. Next देखिबा. Which of the following is an aromatic hydrocarbon? Powder is methane, ethane, benzene or propane. So benzene is the aromatic compound. Look why. Aromatic hydrocarbons are compounds that contain one or more benzene ring. गोटे benzene ring हो जामा कोन? C6H6. जदि गोटे रु अधिक हमर रहिला ताको कोन कहै जिवो? Aromatic hydrocarbons. Similar structures with delocalized pi electron which provides extra stability. Key points: benzene कौन होची? C6H6 is the simplest aromatic hydrocarbon with a ring structure and alternative double bonds. Methane is CH4, ethane is C2H6. अमेरिका कार्बन कंपाउंड को नेकी हमरा मीथेन, इथेन, प्रोपेन जेतेटा नंबर ऑफ कार्बन कंपाउंड थिबो से अनुसार हमरा ना चेंज हे जिवो. ठीक अछि, सेटा मन रखि दिबे. सो नेक्स्ट हमरा देखो जेमिति गोटे कार्बन अछि दैट्स व्हाई मीथेन, दीटा अछि इथेन, हमरा एटा तीनटा अछि दैट्स व्हाई प्रोपेन, चारटा थिले ब्यूटेन, पांचटा थिले पेंटेन, दैट्स व्हाई हमरा कोन चली. सो aromatic compounds follow what? Hocker's rule. Aromatic compounds four rule follow करे according to Hocker's rule से तार bond create करे. So 4n plus 24, n plus 24, n plus 2 pi. Electrons where n is an integer. This is the formula. যদি क्वेश्चन आसे ए formula apply करिकि हम कोन problem solve करि पारे. ठीक अछि. What is the IUPAC name of CH3CH2COOH? What is that? So what is the IUPAC name? The options are propanoic acid, ethanoic acid, butanoic acid, methanoic acid. So मु आपन कहिथिली आपन कार्बन काउंट करिवे. ठीक अछि, केतेटा कार्बन रहउची से अनुसार आपन ना कहिबे. फर्स्ट कोन? फर्स्ट रहउची मिथेन, गोटे कार्बन थिले, दीटा कार्बन थिले केते कोन हबो ना इथेन, तीनटा कार्बन थिले प्रोपेन, पांचटा कार्बन थिले हमर कोन हबो ना ब्यूटेन, पांचटा कार्बन थिले हमर कोन पेंटेन. सो अकॉर्डिंग टू दैट एथिरा हमर केतेटा कार्बन अछि ना 1 2 and 3. सो दिस इज व्हाट? P रू प्रोपेन हबो. तो कोठी अछि और वन आउट कर दियंतु प्रोपेनोइक एसिड. गॉट इट? नेक्स्ट. So the given molecular formula CH3CH2COOH corresponds to a carboxylic acid COOH functional group with 3 carbon atoms in a straight chain. Step by step IUPAC naming कौन रहिबो? Identify the longest carbon chain containing COOH. It has 3 carbon atoms. So the root name is what? Na propane. Root name कौन? Na propane. Okay. So replace the E from alkane propane with oic acid. जेमिति कि आपण कहिली आपण कंफ्यूज हेबेनी. देखंतु ना तो आपण को टोटल टा पढी के आपण जानि परिबे स्टेप बाय स्टेप केमती आउटपैक नेम बनेबे. फर्स्ट द लॉन्गेस्ट कार्बन चेन जोटा COOH कंटेन करछि ताकू आपण चूज करिवे. जते कि इट हैज 3 कार्बन एटम्स. केतेटा गणिया को कहितली? केतेटा? 1 2 and 3. 3 कार्बन एटम्स. 3 कार्बन एटम्स. सो द रूट नेम इज कोन? तीनटा कार्बन हेले प्रोपेन कहितली, दीटा कार्बन हेले केते हबो? इथेन हबो, गोटे कार्बन हेले मिथेन हबो. अकॉर्डिंग टू दैट आपण दिल लगे देले. देन रिप्लेस द ई टा को आपण रिप्लेस करिवे कोथिरु ना प्रोपेन रु. सो कोन हबो हमरा? खाली एति की विथ ओइक एसिड. सो एटा कोन हबो? PROPAN रहिला. तापरे ओइक एसिड लगी गला ओइक एसिड कौन पे लगिला एज फॉर कार्बोक्सिलिक एसिड नेम्स रूल कार्बोक्सिलिक एसिड रो गोटे रूल अछि जोटा नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन में आसीबो जति म आपन को बुझाई देबी अदरवाइज गोटे क्वेश्चन में बहुत लाइक टाइम स्पेंड हे जिवो सो आपन कोन हला प्रोपेन रे कोन कार्बोक्सिलिक एसिड पे हमर ओइक लगिला सो एटा हे गला कोन प्रोपेनोइक गॉट इट जदि सेटा एंती थांदा सपोज आ गोटे कार्बन लगी थांदा सपोज CH4 सॉरी CH4 CH CH3 CH2 COOH सपोज एमी थांता आपण कोन लगे थांदी 1 2 3 4 एटा से जी सो बिटानोइक हे थांता माने अछि कारण एठी हमर कोन कार्बोक्सिलिक ग्रुप अछि दैट्स व्हाई हमर ओइक एसिड रहिबो and because of present of what 4 carbon inside the chain so eta kon he jibo butanoic ho jibo butane plus oic acid the you will remove from the butane and butanoic acid complete so next dekhiba which of the following is a saturated hydrocarbon which of the following is a saturated hydrocarbon ethylene acetylene benzene or methane so which is a saturated hydrocarbon this is methane what now this is methane got it so a saturated hydrocarbon also called an alkane contains only single bonds between carbon atoms these compounds follow the general formula CnC2n plus 2 ठीक है and are fully saturated with hydrogen atoms so ethylene C2H4 acetylene C2H2 benzene C6H6 and the so on number chalibo so methane is for what methane is for CH4 मन रहिबा गोटे कार्बन रहिला कोन methane so next देखिबा saturated hydrocarbons के को बॉन्ड करे ना only single bond ही ते करे and the unsaturated hydrocarbons करे double and triple bond मन रहिबा सैचुरेटेड को बॉन्ड क्रिएट करे हाइड्रोजन सहित हाइड्रोजन कार्बन सिंगल बॉन्ड आ अनसैचुरेटेड डबल और ट्रिपल बॉन्ड नेक्स्ट सो नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन अछि द प्रोसेस ऑफ कन्वर्टिंग वेजिटेबल्स ऑयल इनटू सॉलिड फैट्स इज कॉल्ड द प्रोसेस ऑफ कन्वर्टिंग वेजिटेबल ऑयल्स इनटू सॉलिड फैट्स इज कॉल्ड व्हाट this is saponification or this is hydrogenation or this is esterification or this is fermentation so the process of converting what vegetables oils into solid fat is called what it is hydrogenation mone rahibo vegetable oil ru solid fat ku convert kariba ku kon kuha jibo na hydrogenation mone rahibo dekhantu fai so the process of converting vegetables oils into solid fats is called hydrogenation. This involves adding hydrogen gas to unsaturated fats which have double bonds in the presence of a metal catalyst. Why? And this is due to the presence of metal catalyst. Vegetables oils contain unsaturated fatty acids with unsaturated fatty acids माने असला माने unsaturated कथा असला माने भाबी देथिबे double नहले triple bond so here makes a double bonds making them liquid hydrogenation breaks these double bonds by adding hydrogen atoms by adding what by adding hydrogen atoms making the fat more saturated and solid at room temperature this process is used to make margarine and banaspati ghee so this is for what na amara margarine sorry migraine कहि देली sorry margarine and the banaspati ghee use करिवा पय हमर कोन यूज हुए ना हमर हाइड्रोजनेशन प्रोसेस रे मन रहिबो सो saponification formation of soap from fats and alkali एलास देखंतु सोप रु मन पके कि रिलेट करिवे saponification रु सोप and what is the esterification reaction of acid plus alcohol what na reaction of acid plus alcohol to form an ester what is the fermentation breakdown of organic compounds by microorganisms what na amar organic compound को breaking down करिवा को to produce what alcohol or acids next देखिबा which of the following is used as a refrigerant in domestic refrigerators which of the following is used as a refrigerant in domestic refrigerators is it ammonia carbon dioxide freon or methane what is that this is freon which of the following is which of the following is used as a refrigerant in domestic refrigerators? Tell me which of the following is used as a refrigerant in domestic refrigerators? This is freon. And why freon? Freon is the trade name for a group of chlorofluorocarbons. So chlorofluorocarbons are gote trade name, gote pet name कहि परिबा कोन ना freon. मने रहइबो chlorofluorocarbon को refrigerator हमर यूज हुए, सो रिलेट करिवे डायरेक्ट कहा को हमर फ्रेयन को क्लोरोफ्लोरोकार्बन सहित मन रहइबो. एंड हाइड्रोफ्लोरोकार्बन्स जोटा हमर कोन HFCs that are used as what? As refrigerants in domestic refrigerations and air conditioners. Air conditioners से हमरा कौन यूज हुए and refrigeration में हमरा कौन यूज हुए ना हमरा hydrofluorocarbons कोड़ा and chlorofluorocarbons. So what is the freon used? Why is freon used? Because it has the low boiling point, ideal for heat absorption and cooling. Okay, easily se kona heat absorption and cooling kari paribo, non toxic and non flammable, safe for household use, and efficient heat transfer properties. It has the efficient of heat transfer properties, like it helps maintain cooling performance. Next dekhiba. So the next question is, the main constituent of natural rubber is? The main constituent of natural rubber is what? Is it isoprene? Is it butadiene? Is it styrene? Is it ethylene? So the main constitution of natural rubber is what? Na isoprene. Natural rubber is what? Na isoprene. Next देखिबा, natural rubber is a polymer or isoprene. Isoprene is also known as what? 2-methylene 1 and 3-butadiene. So kona 2-methylene 1, 2-methyl 1 and 3-butadiene. It is obtained from the latex of rubber trees. It is obtained from the latex of rubber trees and is composed mainly of polyisoprene, which provides its elasticity and strength. Which provides its elasticity and the strength. So key points is about isoprene is the monomer that forms natural rubber through polymerization. The structure consists of what? CIS1 and 4 polyisoprene, which gives rubber its elastic and flexible properties. So basically आपण मन रखी परिबे हमर कोन ना rubber is a polymer of what? Na isoprene. मन रहिबो. Next. So which of the following is a monosaccharide? Which of the following options is a monosaccharide? देखन sucrose, lactose, glucose or maltose. मन रखंतु glucose होउची हमर कोन ना गोटे monosaccharide, rest of all are what? Na polysaccharide or disaccharide a type ro. So कोन रहइबो ना a monosaccharide is the simplest form of carbohydrate consisting of a single sugar unit that cannot be broken down further by what? Na hydrolysis method re it cannot be broken down further. So glucose is what? Na C6H12O6 is the formula of glucose. Is your what? Monosaccharide, which means it is a simple sugar and the primary energy source for living organism. So what is the sucrose? Sucrose is the disaccharide made up of what? Glucose and fructose, whereas lactose is a disaccharide made up of glucose and galactose. What is the maltose? Is a disaccharide made up of what? 2 glucose units. Next देखिबा, the sweetest natural sugar is? The sweetest natural sugar is what? Is it glucose, fructose, sucrose or lactose? This is fructose. So sweetest natural sugar कौन रहिबा हमरो? Naturally occurred sugar which is sweet is fructose. Among the natural sugar, fructose is the sweetest one. It is found in where? It is found in fruits, honey and some vegetables. Relatively sweetness of sugars compared to sucrose is fructose 170, sucrose table sugar to the अधिक जोटा कि equal to 100, glucose 75, lactose 15 to 30. ठीक अछि, सबुठु लीस्ट स्वीट कोटा ना हमर सबुठु हाईएस्ट कोटा ना हमर रहइबो कोन? सुक्रोज as well as हमर कोन? सॉरी फ्रुक्टोज एंड सबुठ हाईएस्ट होची हमर फ्रुक्टोज देन हमर रहइबो कोन सुक्रोज एंड हमर एंड रहइबो कि ना हमर कोन लैक्टोज ठीक अछि नेक्स्ट सो व्हिच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग इज ए नॉन reducing sugar which of the following is a non reducing sugar it is glucose fructose sucrose or maltose which of the following is a non reducing sugar now this is sucrose so a reducing sugar is one of that has a free aldehyde or ketone group allowing it to reduce Benedict or Filling's reagent. Why is sucrose non-reducing? Because sucrose is made up of what? Glucose plus fructose linked via glycosidic bond between the anomeric carbons. This bond prevents the formation of a free aldehyde or ketone group. What? Na free aldehyde group or ketone group. Meaning sucrose cannot reduce Benedict's or Filling's reagent. The polymer obtained by the condensation of hexamethyl. Okay, the polymer obtained by the condensation of hexamethylidimine. कौन हबा hexamethylene idimine कौन हबा हमारा ना and adipic acid is what ना हमर एटा कोन नाइलॉन 66 टाक मन रखिबे कोन ना हेक्सामिथाइलिन एडिमाइन ओके एडियामाइन सो नाइलॉन 66 टाक मन रखि देबे टिके डिफिकल्ट हम मन रखिबा को बट जेहेतु एटार केमिकल नेम यार किछि शॉर्टकट नाही कि आपन को इजी वे रे बुझाई देबी सो दैट आपनकर मन रहि जिवो ओके सो एटा टिके ट्रिक रे मन रखिया को पड़िबो नेक्स्ट यार डिटेल भी आपन को बुझाइले टिके डिफिकल्ट हबो सो मैं डिटेल रखी देछि आपनकर जदी किछि बुझिबार प्रॉब्लम हबो देन आपन मते कमेंट सेक्शन ए विषय जणाइबे बट दिस इज आज इट इज ए कोन केमिकल फार्मूला एंड तार कोन सब ओपेक नेम ए सब मन रखिया को पड़िबो त टिके डिफिकल्ट हबो फॉर दो स्टूडेंट हु आर फ्रॉम नॉन साइंस बैकग्राउंड सो नेक्स्ट देखिबा व्हिच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग इज एन एसेंशियल ऑफ अमीनो एसिड व्हिच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग इज एसेंशियल फॉर अमीनो एसिड दिस इज valine हाउ Essential amino acids are those that cannot be synthesized by the human body and must be obtained from the diet. Essential amino acids are those that cannot be synthesized by the human body and must be obtained from the diet. From where? From the diet. Essential amino acids are what? Those that cannot be synthesized by the human body and must be obtained from the diet. Valine is one of the 9 essential amino acids which also what? Which also include what? Leucine, isoleucine, lysine, methionine and ए सब जिंस हम 9 टा रहउची valine group से भितरु valine is one of the कोन 9 essential amino acid भितरु गोटे सो एवडा सब होची हमर कोन non essential amino acids ठीक अछि and valine is the essential one. Next देखिबा so what is next the vitamin responsible for blood clotting is the vitamin responsible for blood clotting is what is it vitamin A vitamin C vitamin D or vitamin K what is that the vitamin responsible for blood clotting is what vitamin K mane rahiba next ब्लड क्लॉटिंग पे आपण जानि छंती हमर को विटामिन विटामिन के विटामिन सी एंड ऑल तार किछि कोन विटामिन सी हमर कोन स्किन को यंग रखे जोटा कि मेनली साइट्रस फ्रूट रे हम देखिबा को मिले सो हेल्प्स इन वुंड हीलिंग एंड कोलेजन सिंथेसिस बोथ डजंट डायरेक्टली सो कोन ब्लड क्लॉटिंग से तार किछि रिलेशन है विटामिन ई इज फॉर विजन विटामिन डी जोटा हम कोन सनलाइट रो मिले एज अ D3 फॉर्म रेगुलेट फॉर कैल्शियम एंड बोन हेल्थ बढ़ास no primary role in clotting so vitamin K is play a crucial role in synthesis of what clotting factors in the liver which are essential for blood coagulation. Next, which of the following is a fat soluble vitamin which of the following is a fat soluble vitamin is it vitamin B1, vitamin C or vitamin D or vitamin B6. Fat soluble means कौन ना हमारा vitamin D जोटा कि अच्छी कोटी sunlight रे present अच्छी जोटा हम कौन calcium दोची and bone को हमारा strong रखुची. So fat soluble vitamins are in the body is fat tissue and a liver, and they include vitamin A, D, E and K. Vitamin D is a fat soluble vitamin that plays a crucial role in calcium absorption, bone health and immune function. Okay, got it? It can be obtained what? It can be obtained from sunlight exposure, certain foods like on fish and fortified dairy and the supplements. Mane rahibo? So what is the vitamin B1? Vitamin B1 is what? The thiamine, water soluble. What? Vitamin B1 is nothing but the thiamine, which is water soluble. Helps with energy metabolism. Vitamin C is water soluble, act as an antioxidant and supports the immune system. Vitamin B6 is the pyridoxine, water soluble, involved in protein, what? Involved in protein metabolism and neurotransmitter functions. Next dekhiba. So the deficiency of which vitamin causes scurvy? The deficiency of which vitamin causes scurvy? Vitamin A, B1, vitamin C or vitamin D? Let's see. The vitamin C deficiency causes skin disease जोटा कि हम कौन skin को better रखे किए vitamin C. Scurvy is a skin disease, so vitamin C deficiency रही तो हमारा scurvy होबो. Odd one out. So vitamin A deficiency causes night blindness. Vitamin B thiamine deficiency रे हमारा कौन हुए ना beriberi and vitamin D रे हमारा कौन हुए ना rickets, and the children had the osteomalacia in adults. So next देखिबा, which of the following is an artificial sweetener? जेमती कहली गोटे artificial, I think repeat हे जाइछि artificial, sorry natural sweetener थिला. So which of the following is artificial sweetener जोटा कि हमरा diet coke रे add हुए जोटा कि मु पूरा दिन को 3-3टा पी जाए. So this is saccharin. Okay. So saccharin is an artificial sweetener, meaning it is a synthetically produced and not found naturally. It is calorie free and is used in many sugar free products like what? Like diet sodas, chewing gums and sugar substitutes. Okay, it is more sweeter than sucrose, table sugar, so only a small amount is needed for sweetness. Glucose, a natural sugar found in carbohydrates, essential for energy. Fructose, a natural sugar found in fruits and honey. Sucrose, common table sugar naturally occurring in sugarcane or beets. Next. So the process of fermentation is used to produce what? The process of fermentation is used to produce what? The options are acetic acid, citric acid, ethanol or lactic acid. The process of fermentation is used to produce what? Now our options are the ethanol. Fermentation is a metabolic process in which microorganisms such as yeast or bacteria convert sugar into alcohol or acids in the absence of oxygen. So ethanol is a key product of fermentation, especially in the alcoholic beverage industry and biofuel production. This process is widely used in making beer, wine and spirits, as well as in producing bioethanol for fuel. Acetic acid produced by bacterial oxidation of ethanol, not directly through fermentation. So acetic acid produced from what? Na produced by the bacterial oxidation द्वारा हमारा acetic acid formation होगी. Citric acid producing through a different fermentation process using what? Using aspergillus niger. Lactic acid produced via lactic acid fermentation, mainly dairy products like yogurt. So khira ru dahi hoji because of the lactic bacteria present inside the what? In the curd. Okay. So the most abundant rare gas in the atmosphere is, the most abundant rare gas in the atmosphere is what? This is helium, neon, argon or xenon. Most abundant कौन होची हमारा argon. Argon is the most abundant noble gas, or you can say rare gas in Earth's atmosphere, making up about 0.93%. What? 0.93% of the total air. It is much more abundant than what? Neon अच्छी 0.00118 तो सबुठू नेग्लिजिबल अच्छे नियन हिलियम जेनन बट एमानकटू टिके बेटर कंडीशन किए अच्छी ना हमर आर्गन. Argon is chemically inert and is used in applications such as welding, lightning, and preserving historical documents. So the most malleable metal is what? Platinum, silver, iron, or gold. Let's see the answer. Now this is what? Now gold. The gold is the most malleable, means most soft material, जोटा कि कोथि पाई, meaning it can hammered or pressed into extremely thin sheets without breaking. So malleable means कौन easily आमे गरम करी ता कौन stress करी परिबा, आउ सबरे कौन भांगी जीवा, but एटा भांगेनी, एटा stress out हेई पारे. So why is gold is the most malleable? A single gram of gold can be beaten into a sheet of 1 square meter. माने एत्ती की पतला रे ताकू स्प्रेड कला परे भी से भांगी बनी 1 meter square रे गोटे ग्राम गोल्ड स्प्रेड हेई पारिबो. That's the capacity of the gold. So the number of electron present in hydrogen atom. तो number of electron केते ना H plus रे हमर केते? This is just 0, nothing. So a neutral hydrogen जोटा कि H plus atom has 1 proton and 1 electron. Where hydrogen loses an electron, it forms H plus जोटा कि गोटे प्रोटॉन नहीं. Since an electron is removed, H plus has 0 electron. गोटे इलेक्ट्रॉन तो रिमूव कर दबो ना, सो केतरा रहइबो? गोटे 0 electron. So the half life period of an isotope is 2 hours. After 6 hours, what fraction of the initial quantity of the isotope will be left behind? The half life of period of an isotope is 2 hours. 2 hours. After 6 hours, what is the fraction of the initial quantity? This will be 1/8. Look. So remaining fraction kete rahuchi amara half, where n is the number of half lives. Okay, given half life kete 2 hours, total time kete 6 hours. Number of half lives हम calculate करिबा kete 6/2, that is 3. Now applying the formula 1/2 रे हम कोन करियो 1/2 आमे बाहरी गला n, so n is equal to 3, that's why 1/8. Clear? Next देखिबा, which metal ion is associated with hemoglobin? Which metal ion is associated with hemoglobin? This is कौन? iron. Iron हमर hemoglobin सहित थाए ना, कहंती ना बॉडी रो hemoglobin, iron रो डेफिशिएंसी हेले hemoglobin रो कौन परिमाण बॉडी रे कम थाए. जेते बेले हमर hemoglobin कम थाए, हमको डॉक्टर सजेस्ट करंदी iron tablet कंज्यूम करिया पई. So hemoglobin is associated with iron. So hemoglobin is a protein in red blood cells that is responsible for transporting oxygen throughout the body. The metal ion associated with hemoglobin is iron, Fe2+, which is found in the hemi group of hemoglobin. This ion binds with oxygen molecules, allowing blood to carry oxygen efficiently. Okay, so the next question is, the chemical name of baking soda is? What is the chemical name of the baking soda? Is it sodium carbonate, sodium bicarbonate, sodium hydroxide, or sodium chloride? What is the baking soda? This is nothing but the sodium bicarbonate. Look why and how. Baking soda is chemically known as what? Na sodium bicarbonate, which is the chemical formula कौन ना NaHCO3. ठीक अछि. It is a white crystalline compound that is commonly used in where na baking as a leavening agent, in cleaning, and as a antacid to relieve heartburn. So amar कोन सब गैस टैबलेट रहउची, सेथिरे हमर कोन रहउची ना सोडियम बाइकार्बोनेट गोटे तार कोन कंपाउंड भाबरे ताको कंपोजिशन रहउची. सो सोडियम कार्बोनेट इज Na2CO3, also known as what? ना washing soda. Washing soda. Sodium hydroxide known as what? Na caustic soda. Sodium hydroxide is known as what? Is known as caustic soda. And the sodium chloride is known as what? Na commonly known as table salt. बुझी पारले मन रहिबो. Next, the SI unit of pressure is? The SI unit of pressure is what? Pascal, Newton, Joule, or watt? The SI unit of pressure is Pascal. The SI unit of pressure is what? Pascal. The SI unit of pressure is the Pascal. It is defined as 1 Newton per square meter. So the formula for the pressure is equal to force by area, which is Newton by meter square. Newton is equal to the SI unit of force, joule is the SI unit of energy, and what is the SI unit of power. So next देखिबा the gas law that states the volume of a gas is inversely proportional to its pressure at constant temperature is the gas law that states the volume of a gas is inversely proportional to its pressure at constant temperature is what? Is Boyle's law. So Boyle's law states that what? Now at a volume of a gas is inversely proportional to its pressure. Next. So Boyle's law states that at a constant temperature the volume of a gas is inversely proportional to what? Its pressure. Charles' law states that the volume of a gas is directly proportional to its temperature. Avogadro's law states that the volume of a gas is directly proportional to the number of moles at a constant temperature or pressure. And pressure, constant temperature and pressure जो number of moles present थाए सेटा directly proportional हुए कहा सहित ना volume of the gas सहित. And Gay-Lussac's law कौन कहूची states that the pressure of a gas is directly proportional to its temperature at what? At constant volume. Gay-Lussac's law कौन कहूची states that the pressure of a gas is directly proportional to its temperature at constant volume. Next, the temperature at which real gases obey the ideal gas laws over a wide range of pressure is called. The temperature at which real gases obey the ideal gas law over a wide range of pressure is called what? Is called Boyle's temperature. मन रहिबो Boyle's law, Charles law ए सब गुडा को मन रखिया को पड़िबो. The Boyle's temperature is what? At the temperature is the temperature at which a real gas obeys the ideal gas law over a wide range of pressure. At this temperature, the compressibility factors is close to 1, meaning the gas behaves ideally. So what is the critical temperature? Now the temperature above which gas cannot be liquefied. The temperature above which a gas cannot be again liquefied regardless of the pressure applied. जते भी pressure पकाओ तो gas टा कौन हबो? Critical temperature रे liquefied haboni back to from the gas. So absolute temperature is what? Now a general term referring to temperature measured on a absolute scale. So minimum kon absolute temperature, absolute scale le jete bele ame kon karuche na temperature check karuche, that is known as the absolute temperature. What is the inversion temperature? The temperature at which a gas changes from cooling to heating behavior. The temperature at which a gas changes from cooling to heating behavior during expansion is in the Joule. In what? Now in the Joule-Thomson effect. The temperature at which a gas changes from cooling to heating behavior during expansion in Joule-Thomson effect. What is the next? So the number of moles in 11.2 liters of a gas at STP is what? The number of moles in 11.2 liter of gas at STP is what? 0.5. Look how. At standard temperature and pressure, STP ta kon hoji standard temperature and pressure. 1 mole of an ideal gas occupied 22.4 liter according to question. So to calculate the number of moles, minimum ta hoji amra kete 22.4 per liter. Question e deichi amra kete na number of moles achi 11.2 meter. So डेफिनेटली हमर कोन हिजबो 11.2 by 22.4 अकॉर्डिंग टू गिवन कोन मोल्स केमति बाहरिबो गिवन वॉल्यूम by मोलर वॉल्यूम at STP and molar volume जो थांता मोल into given volume, so 11.2 by 22.4 is equal to 0.5. So what is the unit of the equilibrium constant for a reaction with an equal number of reactants and products in the gas phase? What is the unit of the equilibrium constant for a reaction with an equal number of reactants and products in the gas phase? This is mole per liter, ATM atmospheric meter, or number of unit, or liter per mole. What will be the right answer? Now what is the unit of equilibrium constant ro? There is no unit. मन रहिबो equilibrium constant रो for a reaction with an equal number of reactants and products in the gas phase सेथरे कोन रहिबो ना equilibrium constant रो no limit. मन रहिबो there is no unit. Okay, so the equilibrium constant k बाबरे तीनटा k is given by k is equal to products by reactants. Okay, if the total number of moles of gaseous reactants is equal to the total number of gaseous products, the unit in the numerator and denominator cancelled out. That's why there will be no unit for the equilibrium constant at gaseous phase. So this results in a dimensionless equilibrium constant. Next देखिबा. So a catalyst increases the rate of a chemical reaction by. A catalyst increases the rate of a chemical reaction by what? By decreasing the activation energy, or increasing the concentration of reactants, or increasing the activation energy, or increasing the temperature. ना एक catalyst सब बेले कौन करे? गोटे enzyme as a catalyst सब बेले reaction को fasten करी दिए. ठीक अच्छी, बट एठी कोन देछि ना कैटलिस्ट इंक्रीजेस द रेट ऑफ केमिकल रिएक्शन बाय जते बेले कोन एक्टिवेशन एनर्जी को डिक्रीज करिवो हमर कैटलिस्ट कोन करे इंक्रीज करे. जदी एक्टिवेशन टा हमर डिक्रीज थिबो सॉरी इंक्रीज थिबो कैटलिस्ट कोन करिवो ताको डिक्रीज करिवो. कैटलिस्ट काम ही होज ताको फास्टन करिवो, बट केमिकल रिएक्शन ने कोन होची ए कैटलिस्ट इंक्रीज द रेट ऑफ ए केमिकल रिएक्शन बाय डिक्रीजिंग द एक्टिवेशन एनर्जी. मन रहिबो. Next, so increasing the activation energy, it is would slow down the reaction. Decreasing the activation energy, as it is allows more reactants to overcome the energy barrier. Increasing the concentration of reactants, as it can speed up a reaction, but is not how a catalyst works. Increasing the temperature, what is the increasing in temperature? As temperature affects reaction rate, but is not the role of a catalyst. Next देखिबा, the pH of neutral solution at 25 degrees Celsius. The pH of neutral solution at 25 degrees Celsius is 7. Look how 7, because at 25 degrees Celsius pure water and neutral solution have equal concentration. So pH water रो हमरो pure water रो pH level केते रहउची 7, जोटा कि neutral. Before acidic आगु को गले basic. So गोटे H plus ion दबो and गोटे OH minus ion दबो जोटा कोन leading to a pH of 7 according to कोन water भी हमर रहउची ना H2O. Next, which type of reaction is involved in the rusting of iron? Which type of reaction is involved in the rusting of iron? Is it reduction? Is it oxidation? Is it neutralization? Is it substitution? What? This is oxidation. Which type of reaction is involved in the rusting of iron? Rusting iron रे हमर को मेथड इन्वॉल्व होची, को रिएक्शन होची. दिस इज ड्यू टू द ऑक्सीडेशन. हमर कोन आयरन रे रस्ट लागुची. ऑक्सीडेशन बिकॉज रस्टिंग ऑकर्स व्हेन आयरन रिएक्ट्स विथ का सहित ना हमर ऑक्सीजन सहित रिएक्ट करे एंड वाटर सहित. जेते कोन कलंकी लागि लुहारे केमिति पानी पडिले पानी रे हमर कोन हाइड्रोजन एज वेल एज कोन ऑक्सीजन. सो फॉर्मिंग आयरन ऑक्साइड जोटा Fe2O3, a process where iron loses electron. मन रहिबो. न्यूट्रलाइजेशन कौन ना, सिंस न्यूट्रलाइजेशन involves an acid base reaction which is not relevant to rusting. So neutralization ame kon kahiba na it is an acid base reaction. Substitution is what? As substitution reactions involve replacing one atom or group with another, which is not the case in rusting. What is the reduction? As reduction involves the gain of electrons, whereas rusting involves the loss of electrons. Mane rahiba. Next question. Which type of bonding is present in water molecules? Which type of bonding is present in water molecules? Is that covalent bond. Mane rahiba, inside water molecule, the hydrogen and oxygen particles are sharing a covalent bond. Next, because in a water molecule, hydrogen and oxygen atoms share electrons, forming strong covalent bond. Ionic bond. As ionic bonds occur between metals and non-metals, water consists of non-metals sharing electrons. Metallic bond re kon hue? As metallic bond occurs in metals, whereas water is molecular compound. When and van der Waals bonding kon rahuchi amara na, as van der Waals process are weak intermolecular forces, not the primarily bonds holding water molecules together. Which law states that energy can neither be created nor be destroyed? So kiye kahithila? Obviously thermodynamics ro first law. Okay. Next dekhiba, what are the other laws? The first law of the thermodynamics, because this law states that energy can neither be created nor destroyed, only converted from one form to another. It is also known as the law of conservation of energy. So what is the second law of thermodynamics? This law deals with entropy, stating that the total entropy of an isolated system always increases over time. Third law of thermodynamics, as this law states that the entropy of perfect crystal at absolute zero is zero. Law of conservation of mass kon kahuchi? Now, as this law applies to mass, not energy, it states that mass cannot be created or destroyed. It is mass cannot be created nor destroyed in a chemical reaction. Man rahiba, what is the law of conservation of mass? Law of conservation amara electric sahiත kon sorry फास्ट लॉ हमर एनर्जी सहित आपण रिलेट करी पढिते बेटी मास अछि. लॉ ऑफ कंजर्वेशन ऑफ एनर्जी हमर कोन थिले? एनर्जी कैन नॉट बी क्रिएटेड नॉर बी डिस्ट्रॉयड, इट कैन ट्रांसफर फ्रॉम वन फॉर्म टू अनदर. So that's why मन रखि देबो कंजर्वेशन ऑफ मास कोन होइथिबो ना, दिस कैन नॉट बी क्रिएटेड और कैन नॉट बी डिस्ट्रॉयड. इट कैन आल्सो सॉरी द मास कैन नॉट बी ओके एनर्जी बदले खाली मास लगे देबो. द मास कैन नॉट बी क्रिएटेड और डिस्ट्रॉयड इन ए केमिकल रिएक्शन. बस एटा को मन रखियो. सो नेक्स्ट कोन करिबा? Now the amount of heat required to raise the temperature, the amount of heat required to raise the temperature of 1 gram of a substance by 1 degree Celsius is called. The amount of heat required to raise the temperature of 1 gram of a substance by 1 degree Celsius is called what? Is called latent heat, is called specific heat capacity, is called heat of vaporization, is called molar heat capacity. Now the amount of heat required to raise the temperature of 1 gram of substance by 1 degree Celsius kete habo? Now this is specific heat capacity. Heat required to raise the temperature of 1 gram of substance by 1 degree Celsius is specific heat capacity. And what is the latent heat? Heat required for phase change, or phase change means kon? Solid to liquid hela, liquid to gas hela, or gas to again amara kon? Solid liquid hela, ए सब stage को kon change करिया को, this is known as latent heat. What is the heat of vaporization? Heat needed to convert a liquid into gas at a constant temperature. This is heat of vaporization. What is the molar heat capacity? The heat required to raise the temperature of 1 mole of a substance in 1 degree Celsius, but not 1 gram. मन रखो केते ना हमरो raise the temperature of 1 mole of a substance by 1 degree Celsius, 1 mole in 1 degree सेठी कोन देछि 1 gram in 1 degree मन रहिबो तो 1 gram 1 degree हेले स्पेसिफिक हीट कैपेसिटी अब जते बेले देखंतु हेठी कोन हीट अछि माने कोन मन रखिबो कि 1 gram ता खाली माने एमिति इजीली रिलेट करबो केंदी जेहेतु मोलार हीट कैपेसिटी पचारिबो तो मन रखिबो मोल अछि माने मोलार आ एठी मोल नाही माने मन रखिबो स्पेसिफिक हीट कैपेसिटी ओके नेक्स्ट देखिबा so which of the following gases diffuses the fastest so which of the following gases diffuses fastest oxygen hydrogen nitrogen or carbon dioxide which of the following gases diffuses the fastest the options are oxygen hydrogen nitrogen or carbon dioxide this is hydrogen why because lightest gas other than other molecules this is the lightest gas so it is diffuses the latest nitrogen heavier than hydrogen and diffuses slower carbon dioxide heaviest among the options सबुठु अधिक heaviest के हमरो carbon dioxide whereas heavier than hydrogen so it diffuses slower so Gram's law according to Gram's law of diffusion rate of diffusion is inversely proportional to what molar mass माने रहिबो square root of molar mass okay rate of diffusion is inversely proportional to the square root of molar mass so hydrogen it has the lowest molar mass next देखिबा मन रहिबो सबुटू जो highest कहार रहउची ना हमर CO2 सबुटू lowest hydrogen next which of the following solutions has the highest pH so highest pH level को solution नो hydrogen chloride कोन sodium hydride तो टिके confused अछि sorry yes sorry sodium hydroxide and hydrochloric acid is HCl and the CH3COH is the acetic acid so हमर कोटा हबा right answer जोटा सबुटू strong जो highest pH जे करूची कोनटा ना sodium hydroxide NaOH होती सबुटू highest pH ता पाखरे रहउची okay hydrochloric acid is the strong acid very low pH highly acidic the CH3COH is acetic acid weak acid जोड़ा pH होची केते 4 to 5 lower than NaOH NH4OH होची कोन ammonium hydroxide this is weak base pH केते 9 to 10 lower than NaOH so which process is used to separate different fractions from crude oil so crude oil ले जो सब जिंस immiscible हेकी अछि ताकू कोन सेपरेट करिवार प्रोसेस टाकू कोन कहै जे फिल्टरेशन कोन फ्रैक्शनल डिस्टिलेशन क्रिस्टलाइजेशन और सेडिमेंटेशन so the right answer will be fractional distillation so by the process of fractional distillation it separates crude oil into different fractions based on boiling point what is the filtration used to separate solids from liquids but crude oil components are all liquids crystallization used to purify solids from solutions not applicable to crude oil sedimentation used to separate heavy solids from liquids not for crude oil sedimentation is what now used to separate heavy solids from liquids is the sedimentation and crystallization used to purify solids from solutions so fractional distillation process kon hochi na crude oil is heated in a fractionating column different fractions like petrol diesel kerosene etc are collected at different boiling points most volatile fractions rise higher less volatile ones settled lower धीरे धीरे हे कि जोडा ऊपर को जीवो सपोज गोटे टेम्परेचर सेटल हेतिबा ए टेम्परेचरटा हमर केरोसिन पाइन सेटिक टेम्परेचर देले केरोसिन धीरे धीरे ऊपर को जीवो रेस्ट ऑफ तळे रहइबो नेक्स्ट केरोसिन कलेक्ट कर सले आउटे टेम्परेचर दिया हला देन ऊपर को हमर कोन डीजल गला पेट्रोल रही गला सो ए मेथड कोन से माने तांकर फिल्टर सॉरी सेडिमेंटेशन crystallization na fractional distillation separates crude oil पे सेटा but used to purify solid from solution ने होची crystallization used to separate heavy solids from liquid होची sedimentation next देखिबा which of the following is an exothermic reaction so which of the following is an exothermic reaction it is a melting of ice it is respiration, it is boiling of water, or it is photosynthesis. Which of the following is an exothermic reaction? Kota haba na gote exothermic reaction is the respiration. How? Because this is kona releases energy in the form of heat and ATP when glucose react with the oxygen. So boiling of water, endothermic. Why? Because it reacts, so requires heat to convert liquid into gas, but it releases energy, but it required heat. जोटा release करूची सेटा respiration हब, like exothermic. जोटा require करूची that endothermic. मन रहिबो एठी भी कोन absorb होउची, एठी भी absorb होउची, एठी भी हमर कोन kind of need होउची, किंतु release करूची only in the case of respiration, which is energy released होउची. मन रहिबो. So next is exothermic versus endothermic reaction. Exothermic reaction releases heat, endothermic absorbs heat. Mane rahibo. Next, which gas is evolved when an acid reacts with a metal? Which gas is evolved when an acid reacts with a metal? Oxygen, nitrogen, hydrogen, or carbon dioxide? Let's see the answer. This is what? When an acid reacts with a metal, hydrogen gas is raised. So the general reaction is for metal plus acid. कौन give को हमको result रे कौन दिए? Result to salt plus hydrogen. For example, when zinc react with hydrochloric acid, Zn plus 2 hydrogen chloride give to कौन जिंक क्लोराइड प्लस हाइड्रोजन हमर गैस है कि बाहर जाए. मन रहिबा. Next, which law is used to calculate? Wait a minute. So which is used to calculate the enthalpy change of reaction? Which law is used to calculate the enthalpy, enthalpy एरा सब देख तमे जानी थिबो न जानले बे कोन अपकमिंग क्वेश्चन अछि जोटा कि एग्जाम रे पढुची enthalpy and the entropy हम देखिबा. So which law is used to calculate the enthalpy change of a reaction? Charles law, Hess law, Boyle's law, or Avogadro's law? So what will be? Now this is the Hess law. According to Hess law, the total enthalpy change of a reaction is the same regardless of the pathway taken, as long as the initial of the final state are the same. This allows for the enthalpy changes to be calculated using known enthalpy values of intermediate reactions. So Hess law हमको basically कौन कहूची ना enthalpy change हुए गोटे reaction ना जेते बेले से कौन रहे गोटे same reaction enthalpy change हुए जेते बेले तारो different paths change हुए. So heat overall is equal to कौन delta H steps. So the colligative property that depends on the number of solute particles is, so colligative property that depends on the number of solute particles is what? The osmotic pressure, the surface tension, the viscosity, or the density. So the colligative property that depends on the number of solute particles is what? Na the osmotic pressure. Why? Let's see. Osmotic pressure a colligative property as surface tension, viscosity and density option अच्छी देखो कौन होची ना हमर डिफरेंस कौन होची because it is surface tension कहीं के होबनी because depends on intermolecular forces not solute particle count. Viscosity depends on molecular shape, okay, and the interactions. Density depends on mass and volume, not just solute particles. And the colligative properties depends on the number of solute particles in a solution, not their identity. So the four main colligative properties are what? Number of boiling point elevation, the freezing point depression, the vapor pressure lowering, or the osmotic pressure. So what is the osmotic pressure? Now osmotic pressure कौन होगी? What is the osmotic pressure? Now I the Van 't Hoff factor. I को कौन कह जाए ना Van 't Hoff factor. M is molarity, R for gas constant, T for temperature. Since osmotic pressure depends on directly on the number of solute particles, it is a what? Colligative property. So next देखिबा what is the term for the spontaneous mixing? What is the term for the spontaneous mixing of gases. What is the spontaneously जेतेबेले गैस माने एक दूसरे से कौन मिसी जानती ताकू कौन diffusion, effusion और osmosis और viscosity. This is diffusion. Diffusion is the process where gas particles move from air high concentration to an area of lower concentration, leading to spontaneous mixing. It happens due to the random motion of gas molecules as described by kinetic molecular theory. So आमे जदि दीटा टाइप रे सपोज गोटे कोन जस्मिन फ्रेग्रेंट रो आ गोटे लोटस फ्रेग्रेंट रो दीटा आमे धूपकाठी लगाउचे नो आमे जदि मिसी गला परे के कहि परिबे कि को फ्रेग्रेंट बिकॉज़ दे आर इजीली कोन डिफ्यूज हे जांदी दी जण भितरे. सो एनालिसिस रे हमें देखिबा कोन इफ्यूजन इज द movement of gas particles through a small hole without collision. Example, Gram's law of diffusion. Osmosis refers to water moving through a semi-permeable membrane, not a gases. So osmosis, diffusion, एवढा पढ़िଛ ना नहीं? From a कौन osmosis is a refers to water moving through a कौन semi-permeable sorry. Osmosis refers to what? Moving water from a semi-permeable membrane. So viscosity is a measure of a fluid's resistance to flow, not a gas mixing. So which type of solution has the highest boiling point elevation? Which type of solution has the highest boiling point elevation? सबुठु अधिक boiling point कहार? Is it कौन NaCl solution, sugar solution, ethanol solution or pure solution? This is what आमर Na solution. ठीक अछि. The NaCl, which is known as what? Sodium chloride, gonna dissociates into two ions, Na plus and Cl minus ion, increasing the number of particles in the solution and causing a higher boiling point elevation. Sugar solution, sugar does not dissociate into ions, so it has a lower effect on boiling point elevation. Ethanol solution, ethanol is volatile and its presence does not significantly raise the boiling point. Ethanol solution कौन? Ethanol is volatile and its presence does not significantly raise the boiling point. What is the pure water? No solute is present, so there is no boiling point elevation. Next, which metal is extracted using the electrolytic reduction method? Which metal is extracted using the electrolytic reduction method? Is it copper, aluminium, iron or zinc? कोटा हबो ना हमर electrolytic reduction method रे aluminium को extract करा जाए. So extracted via the electrolytic reduction method is what? Amara aluminium. Iron extracted using a blast furnace with carbon reduction. Zinc extracted via roasting and reduction. Copper extracted from copper sulfide ores using smelting and refining. सब गुड़ा important. जदि पचारिबा smelting and refining method रे हमें को metal को extract करे. This is copper. Okay. Next. Which gas is used in the Haber process to manufacture ammonia? So, which gas is used in the Haber process to manufacture ammonia? What is that? Oxygen, nitrogen, hydrogen, both. Both oxygen or hydrogen. What will be? Now, this is both. The process requires both nitrogen and hydrogen gases. The Haber process is an industrial method used to manufacture ammonia by combining nitrogen and hydrogen gases under high pressure and temperature in the presence of an iron catalyst. So oxygen is not used in the Haber process. So main kari Haber process re mane rakhibo, Haber is for what? Hydrogen and nitrogen. Mane rahibo. Next देखिबा. Which chemical is used to manufacture cement? को chemical हम use करूचे cement manufacture पाई? Gypsum, calcium carbonate, sodium carbonate or ammonium carbonate. Let's see. This is calcium carbonate. The primary chemical used in the manufacture of cement is what? Is calcium carbonate. which is obtained from limestone during cement production. Calcium carbonate undergoes thermal decomposition in where? In thermal decomposition in a kiln to form calcium oxides, also known as what? Quicklime. So calcium carbonate is otherwise known as quicklime. जोटा हमर क्वेश्चन ऑलरेडी पढ़ी छी. So this is them mixed with other materials to produce cement. Sodium carbonate used in making glass. Ammonium sulfate provides nitrogen and sulfur. Gypsum used to control the setting time of cement. ठीक अच्छे. अदरवाइज आम कौन पानी मिसो मिसो सांगे सांगे तो सीमेंट हार्ड हो जाता. गोटे सेटिंग टाइम देवा लगी जिप्सम ऐड करा जाए सीमेंट रे. So which of the following is an alloy? Which of the following is an alloy? Is it iron, steel, copper or gold? Which of the following is an alloy? This is steel. Steel is an alloy of what? Steel is an alloy of iron and carbon with the possible additions of other metals like chromium, nickel or manganese. So steel is an iron of what? Iron and carbon iron alloy hochi steel. Mane rahiba. An alloy is what? An alloy is a mixture of two or more elements where at least one is a metal to improve strength, durability and other properties. Iron, copper and gold are pure metals, not alloys. However, gold is sometimes mixed with other materials, the other metals like copper or silver to form jewelry, but originally amar kona gold re kichi misa jaeni hela, but pure form re ame nature ru pae gold ko. So which industrial process is used to manufacture sulfuric acid? Which industrial process is used to manufacture sulfuric acid? What is that? Is that Haber process? Is that contact process? Is that Solvay process? Is that electrolysis? This is contact process. Which industrial process is used to manufacture sulfuric acid? Which industrial process is used to manufacture sulfuric acid? Tell me. This is contact process. The contact process is the industrial method used for manufacturing sulfuric acid, which is H2SO4. It involves what? It involves burning sulfur or sulfide source to produce sulfur dioxide. Catalytic oxidation of SO2 to sulfur trioxide using vanadium oxide catalyst. And amara SO3 is dissolved in concentrated H2SO4 to form what? To form oleum, which is then diluted with water to make sulfuric acid. Why not the others? The Haber's process used to manufacture ammonia. Solvay process used to manufacture sodium carbonate. Electrolysis used for the extraction of metals and the decomposition of compounds, but not for making sulfuric acid. Next, the main raw material for the production of gas is what? Sand, limestone, soda ash or all of the above. Yes, amar tinta jaka both amar kon sand use hue, limestone use hue, soda ash use hue. So the right answer will be the all of the above. So glass is primarily made from a combination of sand, limestone and soda ash. Sand is the main component providing the structural base of glass. What is structural base diye glass ko kiye na sand. What is the role of limestone? Helps stabilize the gas and improve durability. And what is the soda ash? This is Na2CO3, which reduces the melting point of silica, making the production process more energy efficient. What is the next question? Now, which gas is responsible for acid rain? Amar acid rain pai ko gas responsible hue? Is this carbon monoxide? Is this nitrogen oxide or sulfur dioxide? Yes, amar ko nitrogen oxide and sulfur dioxide. So the right answer will be both B and C. Next, acid rain is caused by the presence of acidic gases in the atmosphere. Acid rain is caused by the presence of acidic gases in the atmosphere which react with water to form acids. The two primary gases responsible for acid rain are what? Sulfur dioxide and nitrogen dioxide. What? Now, sulfur dioxide reacts with water to form sulfuric acid, whereas nitrogen dioxide reacts with water to form nitric acid. So, these acids mix with rainwater, lowering its pH and causing environmental damage. Therefore, both nitrogen oxide and what? Sulfuric dioxide are contribute to acid rain. So the most commonly used metal in making coins is metal in making coins is what? This is copper. Hello. आपण टिके 10 मिनिट पर कॉल करिवे मु नाही एकरे देने बे के रूम रे नाहंती भी रखिया पई. So, the most commonly used metal in making coins is what? And this is copper. How? Copper and its alloys, okay, are the most commonly used metals in making coins worldwide. Copper is widely used because it is durable and resistant to what? Corrosion. It has excellent electrical and the thermal conductivity. It is relatively abundant and cost efficient, and nickel and aluminium are also used in coin production, but copper remains the most dominant one. Okay, so बहुत cheap रे भी है पारे मतलब costing आमर कमी जाए, durability बढ़ी जाए, resistant भी तारा भल रुए. So आमे कौन यूज करे? copper यूज करिबा. Which chemical is used to manufacture detergent? So को chemical को मैं use करूचे detergent manufacturing रे? Is it sodium hydroxide? It is sulfuric acid, sodium lauryl sulfate, or hydrochloric acid? This is sodium lauryl sulfate. SLS is a key ingredient in detergents and cleaning products. It is a surfactant that helps breaking down oils and grease, making it effectively for cleaning. So amara kono सर्फ रे कौन यूज करा जाए? सर्फ आपण को डिटर्जेंट कोंदी ना सर्फ कोंदी. जदी सर्फ कोंदी ताले इजीली मन रख देबे सर्फ रू एसएलएस. ओके, so sodium hydroxide is used in soap making. Sulfuric acid is used in some industrial cleaners. Hydrochloric acid is mainly used for heavy duty cleaning and बहुत हेवीली किछि क्लीन करिबार थिबो. सपोज बहुत सारा मैला हेइथिबो एंड टिके कोन अधिक एसिड यूज होबो सेठी से जगह रे हमर कोन हाइड्रोक्लोरिक एसिड. So which polymer is used to make non-stick cookware? को पॉलीमर यूज करे हमें नॉन स्टिक कुकर रे जोडा गोटे ब्लैक कलर रो थाए? दिस इज पीवीसी ना टेफ्लॉन, नायलॉन ना पॉलिस्टर? दिस इज टेफ्लॉन. So Teflon is polytetrafluoroethylene or PTFE is a polymer known for its non-stick properties, making it ideal for cooking coatings. It is resistant to heat and chemicals, providing a smooth surface that prevents food from sticking. PVC is a polyvinyl chloride is used in कौन पाइप एंड प्लास्टिक जिंस जो सब यूज हुए कोथरे PVC रे. नायलॉन यूज हुए कोथरे फैब्रिक एंड रोप्स. पॉलिस्टर यूज हुए कोथरे ऑब्वियसली हमर फैब्रिक रे एंड प्लास्टिक रे भी. नेक्स्ट which metal is used in batteries? बैटरी यूज करिबारे हम बनेबारे को मेटल यूज है? लिथियम, सोडियम, पोटेशियम और जिंक. ऑब्वियसली दिस इज व्हाट? दिस इज लिथियम. नेक्स्ट, lithium is widely used in rechargeable batteries such as those found in smartphones, laptops and electric vehicles. Lithium ion batteries are preferred because what? Because they are lightweight, have a high energy density and provide long battery life. Sodium is being explored as an alternative to lithium but is not commonly as used in commercial batteries. So potassium is not used in batteries. Zinc is used in some non-rechargeable batteries like alkaline and zinc carbon batteries. Next देखिबा, which substance is used in matchstick heads? So matches रो head रे जो दियासिली रो कोन ऊपर जो लागि थाए आमे ताको कोन कहूचे बारूद ना कोन कहंती ना, तो सेटा कोथरे तयारी? सो सेटा हमर कोथरे ना फॉस्फरस रे तयारी. सो कोथरे तयारी ना दिस इज of phosphorus. Which substance is used in matchstick head? Made up of phosphorus. So matchstick heads contain what? Now it contains red phosphorus which is found on the striking surface of a safety matches while struck against the rough surface. The friction generates heat converting red phosphorus into white phosphorus which ignites the matchsticks. Sulfur is present in matchstick head but not act as a fuel. So magnesium burns brightly but is not used in a matchstick. Carbon is not primarily component of the matchstick. Next, which metal is used in thermometers? Which metal is used in thermometers? समस्त जानछन्ती कि हमर पारद यूज हुए ना mercury. So mercury is used in traditional thermometers because it expands and contracts uniformly with temperature changes. The only metal which remains in liquid at a room temperature is mercury. It has a high boiling point which is 350 degrees Celsius, making it suitable for measuring high temperature. It doesn't stick the glass, ensuring accurate readings. However, due to mercury toxicity, modern thermometers often use alcohol-based or digital alternatives. So, which gas is known as Mars gas? So, Mars gas kahaku kuha jaye? Mangal gas, methane. M for Mars, M for methane. Easily relatable. So, methane is chemical formula CH4 is commonly known as Mars gas because it is produced by the anaerobic decomposition of organic matter, marshes, wetlands and swamps. So मंगल ग्रह रे बेसिकली हमकु जो अधिक परिमाण रे देखिबा को मिलुची गैस दैट इज कोन मीथेन. It is colorless, odorless and highly flammable gas that is a major component of natural gas. Methane is also a greenhouse gas. माने रहिबो. Next, which gas is used in balloons? So balloons रे हमर को गैस? Obviously helium gas छोटो रो पडुचे ना. So helium gas पई हम कोन? Helium gas is very light in nature. So से कोन छाडिले बहुत ऊपर को balloon सेति पई उडी जाय. So helium is commonly used in balloons because it is lighter than air and non-flammable. Unlike hydrogen, which is also lighter than air but highly flammable, helium is safe for use in party balloons, weather balloons and airships. Helium is an inert noble gas, meaning it doesn't react with what? React with other substances, making it the safest option for inflating balloons. Mane rahiba. Next. So next rahuchi amara EVS ro questions. So environmental science ro kichi question achi joda ki dekhiba. So what is the main cause of ozone layer depletion? What is the main cause of ozone layer depletion? This is nothing but the chlorofluorocarbons. Okay, let's see how. The chlorofluorocarbons are the primary cause of ozone layer depletion. These synthetic compounds used in refrigeration, air conditioning, aerosol sprays and foam blowing agents release chlorine atoms when they reach the stratosphere. So carbon monoxide, a colorless, odorless gas produced by incomplete combustion of fossil fuels. What is the sulfur dioxide? This is released from volcanic eruption, burning of coal and industrial processes. What is nitrogen oxides? This is emitted from vehicle exhaust, power plants and industrial emissions. Next, the term biodiversity hotspot was coined by. The term biodiversity hotspot was coined by. The term biodiversity hotspot was coined by Norman Mayers. Let's see some details about it. The term biodiversity hotspot was coined by, as I have said, Norman Mayers in 1988 to describe what regions that are rich in biodiversity but are also highly threatened by human activities. To qualify as a biodiversity hotspot, a region must what? A region must what? Sorry. अच्छा तार किछि इकोनॉमिक कंडीशन थिबा दरकार गोटे प्रॉपर आइदर स्पेसीज तांकर थिबा दरकार गोटे प्रॉपर सपोज जंगल रहिबा दरकार जंगल भितरे सब टाइप रे हमर कोन लिविंग साइकिल को कंप्लीट करथुवा जेमिति कि बोथ गच्छ भी थिबा दरकार एंड ओमनिवोर्स हर्बिवोर्स समस्त मिसिक रहिबा दरकार देन हमें ताकू कहबा गोटे कोन बायोडायवर्सिटी हॉटस्पॉट. So, E.O. Wilson, known as the father of biodiversity, he contributed to ecology and conservation but didn't coin the term biodiversity. नहीं, father of biodiversity is Wilson, but a term टाको के बार करला ना biodiversity hotspot. This is के ना हमारा Norman Mayers. So, Charles Darwin developed theory of evolution. Okay, of natural selections and Rachel Carson कौन करथिले ना he is an environmentalist who wrote Silent Spring. कौन करथिले ना Silent Spring. This is not that important, फिर भी नाटा मन रखि थांतो. Okay, next, which layer of the atmosphere contains the ozone layer? Which layer of the atmosphere? Ozone layer. First कौन रहिला troposphere, then रहिबो stratosphere, then के रहिबो stratosphere हमरो ओजोन लेयर. So troposphere होची सबुटू फर्स्ट लेयर जोटा कि from the sea level to 12 km अछि हमरो ऊपर को. stratosphere, the ozone layer is located here. Okay, 15 to like 12 रो कहि परिबे 15 to 35 km mentioned अछि. So mesosphere is the coldest layer, thermosphere is the upper layer. Okay, so what is the most abundant greenhouse gas in Earth's atmosphere? Earth atmosphere रे सबुठु abundant greenhouse gas कोटा अछि. This is water vapor. Which is the most abundant one? This is the water vapor. Water vapor is the most abundant greenhouse gas is in the Earth's atmosphere, responsible for natural warming by trapping heat. Although carbon dioxide and methane are major contributors to human-induced climate change, water vapor has the strongest overall greenhouse effect due to its presence in large quantities. Methane a powerful greenhouse gas but less abundant than water vapor and carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide, the main driver of human-caused climate change. Nitrous oxide कौन होची? A potent greenhouse gas with a small atmospheric concentration. मन रहिबो. So water vapor होची हमरा कोन ना most abundant greenhouse gas. मन रहिबो. Next, the Kyoto Protocol is released to. So the Kyoto Protocol is released to what? Wildlife conservation or climate change or ozone layer protection or deforestation. So the Kyoto Protocol is related to what? This is ozone layer. Oh sorry ozone layer. This is climate change. Okay, so the Kyoto Protocol is related to climate change. Let's see how. So Kyoto Protocol केबे हेइथिला अडॉप्ट ना 1997 केते बेले इनफोर्स हेइथिला ना 2005. ओके मन रहिबो ताकू 8 इयर्स लागि जाइथिला इनफोर्स हेया पई. इज एन इंटरनेशनल ट्रीटी एम्ड टू व्हाट? रिड्यूसेस ग्रीनहाउस गैस इमिशन. ओके, टू combat what? Climate change. So basically Kyoto Protocol is what? Kyoto Protocol is for reducing. It's an international treaty for reducing what? Greenhouse gases or greenhouse gas emissions. Okay. Next, it is legally binding target for developed countries to limit emissions. गोटे ए treaties माध्यम रे कोन सबु कंट्री मानन को गोटे मजबूरी करा जाए कि से माने बाध्य कि कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड CH4 ए सब गुडा कोन गोटे लिमिट रे तांको माने जहाँ भी रिलीज हम किसी भी प्रॉब्लम है तो तमें तापे रिस्पांसिबल हम ट्रिटे लिखा हिथिबो एंड दे आर बाउंड टू साइन इट सो कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड N2O आमर कोन HFC PFC and SF6 it was later succeeded by the Paris Agreement 2015 so ए जो आमर थिला 2005 रे आमर कोन क्योटो प्रोटोकॉल सेटा 2015 रु Paris Agreement हे ठीक अछि so wildlife conservation कोन ना protected under treaties like sites जो sites कोन ना convention on international trade in endangered species that कोन wildlife conservation what is ozone layer protection this is addressed by कोन Montreal Protocol 1987 deforestation covered by what initiatives like REDD plus reducing emissions from deforestation and forest degradation complete so the next is the major contributor of photochemical smog is so photochemical smog तैयारी होउछि जते बेले तार मेजर कंट्रीब्यूटर किए ताको तैयारी करिवार हेल्प करूछि इज दैट कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड इज दैट ओजोन इज दैट nitrogen oxide is that sulfur oxides so the right answer is what this is nitrogen the right answer is nitrogen oxides okay so the right answer is nitrogen oxides look why I have the explanation also the nitrogen oxides are the major contributors to photochemical smoke they react with volatile organic compounds and sunlight to form what to form ground level ozone and secondary pollutants which cause hazy harmful air pollution in cities jani parlo nitrogen oxides are the major contributors of what the photochemical smog मन रहिला तो व्हाट इज द फोटोकेमिकल स्मॉग तो मान देखि थिबो जो बहुत सारे इंडस्ट्रीज हैला या फिर घरु हमर एसी चलाउची ता थ्रू किछि पोल्यूशन बाहरुची हे कि समटाइम्स दिल्ली रे सेटा बहुत टाइम्स देखा जाए कि हमर कोन एटमॉस्फेयर रे गोटे ना कुहुडी सेटा नहीं देखा जातो कुहुडी भले बट गोटे स्मॉग चारियाडे थाए पूरा डस्टी कि देखा जाउथबो तो दैट इज व्हाट ना फोटोकेमिकल स्मॉग सो कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड और ग्रीन हाउस गैस ozone is secondary pollution formed in smog this is the primary and ozone is the secondary sulfur oxide major contributes to acid rain sulfur oxides leads to acid rain next dekhiba which gas is primarily responsible for acid rain asigala so which gas is primarily responsible for acid rain this is sulfur dioxide okay let's see how as sulfur dioxide is the primary gas responsible for acid rain it reacts with water vapor and oxygen in the atmosphere to form sulfuric acid this is H2SO4 which falls to earth as acid rain harming soil water bodies and plants and buildings oxygen is essential for life but doesn't cause acid rain oxygen nitrogen a major component of air carbon monoxide a toxic gas contributed to the air pollution next question Minamata disease is caused by the pollution of Minamata is a disease this is caused by the pollution of what the pollution of mercury let's see how Minamata disease is a neurological disorder what is that this is a neurological disorder caused by methyl mercury poisoning जोटा कि मिनमाटा डिजीज कहा द्वारा हुए ना मर्क्यूरी द्वारा हुए एटा गोटे कोन ना हमर न्यूरोलॉजिकल डिसऑर्डर बुझिएला फर्स्ट डिस्कवर्ड कोठी हिथिला ना फर्स्ट डिस्कवर्ड जापान रे 1950s रे हिथिला ठीक अछि इट रिजल्टेड टू फॉर्म द consumption of mercury contaminated seafood firstly suppose किछि लाइक माछो हेले कंकड़ा हेले या फिर प्रॉन एमाने सब कोन जदी किछि mercury content वाला खाइबा खाई थिबे एंड से माने धीरे धीरे ग्रोथ होउथबे तो तांका बॉडी रे कोन थिबो mercury content जहाना जाले तांका सेल रे थिबो ना तो आमे ताकू खाइले कोन आमे डिजीज ता आसे जोटा कि बहुत आगुर होउथिला current scenario रे एटा होनी leading to severe symptoms like muscle weakness vision impairments and paralysis and even death को भी lead करथला and lead causes lead poisoning which affect the कौन नर्वस सिस्टम आर्सेनिक लीड्स टू आर्सेनिकोसिस ओके अफेक्ट्स आर्सेनिक रे कौन हुए ना अफेक्ट स्किन किडनीज एंड अदर पार्ट ऑफ द bodies so cadmium causes कौन इटाई डिजीज इज कौन cadmium disease affecting bones and kidneys exam रे most of the time इटाई disease पकाए so this is what responsible for cadmium which method is best for managing biodegradable waste which method is best for managing biodegradable waste is that landfilling is that incineration is that composting is that chemical treatment this is what this is composting which method is best for managing biodegradable waste this is composting next देखिबा e-waste primarily contains what e-waste primarily contains what lead mercury cadmium nitrogen oxygen carbon dioxide calcium potassium phosphorus silicon oxygen or hydrogen let's see the right answer is what e-waste consists of discards electronic devices such as computers smartphone and all so this is metals are hazardous of human health as well so एटा हमर कहा द्वारा होजी so lead cadmium and mercury this option will be right lead mercury and cadmium found in circuit boards and soldering materials mercury present in lcd screens and fluorescent lamps and the batteries as well and the cadmium used in rechargeable batteries and the semiconductors okay next question dekhiba the largest source of fresh water is what is the largest source of fresh water is it lakes glaciers rivers or groundwater the largest source of fresh water is glaciers how so glaciers and ice caps contain about 68.7% of Earth's fresh water they are the largest source of fresh water or the planet mainly found in where mainly found in Antarctica Greenland and mountain glaciers breakdown of global freshwater distributions glaciers and ice cap kete 68.7% whereas groundwater kete amar cover karuchi freshwater 30% lakes river and other sources were just 1.2% mane rahila so lakes eguda sab kahi deli next dekhiba so the chipko movement is related to what chipko मन रखिए ठीक अछि chipko कोडा forest okay so forest conservation is known as chipko movement देखिबा केबे हेतिला कोन okay so the chipko movement was a forest conservation movement that started in 1973 कोठी ना first chipko movement हेतिला 1973 उत्तराखंड इंडिया रे okay and the largest forest of India is covered by which state Uttarakhand okay it was a non-violent protest where villages mainly women hugged trees to prevent them from being cut down by the commercial lodges key facts about the chipko movement led by kona Sundarlal Behuguna exam रे may be पके पारे so it is a state important question like Uttarakhand pai but anyhow एमितरे भी question पके दोची as it is a कौन national movement for all कौन states of India so aimed to protect forest from deforestation used Gandhian principle for non-violent एमिति पके पारे in chipko movement which principle have already used Gandhian or other principles देखिबा so play a crucial role in environmental awareness in India wildlife conservation the movement was about saving trees water conservation indirectly forest help conservation water air pollution while forest improve air quality this movement was about what preventing forest deforestation so next question the main cause of desertification is the main cause of desertification is what it is overgrazing what it is overgrazing So desertification or desertification जहाँ भी कही परिबे आपण is the process of where fertile land becomes desert due to various factors, but the main cause is overgrazing. ठीक अछि हमर कोन fertile land भी हमर कोन हे जाउची ना desertification हे जाउची. The main reason कोन होउची ना हमर overgrazing. Why overgrazing cause desertification? When too many animals graze on land, vegetation cover is lost, soil becomes exposed to wind and water erosion. Without flat roots, soil loses its structure and the nutrients. Suppose गोटे जो जमी रे हमर चाष होउची गोटे कोन कहि परिबा गोटे लाइक फर्टाइल लैंड कहि परिबा तापर जदि अधिक अमाउंट रे हमर कोन बुलिबे आसीबे एनिमल माने फॉर द पर्पस ऑफ ग्रेजिंग, देन हमर कोन हबो ओवर हे जीवो ना. तो in the same principle, without flat roots, soil loses its structure and nutrients, leads to land degradation and expansions of desert. So this is how it leads to desert. So what is industrialization? Can cause pollution and deforestation. What is urbanization? Lead to land use changes but doesn't directly cause the large scale of desertification. What is the afforestation? Actually helps prevent desertification by increasing vegetation. Okay. Next, which of the following is an example of a non-reliable resource? So examples are solar energy, wind energy, coal or hydropower. So non-renewable कोटा सोलर एनर्जी हमर तो सन अछंती सब बेले, विंड भी तमे कोन वाटर थ्रो रे हमें विंड एनर्जी भी कोन कन्वर्ट करि परिबा. हाइड्रो पावर इज आल्सो कोन सॉइल रु वाटर आसीबो, वाटर रु हाइड्रो पावर, बट कोल इज नॉट. सो कोन हबो राइट आंसर विल बी द कोल इज नॉट अ so the coal is a kind of non-renewable energy, is not a renewable energy. Look how a non-renewable resource is a natural resource that cannot be replenished within a human lifespan or takes millions of years to form. Why is coal non-renewable? Why not others? Formed over millions of years from dead plants materials buried under heat and pressure. Once extracted and burned, it cannot be replaced within reasonable time. Finite supply कोना, it will eventually run out. धीरे धीरे कोना यूज कला फल रे एटा सरी जिवो. So why not solar energy? It is a renewable because sun is the continuous provides energy. Okay. Why not wind energy? Because as wind is naturally occurring and inexhaustible. Renewable kona hydropower kahinki, as it depends on the water cycle which is continuous, right? So this is how the others are not, and the coal is the non-renewable energy. Which country has the highest number of tigers in the world? Which country has the highest number of tigers in the world? Is this India, China, Russia or Bangladesh? Highest number of tigers koti? This is India, our India. Okay, proud to be say an Indian. Next, India has the highest number of wild tigers in the world. According to the latest tiger census, India is home to over 3,000 wild tigers, which accounts for about 75% of the global tiger population. Why India? Why not other countries? India has several tiger reserves under the Project Tiger initiative. The country has reserve forest including Sundarbans, Western Ghats and the Himalayas, which are ideal tiger habitats. Strict conservation efforts and anti-poaching laws have helped in tiger population recovery. China has a very few wild tigers, whereas Russia home to Siberian tigers. So the Siberian tigers exam re pakka in case, then you will choose the right answer as Russia. Bangladesh has a Sundarbans tiger. ठीक है जी? Next, the Wildlife Protection Act in India was enacted in. The Wildlife Protection Act in India was enacted in what? In 1972. How? The Wildlife Protection Act 1972 was enacted to protect India's wildlife and their habitats. providing legal protection to endangered species and establishing protected areas. In 1972, this law has been enacted. 1962 re no significant wildlife protection law was enacted. 1962 odd one out karibe kiछि beti hei nathila. 1992 re through amendments were made in 1992, but 1990s तो 1970 टा 72 टा हमर को 90s रे जाउची. So the Environment Protection Act was passed in. Where the Environment Protection Act was passed in, it is 1974, 86, 90 or 92. The Environment Protection Act was passed in the year 1986. The Environment Protection Act was passed in the year 1986. Look how this is when Environment Protection Act was passed over 1980. 1974 in this year, water control of water prevention and control of pollution. A act passed in 1974. ठीक है. And the Environment Protection Act was passed in 1986 in India to provide framework for environmental protection and pollution control following after the Bhopal gas tragedy. Bhopal gas tragedy जोटा हमर कोन मिथाइल आइसोसियानेट थिला तार main reason for the blast जोटा केबे हेतिला 1984 रो नाइट रे. So which organization publishes the Red Data Book? Which organization publishes the Red Data Book? UNESCO, WHO, IUCN or FAO? This is IUCN. How? The Red Data Book is published by the International Union of Conservation of Nature, listing endangered and threatened species globally. UNESCO causes one education, science and culture, not species conservation. WHO concerned with global health. WHO World Health Organization तार हमर कोन अछि ता तो किछि रिलेशन नाही ना का से द रेड डाटा बुक सहित. IUCN is what maintain the red list of threatened species, and the FAO is what deals with the food and agriculture कोन forest and agriculture organization रहिछि का सहित सॉरी food and organization coach sorry forest nahi sorry food agriculture organization is deals with the food and agriculture, whereas IUCN is maintain the red list of the threatened species. Got it? Next देखिबा. So the Montreal Protocol aims to reduce the emission of what? The Montreal Protocol मन रखिबे कहारो Montreal is देखो रियल लाइफ रे हम भाबुचे ना हमर केबे ओजोन डिप्लीटिंग हबो हमर ओजोन होलटा कवर हे जिवो हमकु स्किन कैंसर जो होउची ता फळ रे सेटा भी रिकवर हे जिवो. सो ए सब केबे हबो रियल लाइफ रे हम भाबुचे. सो मॉन्ट्रियल को ओजोन सहित रिलेट करिवो. How? The Montreal Protocol aims to reduce the emission of ozone depleting substances. Greenhouse gas रे कोन होची? Greenhouse gases are covered under the Kyoto Protocol. ठीक अछि. Greenhouse gas कहा अंडर रे Kyoto Protocol. आ ozone depleting कहा रो ना Montreal केबे हेतिला 1987 रे. Heavy metals the protocol doesn't इडा नाही. So nuclear waste management is not covered under the what? The Montreal. ठीक है Montreal सहित मन रखिबे ओजोन लेयर. नेक्स्ट देखिबा. So the Forest Act was passed in. The Forest Act was passed in which year? It is passed in the year of 1980. The Forest Act was passed in 1980. मन रहिबो. So the Indian government act enacted the Forest Conservation Act or the Forest Act in 1980 to regulate the diversion of forest land for non-forest purposes and promote conservation. Next question. Which gas is the biggest contributor to global warming? Which gas is the biggest contributor to global warming? Is it carbon dioxide, methane, sulfur dioxide or nitrogen? This is what? Carbon dioxide. Okay, let's see how. Carbon dioxide is the Primary greenhouse gas responsible for global warming mainly due to what? Now, fossil fuel combustion, deforestation and industrial activities ru amara kon carbon dioxide form hochi. Methane is the potent gas with the higher warming potential than carbon dioxide, but it is present in much lower quantities in the atmosphere. This is very much harmful rather like as compared to carbon dioxide, but this is present in very minor amount in atmosphere. And why sulfur dioxide not? Sulfur dioxide contributes to acid rain. Nitrogen oxide contributes to air pollution. Mane rahiba amar kono photochemical smog heitila due to the presence of nitrogen oxide in the atmosphere, in the air. Sulfur dioxide is responsible for acid rain. Methane is responsible for greenhouse gas. Apan emti mane rakhi debe, is the main component of greenhouse gas, and carbon dioxide lead to the global warming. ठीक है जी. Next देखिबा, the term carbon footprint refers to what? The total amount of carbon stored in plants or the amount of carbon emission by an individual or group, the depth of soil layers or the carbon content or the impact of carbon dioxide on the ozone layer. The term carbon footprint means the amount of carbon emission by an individual or group. आम घरु केतिकी कार्बन एमिट होउची सेटा कोन डिपेंड करे, सेटा हमें कहबे कि the carbon footprint of her house or her XYZ of the StudyIQ office, right? So what? The B will be the right answer. Let's see some description. The amount of carbon emission by an individual or group, the carbon footprint refers to the total amount of greenhouse gases, primarily carbon dioxide, emitted directly or indirectly by human activities such as transportation, energy use and consumption of goods and services. Complete. The total amount of carbon stored in plants, this refers to carbon sequestration. The depth of soil layers with carbon content, this refers to soil carbon storage. The impact of carbon dioxide on the ozone layer, carbon dioxide contributes to global warming. Okay. Which protocol replaced the Kyoto Protocol in 2015? So, which protocol is replaced the Kyoto Protocol in 2015? This is Montreal Protocol, Paris Agreement, Rio Declaration, Basel Convention. मु आपन कहिथिली कोन Paris Agreement हमर का को Kyoto Protocol को कोन रिप्लेस करि देछि. So Paris Agreement adopted in 2015 and COP21 replaced the Kyoto Protocol as the primary international treaty to combat climate change. बुझिगलो. Montreal Protocol, this deals with the ozone depleting. कहिथिली Rio Declaration, a broad set of environmental principles from the 1992 are submitted declaration हेतला Rio Declaration विषय. So Basel Convention focuses on controlling the transboundary movement of hazardous waste. Which gas is commonly known as laughing gas and is also greenhouse gas? Tell me which gas is commonly known as laughing gas and is also a greenhouse gas? Methane, carbon monoxide, nitrous oxide or chlorine? Odd one out. Methane not, carbon monoxide तो नुहा, chlorine and nitrous oxide भितरु nitrous oxide will be the right one. So nitrous oxide is commonly known as laughing gas because of its anesthetic and euphoric effects when inhaled. It is also a potent greenhouse gas with a global warming potential 298 times greater than carbon dioxide. Over 100 of periods जदि हम calculate करिबा 298 times greater होची काटू ना carbon dioxide. Methane is a powerful greenhouse gas. Carbon monoxide is a toxic gas but neither a greenhouse gas. Which human activities contributes the most to deforestation? Deforestation सहित हमर को activities mostly relate करूची ना, this is agriculture. Why? Which human activities? Na agriculture, but kahingi? Let's see. Agriculture is the leading causes of deforestation, responsible for about 80% of global forest loss. It involves clearing forests to make way for cattle ranching, commercial crops, subsistence farming. These are the what major cause. And urbanization. Why not urbanization? Urbanization is also like एटा को हमें कौन कहि परिबे एटा भी तो गोटे डिफरेस्टेशन रो हेई परिबो ना कि हमको कौन गछ फछ काटिकी डेभलप करूचे एंड शहर बसौचे कि नहीं बट सेमती नहीं एक्सपांड सिटीज बट कंट्रीब्यूट्स फार लेस टू ग्लोबल डिफोरेस्टेशन इन द एग्रीकल्चर लॉजिंग काई नुह कॉजेस डिफोरेस्टेशन बट मोस्टली for timber which is less significant than agriculture. So basically amara kona na agriculture is the main role play karuchi. So the primary consumers in an ecosystem are the primary consumers in an ecosystem are what are carnivores, herbivores, omnivores or decomposers. So the primary consumers in an ecosystem is what? This is herbivores. And the carnivores are the secondary or tertiary consumers, and omnivores they consume both plants and animals, so they can function at multiple trophic levels. Decomposers they break down the dead organic materials and recycle nutrients but are not the primary. So primary ke rahila herbivores and tertiary or secondary re carnivores rahibo omnivore ko bi level ne play kari paribo. So next, which ecosystem has the highest biodiversity? Which ecosystem has the biodiversity? This is what? Desert, tundra, coral reef or grassland. Why coral reef? Tell me. Coral reefs are often referred to as the rainforest of the sea because they host an incredible diversity of marine life. ठीक है जी. Why not desert has low biodiversity due to extreme temperature? Tundra कहाँ पे हुआ? Harsh condition and short growing seasons. ठीक है जी. Proper condition दोनी. Grassland कौन? More diverse than deserts and tundras. Grassland doesn't support as many species and coral reefs. So basically coral reefs मान को पाई कौन supporting नुहाई condition. That's why कौन the right answer हुए वो coral reef for ecosystem sustainability. Next. So in the food chain energy transfer follows 10% rule. Look how in an ecosystem energy transfer follows 10% rule, meaning that only about 10% of energy from one trophic level is passed to the next. The rest is lost as heat through metabolic processes such as respiration, movement and reproduction. What is the 100% rule? This would mean no energy is lost. 50% means half energy is lost. Too much energy is retained, and 1% rule, this is incorrect for trophic level transfer. Trophic level transfer amar kete na 10%, 15% and 100% पर्यंत अछि. Okay, next देखिबा. So which of the following is a primary producer? Which of the following is a primary producer? This is algae. Why primary producer is algae? Why not fungi, fish, insects? Instead of these three, why? The answer is algae, because primary producers are organisms that produce their own food through photosynthesis or chemosynthesis, the form of base of the food chain, by converting solar and chemical energy into usable energy for the organisms. That's why algae, like plants, plants use sunlight to make the food, are a primary food. ठीक अच्छे. सो गोटे प्राइमरी प्रोड्यूसर भाव में आलजी कहे जेहेतु से तार खाद्य निजे ही तैयारी करुछि ड्यू टू द प्रेजेंस ऑफ सनलाइट. सो फंजी काई नो? बिकॉज फंजी कैनॉट बी ए प्रोड्यूसर एज इट इज अ डिकम्पोजर्स, एंड फिश इज अ कंज्यूमर्स नॉट प्रोड्यूसर्स. ठीक अच्छे. एंड इंसेक्ट्स भी गोटे कंज्यूमर्स. ठीक अच्छे. ओके, next देखिबा. So a pyramid of numbers in a forest ecosystem is always upright, always inverted, can be both upright and inverted, or none of the above. A pyramid of numbers in a forest ecosystem can be both upright and inverted. What? The pyramid of numbers represents the number of organisms at each trophic level in an ecosystem. In a forest ecosystem, the shape that pyramid can vary depending on the type of organisms present. So inverted pyramid कौन कहूची ना? In forest, a few large trees supported a larger number of herbivores. which in turn support an even smaller number of predators also. This result an inverted upright pyramids kon kohuchi. In some cases, if the primary producers are small plants or shrubs, the number of organisms decreases as we move up the trophic level. ठीक अछि. The Bhopal gas tragedy was caused due to leakage of what? Methyl isocyanate. कहा द्वारा ना मिथाइल आइसोसियानेट. द भोपाल गैस ट्रेजेडी केबे 1984 हेइथिला डिसेंबर 2 रा नाइट रे मिथाइल आइसोसियानेट गैस फ्रॉम द यूनियन कार्बाइड इंडिया लिमिटेड. ठीक अछि. नेक्स्ट, द ताजमहल इज थ्रेटेन्ड बाय. ताजमहल को थ्रेटन करा होची लाइक डरुची कोथि पई जदी ताजमहल को केमिति हमें कोन ब्लास्ट खराब करी हबो नष्ट करी हबो. दिस इज कोन ना हमर एसिड रेन. ओके, let's see how. The Taj Mahal located in Agra is threatened by acid rain caused by air pollution. The nearby industrial vehicular emissions releases sulfur dioxide and nitrogen oxides into the atmosphere. These gases react with water vapor to form sulfuric and nitric acids, which come down as acid rain. This leads to what? The yellowing and corrosion of the Taj Mahal. While marble टा कौन white रहे किंतु धीरे धीरे से कौन टिके yellow होची and धीरे धीरे कौन ता color टा टिके pale yellow type रा हे आसुची. So this is a what we can say, this is a marble cancer. Next, which of the following pollutants causes blue baby syndrome? Which of the following pollutants causes blue baby syndrome? Is that lead, nitrate, arsenic or mercury? Which of the following pollutants causes blue baby syndrome? This is what? This is nitrate. How? What is the blue baby syndrome? Blue baby syndrome also known as what? Na methemoglobinemia. What? Na methemoglobinemia is caused by what? Na high level of nitrous in jete bele amar kon water re adhika amount ro nitrate देखिबा को मिले जते बेले infants माने ताको पियंती सेटा कोन under 6 month भितरे सेटा देखिबा को मिले. माने पडी मन रहिबो. So are vulnerable because their digestive system can convert nitrate into nitrite, which interface with oxygen transport in the blood. This lead to a bluish skin tone, particularly around the mouth and extremities due to oxygen deprivation. Lead हबनी, arsenic नहीं, mercury नहीं. ठीक अछि. Leads causes a neurological disorder, while arsenic causes the poisoning, cancer, and while the mercury affects the nervous system. Next देखिबा. The main cause of eutrophication in water bodies is. The main cause of eutrophication in water bodies is what? Is oil spills or excessive use of fertilizers or heavy metal pollution or deforestation. So eutrophication in water is due to the excessive use of fertilizers. Look how. Eutrophication occurs when excess nutrients, primarily nitrogen and phosphorus, from fertilizers enter water bodies. This leads to excessive algae growth, which depletes oxygen level when the algae die and decompose, causing hypoxia and harming aquatic life. So this is how the excessive nutrients in the water causes deforestation ही दिला ना, sorry, excessive use of fertilizers, eutrophication, sorry, the main cause of eutrophication. So next the major source of indoor air pollution in rural areas of India is. The major source of indoor air pollution in rural areas of India is. This is for what? For the vehicular emissions, the industrial waste or the biomass burning. This is for what? This is for the biomass burning. In rural areas of India, indoor air pollution is mainly caused by the burning of biomass fuels like wood, cow dung and crop residents for cooking and heating. These releases harmful pollutants such as carbon monoxide, particular matter जोटा को and sorry जोटा को कौन PM कहा जाउछि and volatile organic compounds leading to serious respiratory disease. So serious respiratory disease हमर कोथरु होछि ना कार्बन मोनोक्साइड and particulate matter and the harmful pollutants जहा भी सब रहिछि. So vehicular emissions a major outdoor air pollution source. And what is the industrial जो pollution हमर जो waste बाहरे से थ्रू जो pollution start हुए. Plastic waste contributes to pollution. ठीक अछि. These all are the contributors of pollution. So the best alternative to fossil fuel is this is solar energy, nuclear energy, hydropower or geothermal energy. Starting में कह दिली ना. So this is solar energy. Okay, so the best alternative to fossil fuel is what? Na solar energy. Solar energy is considered the best alternative to fossil fuels because it is abundant and renewable. It produces no greenhouse gas emissions during electricity generation. It is scalable for both residential and industrial use. Advances in solar panel technology and what energy storage have made it more efficient and what cost effective. And why not all others? You just can have a look. The largest producer of solar energy in the world is amaro solar energy ro largest producer in the worldwide kiye na China. Hela China is the largest producer of solar energy. Jodi India bhitere kaiba amaro largest ke rahibo mate do comment in the comment section. ठीक अछि. सोलर एनर्जी रे चाइना होची वर्ल्ड वाइड फर्स्ट आम इंडिया रे के रहउची फर्स्ट and the first whole solarified हेची जो विलेज टा सेटा कोठी अछि सेटा भी मते कमेंट सेक्शन में जणाइब. So China is the largest producer of solar energy in the world, leading the both total installed capacity and solar panel manufacturing. माने रहिबो. Next, the full form of LED. What is this? Is light emitting diode. Next, LED stands for light emitting diode, which is a semiconductor device that emits light when an electric current passes through it. मन रहिबो. These are the basic things LED विषय रे एते जानबा दरकार. ठीक अछि. So the most sustainable method of irrigation is drip irrigation. What is the most sustainable method of irrigation? This is drip irrigation. How? Drip irrigation is the most sustainable irrigation method because it delivers water directly to the roots of plants, reducing water wastage due to evaporation and runoff. It is highly efficient in conserving water, making it ideal for regions with water scarcity. Okay, what is the sprinkler irrigation? More efficient than traditional methods but leads to water loss through evaporation and wind drift. So basically हमें कहबा कोन सबुठ सस्टेनेबल इरिगेशन मेथड होची हमरा ड्रिप इरिगेशन. माने रहिबो जोथरे कोन होची ना डिलीवर वाटर डायरेक्टली टू द रूट. ठीक अछि. डायरेक्ट हमरा कोन रूट रे ही दिया जाय पानी. नेक्स्ट देखिबा. Which type of energy is harnessed from ocean tides? Which type of energy is harnessed from ocean tides? Is that hydropower energy? Is that wind energy? Is that tidal energy? Is that geothermal energy? So which type of energy is harnessed from ocean tides? Which type of energy is harnessed from ocean tides? This is tidal energy. How? The tidal energy is a form of renewable energy that is harnessed from the movement of ocean tides. It is generated by the gravitational pull of the moon and the sun, जो हमें कोई जुआर and भटा आसे, causing periodic rises and falls in the sea level. Specially structures like tidal barrages, tidal turbines and tidal stream generators are used to convert this movement into electricity. So these are the method like equipments, tidal barrages lagichi, turbines and tidal stream generator या थ्रू हमें कौन ना tide रू current को collect करी पारुछि. So hydropower, wind energy and geothermal energy you can have a look. So the first biosphere reserve established in India was India रे जो first biosphere reserve आमर कौन establish हेइतिला सेटा कौन नीलगिरी सुंदरबंस नंदा देवी या फिर गल्फ ऑफ मैनर आमर कौन ना नीलगिरी हेइतिला. The Nilgiri Biosphere Reserve was first biosphere reserve established in India in 1986. तो first biosphere reserve केबे हेइतिला ना 1986 रे हेइतिला हमरो. ठीक अछि कोठी हेइतिला लोकेटेड इन द वेस्टर्न घाट्स एंड नीलगिरी हिल्स एंड कवर पार्ट्स ऑफ तमिलनाडु केरला एंड कर्नाटक रो किछि पार्ट भी कवर अप करितिला. सुंदरबन ए फेमस बायोस्फीयर रिजर्व बट वाज designated later 1989 रे हेइतिला after 3 years of biosphere of Nilgiri. then Nanda Devi biosphere केबे डिक्लेयर हेइतिला 1988 रे declared a biosphere reserve in 1988 after Nilgiri. Okay, so Nilgiri pore Nanda Devi pore Sundarban Gulf of Mannar designated 1989. So first Nilgiri, second Nanda Devi, third Sundarban, fourth Gulf of Mannar. मन रहिबा सीरियली अछि 90 कोन 6 7 8 9. Okay, 96 90 sorry 7 9 नहीं 96 तापर 90 86 then 88 then 89 then 80 दीटा तक 89 रही छी ना कि डिजाइन 89 लोकेटेड इन तमिलनाडु. सो एटा केबे सुंदरबन एंड गल्फ ऑफ मैनर दीटा तक डेजिग्नेटेड हेइ छै इन द ईयर 1989. नेक्स्ट सो द नेशनल एनिमल ऑफ इंडिया इज व्हाट it is Asiatic lion, Bengal tiger or the Indian elephant or the peacock. The national animal is Bengal tiger. We all know about it, right? So Bengal tiger which amara kona national animal of India, it was declared as the national animal kebe 1973 re. This is important, the year is. So replacing the Asiatic lion, ta पूर्व amara किए थिला ना Asiatic lion थिला amara ये कौन नेशनल एनिमल बट लैटरल बेंगल टाइगर हे गला हमर नेशनल एनिमल. सो एशियाटिक लायन कोठी हम देखा जाए फाउंड इन गिर फॉरेस्ट गुजरात रे. इंडियन एलिफेंट इंपोर्टेंट इन इंडियन कल्चर जोटा कि हमर कोठी एलिफेंट तो सबुठी प्राय देखा जाए बट हमर कोठी द सिटी ऑफ एलिफेंट इज नोन एज लाइक ओडिसा रे ढेंकानाल को बोली कहा जाए. सो पीकॉक इट इज एन इंडियस नेशनल बर्ड. ओके next देखिबा which of the following is not an endemic species of India. So which of the following is not an endemic species of India? It is Nilgiri taur, Asiatic lion, red panda or Bengal tiger. So now जानि परथुबे lion अछि Nilgiri त हमर Nilgiri अछि जेतु थिबो Bengal tiger त हम national. So odd one out red panda. Is there need any explanation? No. red panda amara kouthi na found in India, Nepal, Bhutan and China. So it is not exclusively to India. ठीक अछि these three are exclusively found in India. So the main threat to wildlife is what? Tourism, habitat destruction, climate change or natural disaster. So the main threat to wildlife is habitat destruction. Let's see how. Habitat destructions differ. Major threat कौन होची deforestation, urbanization and agricultural expansion reduce wildlife habitats leading to loss of biodiversity. So tourism limited impact. While irresponsible tourism can cause disturbances, it is not the primary cause of wildlife decline. So climate change significant but secondary. It affects ecosystems over time, but habitat destruction causes immediate population decline. Natural disasters, while floods, wildfires and earthquakes can harm wildlife, they are natural what? Natural events unlike habitat destruction caused by the human activity. So mainly habitat destruction is the main threat of what? Number of deforestation. So the Zoological Survey of India (ZSI) was established in the Zoological Survey of India केते ना 1916 रे established हेइथिला. ठीक अछि. The Zoological Survey of India was established in 1st July 1916 to promote the study of research of India's rich animal diversity. It operates under Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. ठीक अछि. and headquarter कोठी both botanical survey of India and zoological survey of India रा headquarter हमर कोठ रहउची ना वेस्ट बेंगल कोलकाता रे रहउची ठीक अछि ऑब्जेक्टिव कोन रहउची ना स्टडी एंड कंजर्व इंडियाज fauna and founded from the zoological section of the Indian Museum. So which organization releases the annual state of the environmental report? को ऑर्गेनाइजेशन आमको कौन दउछि ना रिलीज करूछि ना स्टेट ऑफ एनवायरमेंटल रिपोर्ट दिस इज यूएनईपी व्हाट इज यूएनईपी द यूनाइटेड नेशंस एनवायरनमेंट प्रोग्राम releases the annual state of the environment report. This report provides a comprehensive analysis of global environment issues. So globally आम state रे जो सब change होउची climate change हो biodiversity loss हो ता according हम जो species मान अछंती से माने केमती से condition रे बंचुचंती या फिर किछि species loss होउची so ए सब climatic report हमको किए दोची ना UNEP मन रहबा केबे फाउंड हेतला इन द ईयर 1972 हेडक्वार्टर कोन नाइरोबिया केनिया रे अछि मिशन कोन ना लीडिंग ग्लोबल एनवायरमेंटल अथॉरिटी सेटिंग द एनवायरमेंटल एजेंडा नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन तो स्टॉकहोम कॉन्फ्रेंस इन 1972 फोकस्ड ऑन व्हाट स्टॉकहोम कॉन्फ्रेंस 1972 रे फोकस करिछि काहागु सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट को देखिबा हाउ The Stockholm Conference of 1972, officially known as the United Nations Conference on the Human Environment, was the first major international summit on environmental issues. It focused on promoting sustainable development which balances economic growth with environmental protection. So, what is the key facts about the Stockholm Conference? This is कोठी ना स्टॉकहोम स्वीडन रे अछि ईयर 1972 रे एस्टैब्लिश हेतला ऑर्गेनाइज्ड बाय द यूएन एंड द व्हाट इज द मेन एम और द आउटकम लेड टू द एस्टैब्लिशमेंट ऑफ द यूएन's और एनवायरनमेंट प्रोग्राम यूएनईपी द रामसर कन्वेंशन इज एसोसिएटेड विथ द मेन एंड इंपोर्टेंट क्वेश्चन रामसर साइट विषय डेफिनेटली हमर एग्जाम रे पकोची द नंबर ऑफ रामसर साइट्स ना द नंबर ऑफ जीआई टैग्स प्रेजेंट इन ओडिशा इज 25. Tell me the comment section the number of Ramsar sites as of 24 is how many Ramsar sites as of 2024 is present in Odisha. The Ramsar Convention is associated with what? This is the marine conservation, the wetland conservation, the wildlife conservation or the forest conservation. This is wetland conservation. So, the Ramsar Convention is an international treaty aimed at the conservation of sustainable use of wetlands. केबे हेतिला स्टार्ट 1971 रे लोकेशन फास्ट कोटा हेतिला ना रामसर ईरान रो ठीक अछि सेथि लागि ता ना हैला कोन रामसर कन्वेंशन डायरेक्ट लोकों पाखु सेटा फर्स्ट 1971 ने हेतिला बट लेटर ऑन सेटा एस्टैब्लिश हेतिला को ईयर रे दिस इज 1975 managed by Ramsar Secretariat under IUCN. Objective protect wetlands to maintain their ecological functions and the biodiversity. India and the Ramsar Convention कौन अछि India signed it in 1982 रे इंडिया ताकू रामसर को ऐड कला एंड टोटल रामसर साइट्स इन इंडिया अछि 75 मु पचारि छी ओडिसा रे केते अछि मते कमेंट सेक्शन रे जणाओ लार्जेस्ट रामसर साइट इन इंडिया कोटा सुंदरबन वेटलैंड्स so smaller site in Ramsar Renuka wetland to Himachal Pradesh. So next question, the headquarters of the International Union the headquarters for the International Union for Conservation of Nature is located in where? The options are USA, Switzerland, Germany, France. कोठी कहतिली Switzerland. So the International Union of Conservation of Nature is the headquarter present in where? Amara Gland Switzerland रे ठीक अछि कोठी ना स्विट्जरलैंड रो ग्लैंड सिटी रे सो फाउंड हेतला केबे 1948 रे हेडक्वार्टर तो कहिली स्विट्जरलैंड मिशन कोन तार ना कंजर्वेशन ऑफ नेचर एंड सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट ऑफ द नेचुरल रिसोर्सेस famous for IUCN red list which classifies the species based on their extinction risk. Why is IUCN important? Develops the IUCN red list of threatened species. ठीक अछि supports global conservation policies and initiatives, works with government, NGOs and research institutions. Next. So the World Environment Day is celebrated on, समस्ते जानिबा दरकार एग्जाम रे मस्ट क्वेश्चन जदि न पढिछि ताले मो ना चेंज कर दबो. So World Environment Day is celebrated on June 5. मन रहिबो. So next देखो, World Environment Day is celebrated annually on June 5 to raise awareness to promote action for environmental protection. मते 2024 environment like day रो कौन थीम थिला कमेंट सेक्शन में जणा. मते 2024 environment day रो कौन थिला थीम, what was the theme मते जणा. So key facts about World Environment Day: established by UN 1972, first celebration 1974 रे हेइथिला, coordinated by UN Environment Program and each year has a theme and a host country also. मते कुह एई वर्ष like 2024 रे के host करथिला and what was the theme. Which of the following gases is known as Mars gas? Tell me, मोडा ऑलरेडी पढैछि कोन. Methane gas is also known as Mars gas. So methane is commonly known as Mars gas because it produces naturally in Mars and marshy and swampy areas due to anaerobic decomposition of organic matters by microorganisms. So मंगल ग्रह रे बेसिकली कोन ऑटोमेटिकली मार्स रो ए जो मिथेन गैस टा कोन प्रोड्यूस होउची ऑटोमेटिकली. सो तार एटमॉस्फेयर रे हमकु जेमिति हमर कोन ऑक्सीजन, कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड ए सब देखिया को मिलुची, बट तार एनवायरनमेंट रे बेसिकली कोन देखिया को मिलुची ना मिथेन. ठीक अछि. सो द की फैक्ट्स अबाउट द मिथेन: दिस इज colorless and the odorless gas, highly flammable and used as a fuel, produced by wetland, marshes, swamps, bogs and rice paddies ru bi baharuchi, livestock and digestion, cows, sheep etc through baharuchi, landfills and fossil fuels extraction ru bi amara baharuchi. ठीक अछि. Next, the full form of NGT is, the full form of NGT is what? This is the National Green Tribunal, National Geological Team, कौन NGT रो National Green Tribunal. Look how it is a specialized judicial body set up to handle cases related to environmental protection and the conservation of forest and natural resources. Key facts about NGT: established in 2010 under National Green Tribunal Act 2010, headquarters New Delhi, India. Purpose kona fast track resolution of what na environmental cases to ensure sustainable development. Okay, these are the key factors. Water Act केबे हेतला 1974, Air Act 1981 and the Environmental Protection Act 1986. ठीक है छी. So the largest mangrove forest in the world is, the largest mangrove forest in the world is what? This is Amazon rainforest, Sundarbans, Congo basin or the boreal forest. So largest mangrove forest is Sundarban. The Sundarban is the largest जोटा कोन कोनती हेंताळ गछ, हेंताळ वन सेटा होची mangrove forest. So Sundarbans is the largest mangrove forest in the world, spanning India and Bangladesh. It is famous for its unique ecosystem, biodiversity and the presence of the Royal Bengal tiger. Location: India and Bangladesh. Like India रे बहुत अच्छी, whereas Bangladesh को touch करी. ठीक है. Area 10,000 square kilometer. Recognized as UNESCO World Heritage Site in 1987 रे लेजर फोला होची सुंदरी ट्री and home to Bengal tigers, saltwater crocodile and the Gangetic dolphins. Which type of coal has the highest carbon content? So which type of coal has the highest carbon content? This is anthracite. Anthracite is the highest grade coal with the highest carbon content. केते carbon content करूची ना 86 ରୁ 98% approximately contain करूची कि anthracite, making the most efficient and the cleanest burning type of coal. So a high energy content and low moisture compared to other coal types. So this is why the peat होची lowest carbon सबुठू, and lignite होची low carbon 60 to 70% and bituminous होची गोटे medium carbon. ठीक अछि. So the major cause of forest fires in India is human activities is the right answer. So major causes of forest fires in India is because of the human activities. Suppose किए जने जाइथिबो जंगल को कोथि पई गछ काटिबा को जाइथिबो या फिर कोन गाई चरिया को जाइथिबो बिडी पिडी टाणी पके दबो. So स्टार्ट हो जाए ना प्राय खरा दिन देखिथिबो सब जंगल मुंडिया मान करे कोन देखा जाए. So in India the major cause of forest fires in human activities including agriculture, negligence and the deliberate warning. ठीक अछि. Next देखिबा, which of the following is the largest carbon sink on earth? Which of the following is the largest carbon sink on earth? This is what? Now ocean is the largest carbon sink on the earth. Ocean has the largest carbon sink on earth, absorbing about 25 to 30% of global carbon dioxide emission. जदि ocean न थांदा ताहाले हम carbon emission कोठी जाके पहुंची थांदा, ओजोन लेयर कोन हेई थांदा भाबो. The carbon is stored in marine organisms, dissolved carbon dioxide and deep sea sediments. Forest important but not the largest. Next देखिबा, what is the main cause of coral bleaching? What is the main cause of coral bleaching? Overfishing, rising sea temperatures, oil spills or plastic pollution. This is rising sea temperature. So the main cause of coral bleaching is rising sea temperatures due to climate change. When ocean temperatures become too warm, coral expels the symbol algae, symbiotic algae, that provide them with food and color, turning them white and making them vulnerable to death. So this is the process of coral bleaching. Next देखिबा, which of the following is not a greenhouse gas? Which of the following is not a greenhouse gas? Water vapor is a causing greenhouse gas. Carbon dioxide, methane भी, but oxygen is not a greenhouse gas, right? So oxygen is not a greenhouse gas because it does not trap heat in the atmosphere. Greenhouse gas absorbs and re-radiate infrared radiation, warming the earth, but oxygen does not contribute to this effect. Water vapor, the most abundant greenhouse gas naturally present in the atmosphere. Oxygen, not a greenhouse gas, makes up 21% of the atmosphere. Carbon dioxide, major contributor to global warming from fossil fuels. What is methane? More potent than carbon dioxide, comes from livestock and landfills. Which ecosystems has the highest biodiversity? Which ecosystem has the highest biodiversity? Is that desert, tundra, rainforest or grassland? This is rainforest. Which ecosystem? Now rainforest ecosystem has the highest biodiversity. Why? Because rainforest have the highest biodiversity of any ecosystem on earth. They cover only about 6% of the earth's surface but contain over 50% of all known plant and animal species. बुझिएला? Okay. So desert काई हबनी? Because it is the low biodiversity. Tundra, very low biodiversity. Rainforest होची हमारा high biodiversity and grassland होची moderate. So which ecosystem has the highest biodiversity? एबे कहली ना कोडा हबो highest biodiversity? Nothing but the rainforest. एटा double ही गला की? हाँ एटा repeat ही जाइची. Okay, leave it. What is the major cause of acid rain? Major cause of acid rain is what? Sulfur dioxide emission. Next देखिबा, Acid rain is primarily caused by sulfur dioxide and nitrogen oxides released into the atmosphere. These gases react with water vapor to form sulfuric acid and nitric acid, which then fall to the ground as acid rain. Next. Which renewable energy source has the highest efficiency? Which renewable energy source has the highest efficiency? This is what? This is the hydropower. Hydropower is the most efficient renewable energy source with efficiency rates of 80 to 90% in converting water energy into electricity. But now hydropower is the most efficient renewable energy source with efficiency rates of 80 to 90% in converting water energy into electricity, and the other was not, because it is the lower efficiency, and the solar energy is also the lower efficiency, and the geothermal energy is also the lower efficiency. So next is, which species is considered keystone species in an ecosystem? Which species is considered a keystone species in an ecosystem? This is what? Now, sea otter. What is its work? Now, a keystone species is an organism that has a disproportionately large impact on its ecosystem, helping to maintain biodiversity and ecosystem stability. So, sea otter, these are keystone species, control sea urchin populations, preventing overgrazing of kelp forest. Okay, next देखिएगा, which of the following is a biodegradable pollutant? Which of the following is the biodegradable pollutant? This is that plastic, glass, sewage or aluminium cans? This is what? This is sewage. So sewage is a biodegradable pollutant. So why organic waste that decomposes natural? This is sewage. A biodegradable pollutant is a substance that can be broken down naturally by microorganisms like bacteria and fungi. Next. What percentage of the Earth's water is fresh water? अरे एटा रिपीट हो जाइए कि Earth's water केते परसेंट हमारा? अच्छा अच्छा ना ना टोटल परसेंटेज रे पचाची. ओके सो Earth's water केते अछि ना 2.5%. सेटा पचाइथिला केते ना हमर ग्लेसियरिन थिला ना, ग्लेसियर्स थिला. यस. So Earth, about 97.5% of Earth water is salt water. Only 2.5% is fresh water. मन रहिबो, breakdown in fresh water, 68% of frozen in glaciers. Next. What is the main source of indoor air pollution in rural households? What is the main source of indoor air pollution in rural households? Dust, carbon monoxide, biomass burning or the radon gas? What is the main source of indoor air pollution in rural household? This is biomass burning. How? Dekho. Now in many rural households, biomass fuels such as wood, crop residues and the animal dung are used to cooking for heating. This is reason for the amara biomass fuels. Okay. Why is this a problem? Because incomplete combustion of biomass releases harmful pollutants like particulate matter, carbon monoxide and volatile organic compounds into the indoor air. Poor ventilation in rural homes leads to high exposure, causing respiratory diseases, eye irritation and long-term lung damage. Next देखिएगा, which type of plastic is the most commonly found in ocean pollution? Which type of plastic is the most commonly found in ocean pollution? So, which the PET, the PVC, the LDPE, the PS. The PET is polyethylene terephthalate. The polyethylene terephthalate is the key reason for ocean pollution. PET is the most commonly found in plastic in ocean pollution due to its widespread use in plastic bottles, found containers and packaging materials. right? Next, which of the following is an example of in situ conservation? What is the in situ conservation? Like kota habo na wildlife sanctuary. Okay, why? Because what is in situ conservation? It is refers to protection of species within their natural habitat. This method helps to preserve ecosystems while allowing organisms to live the reproduce in their natural environment. ठीक है जी, why is wildlife sanctuary an example of in situ? Why not others? Because it protects species within their natural habitat, and it is maintains biodiversity and ecological balance, and it is also provides legal protection to endangered species. Okay, which organization publishes the Living Planet report? Which organization publishes the Living Planet report? The WWF. What is this? The WWF. The WWF is referred to the Living Planet report. LPR is biennial publication by the WWF, World Wide Fund for Nature. It provides comprehensive data on global diversity, trends and ecosystem health, highlighting the impact of health activities on nature. Okay, so key facts about the Living Planets report. It is published in 1998. The first published in 1998. Okay, next. Which of the following is a secondary air pollutant? Which of the following is a secondary air pollutant? Na ozone. The first is the carbon dioxide. Next, the pollutants are classified into primary and secondary pollutants. Primary pollutants are directly emitted into the atmosphere from the source like factories, vehicles and natural events. Secondary pollutants are formed through chemical reactions between primary pollutants and the atmospheric components. बुझिला कोई डिफरेंस करा है प्राइमरी एंड सेकेंडरी? ओजोन होची secondary where forms when nitrogen oxides and volatile organic compounds react with the presence of sunlight. This presence known as photochemical smog. कहिथिली okay. And the sulfur dioxide is a primary pollutant, carbon monoxide is a primary pollutant, and also lead is a primary pollutant, but ozone is a secondary kind of pollutant. Which is the largest terrestrial biome on earth? Which is the largest terrestrial biome on earth? Tropical rainforest, grassland, taiga or desert. Which is the largest terrestrial biome on earth? This is taiga, the boreal forest. The boreal forest taiga is the natural occurring. So the taiga, also known as the boreal forest, is the largest terrestrial biome on earth. Converts approximately 11% of earth land area, found in Canada, Russia and the Scandinavia and the Alaska. Okay. Why not tropical rainforest? Because rich in biodiversity but smaller in total area than the taiga. So taiga area is much larger than all others. Which of the following is the most effective method to control soil erosion? Which of the most effective method to control soil erosion? So this is what? This is terrace farming. So terrace farming is the most effective method to control soil erosion, especially on slopes and hilly areas. Like terrains रे तो हुए, but हमर को ना जितने सबू hilly अच्छी ना mountain सेठी भी हमर कौन हुए ना ए terrace farming method रे चाष करा जाए, because it is reduces water runoff तौल को खसी बारे से कौन धीरे धीरे slope method रे करा जाए ना तौल को असला को पानी के ची तौल को आसे नहीं भीतर रह जाए, enhances water retention and prevents landslides. Okay. So which gas is the major contributor to the formation of smog? Which gas is the major contributor to the formation of smog? This is carbon dioxide, ozone or nitrous oxide. This is nitrous oxide. Okay, photochemical smog बनाए. Primary contributors to smog formation, particularly photochemical smog. मैं already अभी सारे discuss करी सारी छी. तथा भी किसी doubt है ले आपको गोटे थर थरोली रीड करिवो ठीक अछि नेक्स्ट देखिबा सो व्हिच इंटरनेशनल बॉडी मॉनिटर्स एंड assesses climate change which international body monitors and assesses climate change WHO UNEP IPCC or IUCN IPCC and what is IPCC the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change is IPCC is leading international body responsible for assessing and monitoring climate change established kebe heithila in the year 1988 by the United Nations Environment Program and the World Meteorological Organizations. It provides scientific reports on climate change, its impact, and the possible mitigation strategies. Okay, WHO is for World Health, and UNEP, United Nations Environment, IUCN, International Union for Conservation of Nature. Which of the following energy sources produces the least carbon footprint? Least carbon footprint किए करूची ना which of the following energy sources अच्छा nuclear energy हमारा कौन सबुठु least carbon footprint provide करूची because nuclear energy produces the least carbon footprint compared to fossil fuels. It generates electricity without direct carbon dioxide emissions, making it one of the cleanest energy sources. Comparison of carbon footprint emissions in other components. Why nuclear? It provides a stable base load energy supply. Next देखिबा which region is experiencing the highest rate of deforestation? Which region is experiencing the highest rate of deforestation? This is Amazon rainforest. Why? Because the Amazon rainforest is experiencing the highest rate of deforestation due to the activities like what? Illegal logging, agriculture expansion, mining and infrastructure development. Okay, deforestation states Amazon lost 10,000 square kilometer per year in recent decades. प्रति 10 years रे थरे 10,000 square kilometers से loss करूची. Brazil, Peru, Colombia and Bolivia faces major deforestation threats. Okay, and the lung of the earth is known as the Amazon. So next, what is the primary cause of ocean acidification? So ocean acidification primary cause कौन is that oil spills, plastic pollution, increased carbon dioxide absorption or deforestation. कोटा हैबो ना increased carbon dioxide absorption. Why? Because ocean acidification occurs when the ocean absorbs excess carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, forming carbonic acid, which is H2CO3. This lowers the ocean's pH, making it more acidic. तो जति अधिक amount रो acid नहीं जीव से कौन तार pH level धीरे धीरे कौन हबो अधिक हे जीव, so सी more acidic हे जीव, बुझुछ ना. So effect of ocean acidification कौन रहइबो ना weakness cells of marine animals. धीरे धीरे अधिक एसिड हेले कोन हबो जो सब सामुका गेंडा ए माने सब रहउचंती हमर कोन समुद्र रे से मानकर ऊपर सेल धीरे धीरे वीक हे जीवो, disrupts marine ecosystems and food chains, reduces the ability of plankton to thrive. Next, which of the following is a major cause of biodiversity loss? Which is a major cause of biodiversity loss? Afforestation, habitat destructions, or ecotourism, or organic farming. This is habitat destruction. I think this is also repeated. Habitat destruction is the leading cause of the biodiversity loss when forests, wetlands and other natural areas are cleared for agriculture, urbanization and infrastructure. Many species lose their homes and struggle to survive. Next, which renewable energy source depends on Earth's internal heat? Which renewable source depends on Earth's internal heat? This is the geothermal energy. How? Geothermal energy is a renewable energy source that comes from the heat inside the Earth. The heat is generated by the decay of radioactive elements and the Earth's core temperature. देन आमर कोन ना जियोथर्मल एनर्जी बाय हीट करिकी ताकू बाहर करा जाय देन सेटा को फ्यूल भाबर यूज करा जाय hot water and steam from deep underground and used to generate electricity can be used directly from heating buildings greenhouses and the industrial processes which gas is released during photosynthesis कोटा release हुए as a byproduct बार बार कहिछि ऑक्सीजन रिलीज हुए कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड यूज्ड हुए ओके and photosynthesis रा गोटे बेस्ड आउट वेरी पॉपुलर इक्वेशन इज व्हाट एग्जाम रे पकई दिए सपोज 6 CO2 लिखि थिबो एठी डैश दे देथिबो आपण लिखिबे with 6 water plus sunlight give rise to glucose plus 6 O2 as a byproduct okay next which Indian initiative aims to conserve tigers इंडिया रा को इनिशिएटिव हमर टाइगर्स मान को कंजर्व करिया पे हेची ना प्रोजेक्ट टाइगर What is Project Tiger? Project Tiger is an initiative launched by the government of India in 1973 केबे ना 1973 to protect what Bengal tiger from extinction and conserve its natural habitat. Why Project Tiger? Because implemented by the National Tiger Conservation Authority (NTCA) establishes tiger reserves across India and monitors tiger populations and prevents poaching. Okay, Project Elephant 1992 रे हेतिला and Green India Mission हमर कौन focuses on afforestation, national biodiversity action plan केबे हेतिला ना कहा ऊपर हेतिला conserves overall biodiversity national biodiversity under it. So which of the following is an example of invasive species? Which of the following is an example of invasive species? This is Bengal tiger, lantana camera or mango tree. This is lantana camera. What is lantana camera? Is an invasive species known for its aggressive growth and ability to outcompete native vegetation. It is considered a major threat to biodiversity in many regions. So, which metal is responsible for itai disease? मु कहि सारी थिली ना. This is what? Cadmium. अच्छा sorry cadmium option ने थिला and मु कहि थिली कि itai disease is कोन related to cadmium. Yes. So, cadmium, itai disease, mercury रे, minmata disease and arsenica causing arsenic disease. These are the diseases. Which is the most endangered ecosystem in the world? Most endangered अरे एटा भी रिपीट हे जाई कोरल रीफ्स मडा कहि थिली ना. नेक्स्ट देखिबा which of the following is the major source of methane emission? Methane emission रो main source कोन agriculture activity जेमिति कि हमरा कोथरु बाहरे ना livestock digestions for rice paddies and manure management releases significant amounts of methane. Okay, next देखिबा which organization publishes the red list of threatened species? Seriously एते कोन लास्ट को रिपीट हे जाई ठीक 10-15 टा बोधे रिपीट हे जाई हो. So what is the term for the excessive growth of algae in water bodies due to nutrient pollution? Due to nutrient अच्छा बुल्ले बांगे क्वेश्चन पचार eutrophication कहितली कोन because of the कोन algae growth हेतिला. So एबे देछि algae growth को कोन कहै छै? This is eutrophication. Okay, what is bioaccumulation? The process by which toxic substances like heavy metals and pesticides accumulate in an organisms over time. ठीक अछि. So next देखिबा which country generate the highest amount of plastic waste? किए ना हमर USA generate करूछि highest amount of plastic waste worldwide. ठीक अछि. China is also major producer of plastic waste but has a lower per capita waste production. ठीक अछि. Next, which part of the world is experiencing the fastest ice melting? Obviously the Arctic region. The Arctic region is experiencing the fastest ice melting due to rising global temperature. The Arctic is warming nearly 4 times faster than the global average, causing the rapid loss of sea and ice glaciers. मन रहिबो the Himalayas are also experiencing ice melt but not as rapidly as the as the Arctic. So which term refers to the contamination of the food chain with harmful substances? Which term refers to the contamination of the food chain with harmful substances? This is biomagnification. How? Biomagnification refers to the process where harmful substances such as pesticides, heavy metals or other toxins become more concentrated at higher levels of the food chain. It occurs when organisms at lower trophic levels absorb toxins and as predators consume them. The toxins accumulate in higher concentrations. Biomoleculation, what is that? कही देथिली eutrophication, you all knows about that, already discussed करिछि. So, which of the following is a non-renewable energy source? कोटा ना कोल हमर एटा भी रिपीट हे जाइछि. कोल हमर नॉन रिन्यूएबल काहे कि भी कहि देथिली. Which of the following gases is responsible for acid rain? कौन होउछि मु जाननी बट 40 टा भलिया क्वेश्चन बदलेलानी रिपीट हेलानी. What is the primary goal of Kyoto protocol? Primary goal कौन ना reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. Okay. Which layer of the atmosphere contains the ozone layer? Ozone layer कोठे contain करूछि? Troposphere, then कहिदिली stratosphere. Which water pollutant is primarily responsible for the Minamata disease? Which water pollutant? कोटा ना हमर mercury. एटा भी कहिथिली. Which renewable energy source has the highest potential for electricity generation in coastal areas? एटा कहनथली, this is wind energy. Coastal areas रे आथिला energy माने कोन? Wind energy. Coastal areas sorry, coastal areas have high and consistent wind speeds, making them ideal locations for offshore windfarms. What is onshore? Inside the sea, like inside the ocean. What is offshore? Like on the land. Okay. Next, what is the primary cause of desertification? This is overgrazing. Repeated. Which chemical is responsible for the depletion of the ozone layer? Depletion of ozone layer पे को chemical use होची ना हमारा chlorofluorocarbon. CFCs are synthetic compound used in refrigeration, air conditioning and aerosol sprays. They are main cause of ozone depletion because when released into atmosphere, chlorofluorocarbons rise to the stratosphere. Ultraviolet radiation breaks them down. Chlorophyll reacts with ozone, destroying ozone molecules and depleting the ozone layer. Next देखिबा. Which Indian river is considered the most polluted? कोटा गंगा नहीं, most polluted बोली काउंट करा जाउछि यमुना रिवर को. Why? The Yamuna river is considered as the most polluted river in India due to untreated sewage discharge तार नहीं and industrial wastage ता पाखु आसुची, religious and domestic waste भी आसुची. So while the Ganga is also heavily polluted, but studies कहूची कौन ना हमारा यमुना more than Ganga is polluted. Okay, and Brahmaputra is one of the cleanest river. And the last one is, which of the following is an example of sustainable development? Using solar energy is a kind of sustainable development progressive for the Indians, for the worldwide country. So sustainable development focuses on meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generation to meet their own needs. Using solar energy is a perfect example because it is uses renewable resources जोटा कि केबे खत्म ही हबनी. ऑलरेडी हमारा सन प्रेजेंट, दैट मीन्स सोलर एनर्जी प्रेजेंट. रिड्यूसेस कार्बन एमिशंस, प्रोवाइड लॉन्ग टर्म एनर्जी and overfishing, deforestation, excessive mining, these are not. Okay, so here end of the EVS questions. Okay, so thank you so much. What is the basic unit of life? The options are atom, cell, organism and tissue. What is the basic cell what is the basic unit of life? The options are atom, cell, organisms and tissue. So the right answer will be what? The right answer is cell. The cell is the fundamental unit of life, as all living organisms are made up of one or more cells. So basically the right answer is cell. And our option रे कौन थिला? Other option देखि दियंतु आपन को briefly जणाउची, so that आपण option through रे discuss करि परिबे कि एटा कोथि पई and या फल रे कोन जानि परिबे कि जोडा नुह सेडा काहे कि नुह, and सेमानकर कोन रोल अछि आम डे टू डे लाइफ रे. Everything is that. So atom रो कोन अछि? Atoms are the smaller units of what? Matter, but they are not considering living organisms. And organisms is a complete living being made of one or more cells. Like am a organisms, any living cells called as a organism. So a tissue is a group of similar cells working together to perform a function. So this is basically what the tissue and the cell difference. A tissue is a group of similar cells, whereas cell is the fundamental unit of life. So starting raheba cell re, and the cells are made up of what? Like the tissue is made up of what? Multicellular cells. So the next is, which organelle is responsible for energy production in a cell? So which organelle is responsible for energy production in a cell? तो cell भितरे energy production रो responsible हुए को organelle थिरु? The options are nucleus, mitochondria, chloroplast या फिर ribosome. So what will be the right answer? The right answer will be what? Nothing but the mitochondria. Okay. So let's see why it is responsible for energy production inside the cell. So let the discussion is this, that mitochondria are known as the what? Na powerhouse of the cell. जो question आसी गला एटा भी हमर किए ना mitochondria हबो powerhouse of the cell, because they generate what? ATP, the cell's energy currency, through cellular respiration. But what? The mitochondria are known as the powerhouse of the cell. Why? Because they generate ATP, the cell's energy currency, through cellular respiration. And why not nucleus, chloroplast and ribosome? And what are those, like tankara kon role achi? The nucleus contains generic material but doesn't produce any energy. So nucleus kona amara generic material sabu inside the nucleus bhitare amara present hai. And why not chloroplast? Chloroplast carry out photosynthesis in plant cells but do not produce ATP for what? For cellular functions. But why not ribosome? Ribosome ro work kona? Ribosomes are responsible for protein synthesis. The organelle which is responsible for protein synthesis, or the organism take place in protein synthesis, is known as ribosome, which doesn't produce energy. Okay. So the next question, which of the following is a nitrogenous base found in DNA? Which of the following is a nitrogenous base found in DNA? DNA रे आमे जो nitrogenous base पाउचे तो सेटा ए भितरु कोटा? The options are adenine, glucose, thiamine या फिर both A and C. आमे जो nitrogenous base पाउचे कोउथिरे ना हमर DNA रे सेटा कोन हबो ना हमर both what? Adenine and thiamine. So the options D will be right. Both A and C, both adenine and thiamine आमे पाउचे कोउथिरे ना हमर nitrogenous base of the DNA. तो kahinki, like आउ कोन role अछि तारो? Like adenine is one of the 4 nitrogenous base in DNA, and glucose ro role kon rahila? Like thiamine mu कहि दोची, thiamine also another nitrogenous base in DNA. So basically हमर correct answer कोउटा हबो ना both adenine and thiamine is the nitrogenous base of any DNA. So why not glucose? Glucose is a carbohydrate, not a nitrogenous base. Complete. Glucose is a kind of what? Carbohydrate, not a nitrogenous base. So next देखिबा. What is the primary function of the ribosomes? What is the primary function of the ribosomes? The options are protein synthesis, DNA replication, lipid synthesis, energy productions. What is the primary function of the ribosome? So ribosome रो main function या भितर कोटा से कौन protein synthesis करे, से कौन DNA replication करे, से कौन lipid synthesis करे, या फिर से energy production करे. What ना ये मैम protein synthesis रे help करे. So ribosome रो main function या फिर primary function is what? They takes place in protein synthesis. So what are the options? Protein synthesis. Ribosomes are responsible for assembling amino acids into proteins. So कौन करे ना amino acid को protein ने convert करिबारे help करे. Thus protein synthesis कहा द्वारा complete हुए by the help of ribosomes. And DNA replication occurs in the nucleus. Where DNA replication occurs inside the nucleus and involves enzymes like what? DNA polymerase, not ribosomes. So मन रखिबे DNA replication कहा द्वारा होची ना DNA polymerase द्वारा होची. यदि protein synthesis कहा द्वारा होची, ribosomes द्वारा होची, DNA replication कहा द्वारा होची ना DNA replication DNA polymerase द्वारा होची. Easy, relatable. Okay. So lipid synthesis कौन अछि ना lipid synthesis occurs in the smooth endoplasmic reticulum. Lipid synthesis कोठी takes place हुए? It is takes place in the what? Na endoplasmic reticulum, which is known as what? ACR. The smooth endoplasmic reticulum. किए हुए ना lipid synthesis takes place where in the part of the body? Na inside the endoplasmic reticulum, which is very smooth, so that it is called as ACR. Okay. And energy production occurs in mitochondria. Where energy production occurs in mitochondria, as it is the powerhouse of the cell. Okay. So till now clear. Number 5. What process do plants use to make food? What process do plants use to make food? को process रे plant तारो खाद्य को बनै थाए, तैयारी करि थाए. Options are respiration, photosynthesis, fermentation या फिर transpiration. Transpiration तो नुहा, respiration भी नुहा, fermentation तो नुहा, and के रहेला हमरा ना photosynthesis. And all of the above options देखिबा टिके. What is photosynthesis? For plants use photosynthesis to convert what? Sunlight into glucose, जोटा कि in the form of what? Food. तो photosynthesis रे कौन हुए? जो sunlight को से use करे, convert करे, कोथिरे ना photosynthesis to convert what? Sunlight into glucose, which is in the form of food. Okay. Fermentation is an anaerobic process used by some organisms to produce energy, not food. So fermentation means कौन? It is an anaerobic process. एमितिरे भी एग्जाम रे आसी पड़े some process दे देबा like which is an anaerobic process. The respiration, photosynthesis, fermentation, transpiration एमिति किछि ऑप्शंस दे देथिबो जो भितरु aerobic respiration कोडा anaerobic respiration कोडा आपन को चूज करिया को पड़िबो. So you can say easily that fermentation is an anaerobic process used by some organisms to produce what? Energy production हुए कोथिरे ना हमर fermentation रे. आमर एथरे food production हुएनी. ठीक अछि. And transpiration, you all know transpiration is the process of what? Is the process of water loss through plant to leaves. ठीक है ला. तो plant leaves रे water absorb है कि जते बेले रहे तो transpiration होची सेही process जोथिरे हमर water loss हुए. तो water loss हुए को process रे ना हमर transpiration process रे. कोठु loss हुए ना हमर leaf of the plant. एति कि बुझा पड़ला. Respiration is the process of breaking down glucose for what? For energy production. So both respiration and fermentation होची कौन ना energy production पे use करा जाए. Whereas कौन ना fermentation is a anaerobic process but it is not. So respiration is the process of breaking down what? Glucose for energy. So glucose को break down करिबा काहार काम ना respiration. Clear? So what is next then? The genetic code is made up of how many nucleotides? The genetic code is made up of how many nucleotides? The options are 2, 3, 4 and 6. So the right answer will be what? Na 4. Why? Because DNA consists of 4 nucleotides. Kette? Na 4 nucleotides, and what are those? These are adenine, thiamine, cytosine and guanine. Okay, मन रहिबा 4 are very important. या भितर कोटा गोटे भी पचारि दबो, and एटारे कोन पचारिबो is a kind of nucleotides or what? ठीक अछि, और a part of what? DNA, cell, tissue और किछि भी. तो एटा आपनकर मन रहिबा दरकार adenine, thiamine, कोन cytosine and guanine. तो एटा आपन कोन ATCG easily मन रखिबे. Okay, मन रखिबे DNA is made up of what? ATCG. DNA, ATCG. दी चार थर कहि देबे मन भितरे मन रहि जिवो. Okay. And number 2, DNA is composed of 4 nucleotides, not 2. एगुडा सब कोन माने आपन को एक्सप्लेनेशन देली so that आपन को माइंड रे रहिबो. एथरे किछि कोन एक्स्ट्रा हमरा नाही. So next देखिबा. Which of the following is a form of asexual reproduction? So या भितर कोटा हमर गोटे sexual reproduction नुहा जोटा कि asexual reproduction. What is that? Budding, pollination, cross pollination या फिर mitosis. What is that? That is what? Budding, because budding is the form of what? Asexual reproduction, where a new organism grows for an existing one. Why? Because budding होची से asexual reproduction जो थिन हमरा कोन ना new organisms grow for an existing one. गोटे like जे कोन से existing organism रो नुवा जिंसटे हमरा कोन जन्म होची जेते बेले सेटा केमिति हेई पारुची by the process of budding जोटा कि गोटे kind of asexual reproduction. बाकी pollination, cross fertilization, mitosis, these are all of what? Amara sexual reproduction. से जेमिति कि pollination is a step in sexual reproduction in plants. जो थरे कि कोन हम आपन कहितली anther रु stigma को convert हुए, stigma रु anther को कोन pollination convert हुए. So cross fertilization कोन? This involves the fusion of male and female gametes, which is sexual reproduction. So obviously male and female gametes जो use होचंती, they are kind of what? Undergoes sexual reproduction. Mitosis is a type of cell division but is not a direct form of reproduction in most multicellular organisms. So this is ame kahi pariba eta just a cell division. This is not a sexual reproduction or asexual reproduction. This is a kind of what? Cell division is a mitosis. Next dekhiba. Which type of blood cell is responsible? Which type of blood cell is responsible for transporting oxygen? So oxygen transport करिबा पई को type रो blood cell रे blood कोन carry करिकी flow हुए. What are those? White blood cells, red blood cells, platelets या फिर neutrophils. Which type of blood cell is responsible for transporting oxygen? Those are white blood cells, red blood cells, platelets or neutrophils. So which is the right answer? Tell me. This is red blood cells. Kemiti? Because RBCs contain hemoglobin which binds oxygen and carries it to the body's tissue. तो हमारा tissue पर्यंत blood through रे जे कि carry किए करे ना oxygen carry करे and ताकू बांधी की रखी की flow करिबारे hemoglobin को help करे किए ना हमारा RBC. Thus RBC is what? RBC is nothing but okay, so RBC is nothing but the responsible one for transporting oxygen throughout the blood. And why? What the role of WBC? White blood cells fight infections and are part of the immune system. So WBC जो हमरा lymphocytes and all, तो ये सब हमरा कौन kind of WBC जोड़ी की कौन ना immune system against fight करे. ठीक है जी, जो थरे की कौन ना हमरा antigen रही था. and platelets कौन platelets helps in blood clotting not oxygen transport so platelet रो role कौन in the blood clotting ठीक अच्छे so neutrophils are a type of white blood cells involved in human defense so what is neutrophils ना neutrophils एटा हमरा कोथि neutrophils ता हमरा कोथि थाए ना एटा भी हमरा कोथि ना WBC रो काम lymphocyte and neutrophils होची part of WBC neutrophils are a type of WBC involved in immune defense okay they fight against what fight against the infection or any infectious or any आमे कहि परिबा कि फॉरेन बैक्टीरिया वायरस किछि हम बॉडी को आसुची तो ता अगेंस्ट रे हमकु फाइट करिवार से जो बूस्ट के दबो से एंटीजन स्ट्रांग हम के करूची ना WBC एंड ता अंडर हमर के रहूची ना न्यूट्रोफिल एंड आल्सो लिम्फोसाइट so next is which of the following is an example of a homologous structure so which of the following is an example of homologous structure the options are human arm and bat wing shark fin and dolphin flipper bee wing and bird wing none of the above so which of the following is an example of what now homologous structure example किए human arm and bat wing या फिर shark fin and dolphin flipper bee wing and bird wing या फिर none of them let's see the answer so human arm and bat wing are what the three structures have the same underlying bone structure due to common ancestry but serve different functions whereas C and D why not the shark fin and dolphin flipper these are analogous structure but these are analogous in structure but like structure to analogous but same function but different evolutionary origin like तांकर original evolution रू से माने different work करंती ठीक अछि but human being as origin से माने तांकर function से type रो ही करूचंती so bee wings and bat wings these are also analogous structure as they evolved separately clear so next is what is the main component of cell membrane what is the main component of cell organ so cell membrane ro main component कोटा protein carbohydrates phospholipids या फिर nucleic acid so what is let's see so phospholipids the cell membrane is primarily made up of what now phospholipid bilayer which provide structure and regulates movement and out of the cell so एटा कोन phospholipid हम करूची ना cell membrane भीतर एटा primarily रहूची and एटा कोथरे तयारी ना phospholipid bilayer द्वारा तयारी जोटा कि कौन करूची गोटे स्ट्रक्चर एंड मूवमेंट करिबारे हेल्प करूची काहाकू ना हमर फॉस्फोलिपिड्स को and why not proteins carbohydrates and nucleic acid because proteins play a role in cell membrane functions and carbohydrates helps with cell recognition and signaling ठीक अछि सेल रिकॉग्निशन एंड सेल सिग्नलिंग रे हमर किए हेल्प करे ना कार्बोहाइड्रेट्स एंड हमर सेल मेम्ब्रेन को फंक्शन करिवारे किए हेल्प करे ना प्रोटीन एंड न्यूक्लिक एसिड जोटा कि कोन काइंड ऑफ डीएनए एंड आरएनए आर फाउंड इन द न्यूक्लियस कंप्लीट so the next question is which is the powerhouse of the cell now which is the powerhouse of the cell मुझे एमती आपन कहि दिले आगुरु which is this is mitochondria and why not others and what are the others role so as mitochondria generate ATP through cellular respiration making them a powerhouse of the cell we know everything about powerhouse of the cell and mitochondria what the role of Golgi apparatus involved in what now modifying packaging and transporting proteins but not energy production and what is the endoplasmic reticulum helps in protein and lipids synthesis but doesn't produce energy so main thing kona na amara helps in protein and lipid synthesis and eta kona involved in modifying packaging and transporting proteins ठीक अछि basically these are what kind of like these are not the powerhouse of the cell and what are the role एटा में मन रखले रिवीजन बार बार हबो या रिगार्डिंग किछ क्वेश्चन आसिले हम इजीली संग संग आंसर कर देबा सो न्यूक्लियस स्टोर इन जेनेटिक इंफॉर्मेशन एंड कंट्रोल्स cell activities but doesn't a powerhouse of the cell. So what is the function of chloroplast in plant cells? What is the function of chloroplast in plant cell? These are protein synthesis, photosynthesis, respiration or transport of materials. So tell me the answer. The protein synthesis, photosynthesis, respiration or transport of materials. कौन हबो? Now this is nothing but the photosynthesis. What is the function of chloroplast in plant cell? So plant cell ले basically function कौन रहिबो chloroplast रो? तार primary function कौन रहिबो? They took place in completion of photosynthesis. As chloroplast contains chlorophyll which helps in converting what na sunlight into energy. So sunlight को energy रे convert करिया पई किए help करे ना photosynthesis. And protein synthesis, ribosomes are responsible for protein synthesis. Respiration, mitochondria are responsible for what na respirations. Transport of materials, transport is mainly done by the cell membrane and endoplasmic reticulum. But by cell membrane and endoplasmic reticulum. Complete. So what is the next? The next question is, which of the following is a product of the process of cellular respiration? As I have said it before, which of the following is a product of the process of cellular respiration? Like cellular respiration complete hela pare jo product ta bahare sa bhituru eta kota, like oxygen, carbon dioxide, glucose or light. So the answer is carbon dioxide, and a cellular respiration breaks down glucose to release ATP and produces carbon dioxide as a byproduct. So basically amar konda na ATP bahare and कौन again produce करे ना carbon dioxide as a byproduct. Maybe पचारी पारे what is the main product and what is the byproduct. So main product here is the ATP and the byproduct is what na CO2. So oxygen is used in cellular respiration. Glucose is the reactant of cellular respiration. What it is the reactant जोड़ा कि कौन ना input करा जाए कोथरे ना cellular respiration में. And light is required for photosynthesis, not a cellular respiration. Clear? So next देखिए बा, what is the process by which cells divide to form two identical daughter cells? What is the process by which cell divide to form two identical daughter cells? First the cell division को हमर कौन कहै छै mitosis. So एई भितरु daughter cells को divide किए करूछि ना, this is nothing but the mitosis, because एइथिरे ही हमर cell division possible हुए. Because mother cell कथा आसला mitosis आसला cell division होछि माने कोठी obviously गोटे ओम भितरे होछि, which only the women have, not the men. So basically सेटा गोटे 6 सेंस लगे कि आपण कहि परिबे कि mitosis, as mitosis results in two genetically identified daughter cell. Why not meiosis produce gametes like sperm and egg cell with half of the number of chromosomes, not identical cells. ठीक अछि, जोटा कि हमर कोन ना sperm and egg cell को से produce करूची with what na half of the number of chromosomes, like half करिकी suppose हमारा लेटर कौन गोटे सेल डिवीजन है कि 2 to 4 to 8 एमिने हमर सेल डिवीजन हुई ना, तो एटा कौन होची ना सेल डिवीजन करूची काहा को ना जो स्पर्म एंड एग सेल को, जोटा कि माइटोसिस कंडीशन ने, बट स्टार्टिंग रे मेयोसिस पार्ट रे से बॉडी को एंटर करे. सो साइटोकाइनेस इज द फाइनल स्टेप ऑफ सेल डिवीजन वेयर द साइटोप्लाज्म splits, but it is कौन but it is a part of mitosis, not of what, not the process of mitosis. इथरे कौन हुए cytokinesis तो cytokinesis रे the final step of cell division where the cytoplasm splits हुए final stage रे सेटा हमर कोन ना cytokinesis. And what is DNA replication? Occurs before mitosis but is not the process of cell division. So DNA replication kon हुए ना it is occurs before the condition of what na mitosis. Okay, so the next question is which of the following is true about enzymes? So enzymes regarding quota through true facts, which is, tell me the answer. The options are enzyme speed of chemical reaction, enzymes are not affected by temperature, enzymes are consumed in reaction, enzymes only work in acidic environment. So which will be the right answer? Tell me the right answer. So what? Which of the following is true about enzyme? So enzymes are not affected by temperature. Na affect the fear temperature रे. Enzymes are consumed in reactions. Enzymes are consumed in reactions. No. Enzymes only work in acidic environments. No. Both in base and acidic it can be converted. So the true is it is enzyme कोना आमर गोटे कैटालिस्ट भले यूज करे कहाबू ना केमिकल रिएक्शन को स्पीड अप करिबारे. सो तार एक्सप्लेनेशन देखिबा. एंजाइम्स आर what? Speed of chemical reactions, as enzymes act as a biological catalyst to increase reaction rates. Reaction rate को reaction speed को से आहुरी fasten करी दिए किए ना enzyme, sorry, what? The chemical reaction को किए ना biological catalyst which is a enzyme. So enzymes are not affected by temperature. It is false because enzymes work best at optimal temperatures and may denature at extreme temperature. So से कौन से भी temperature रे कौन काम करी पारिबनी because enzymes work at optimal temperature रे best काम करिवो, whereas कौन सबुठू एक्सट्रीम टेम्परेचर जदि अधिक हो से टेम्परेचर रे कौन से आमर काम फंक्शन ठीक से करि परिबो नहीं. सो एंजाइम्स आर कंज्यूम्ड इन रिएक्शंस. इज दैट ट्रू? बिकॉज इट फॉल्स. एंजाइम्स रिमेन अनचेंज्ड एंड कैन नॉट बी रीयूज्ड. वंस गोटे एंजाइम गोटे कैटालिस्ट भाबे यूज हेले लेटर ऑन ताकू हमें रीयूज करि परिबा नहीं. सो इट इज द फॉल्स. सो एंजाइम्स ओनली वर्क इन एसिडिक एनवायरनमेंट. नो, बिकॉज enzymes function in different pH level depending on their type. So pH kete bhi rahu, either it is acidic or base medium, so enzymes will react according to the what type. So next dekhiba, which organ is responsible for filtering blood in the human body? So which organ is responsible for filtering blood in the human body? The options are liver, lungs, kidneys या फिर heart. Which organ is responsible for filtering blood in the human body? What? समस्त जानते blood purifier भाबरे किए यूज करे? हमर kidney यूज हुए, right? So let answer देखिबा. Yes, kidneys. As kidneys filter waste from blood and produce what? ना urine. Waste टा कोथिरे like हमर waste को like urine पटे हमर नै कि discharge करे दिए. And what is the function of liver? The liver detoxifies chemicals but doesn't filter blood in the same way as the kidneys. किए ना liver हमर कोन करे ना chemical detoxify करे liver. What is the role of lungs? Responsible for gas exchange like oxygen and carbon dioxide. तो बॉडी भितर आमर जो ऑक्सीजन एंड कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड आम एक्सचेंज करूचे, इनहेल करूचे, एक्सहेल करूचे, ताकू किए हेल्प कर लाइक फंक्शन कहा द्वारा होची? नो डाउट लंग्स ही द्वारा होची. एंड हार्ट पंप्स ब्लड. ठीक अछि. सो नेक्स्ट देखिबा, which of the following is non-infectious disease? Which of the following is a non-infectious disease? The tuberculosis, the diabetes, the malaria and the hepatitis. And the right answer जोटा कि non-infectious disease, infection से body रे create कराएनी, like infection फैलाएनी. So किए हबो ना, this is nothing but the diabetes. Okay? Oh sorry, diabetes नहीं. हाँ diabetes नहीं तो ना. Yes. Okay. So what it is? This is nothing but the diabetes. How it, as it is a metabolic disorder not caused by pathogen. So जेहेतु एटा गोटे pathogenic attack like कोन pathogenic creation नहीं, pathogenic attack नहीं हमर कोथिरे ना diabetic रे, it is a what ना metabolic disorder हमर सेथि लागि it is a non infectious disease, whereas tuberculosis is a infectious disease caused by what na bacteria, malaria infectious disease caused by what parasitic transmitted. okay, जेमिति मैं आपन को कहूची कि लाइक आपन कहबे मलेरिया कहा द्वारा हुए, मशा द्वारा मशा इज द vector here, मशा mosquito is the medium of transporting what like parasitic transmitted through what mosquitoes. And hepatitis infectious disease caused by what virus. So virus रो hepatitis, bacteria रो TB and हमरा parasitic transmission कहा द्वारा होची ना malaria causing mosquitoes. And diabetes is a non-infectious disease. So what is the role of DNA? What is the role of DNA in a cell? Is it provide a structure? Is it store genetic information? It is producing energy, or is it transport materials? So what is the role of DNA? Because आमे जानी छे like DNA मैच करू छे आमे केमिति जो हमर DNA टेस्ट होउची, सपोज कि मु तमे मो बापा नुह या फिर बहुत दिन कोन मिसप्लेस हे जाउथिले खोजी कि पाइला पर आफ्टर ए लॉन्ग गैप जदी जानि पन कि से मो छुआना नाही, तो सेई जगह में कोन चले DNA टेस्ट कर दबा. सो कोन टेस्ट होउची जेहेतु मो पापांकर या फिर मोर एंसेस्टरंकर अपब्रिंगिंग मु रहिची, तो मो पाखरे तांकर कोन अछि ना हमर जेनेटिक मटेरियल मो पाखे अच्छी, सो दैट मोर डीएनए तांका सहित मैच करिवो. सो व्हाट इट इज स्टोर जेनेटिक इंफॉर्मेशन. ओके, सो the cytoskeleton provides structure not DNA. provide structure किए करे ना cytoskeleton नो वर्क होची गोटे परफेक्ट गोटे पर्टिकुलर स्ट्रक्चर प्रोवाइड करिवो काहाकू ना हमारा फिगर को हमारा बॉडी को. ठीक अछि. एंड जेमिति कहली स्टोर जेनेटिक इंफॉर्मेशन as DNA carries genetic instruction for growth and functions. produce energy, माइटोकॉन्ड्रिया रा काम होची कोन एनर्जी प्रोडक्शन करिवो. ट्रांसपोर्ट मटेरियल्स के करे द एंडोप्लाज्मिक रेटिकुलम एंड द सेल मेम्ब्रेन. द सेल मेम्ब्रेन एंड एंडोप्लाज्मिक रेटिकुलम कोन करे ना हमारा मटेरियल ट्रांसपोर्ट करे. ठीक अछि. So what is next? What does the term biodiversity refers to? What does the term biodiversity refers to? The variety of species in an ecosystem, the number of plants in an area. What? The total number of individuals in a species, or the amount of green cover in an area. So what does the term biodiversity? Now ma'am, what? The variety of species in an ecosystem what refers to the term biodiversity. So the options are yes, the variety of species in an ecosystem as biodiversity includes different species in an environment. biodiversity means कोन हमर different kind of जते भी species थांदी गोटे environment रे ताकू बढ़िबा को से माने चांस दियंदी, गोटे जगह रे ही से माने एकाठी तांकर ग्रोथ हुए. सो सेटा हमरा कोन रेफर करूची काहा को कंसीडर करूची, एटा कंसीडर करूची हमरा बायोडायवर्सिटी इटसेल्फ को. एंड द नंबर ऑफ प्लांट्स इन एन एरिया को कोन कहिबा ना बायोडायवर्सिटी इंक्लूड्स ऑल ऑर्गेनिजम्स नॉट जस्ट प्लांट. बायोडायवर्सिटी रे हमें खाली प्लांट को कंसीडर करूचे कि नो जते एनिमल्स भी रहउचंती हमें ताकू कंसीडर करूचे. सो ओनली प्लांट हेले एटा बायोडायवर्सिटी को कोन दर्शेइबो नाही. The total number of individuals in a species, the only species को भी तो करिबनी, because this refers to population size not biodiversity. Where the total number of individuals in a species that कोन करिबो ना it is refers to population. एटा biodiversity नुहा. The amount of green cover in area, green cover is part of ecosystem but doesn't define. green जोटा हमर अछि कि द अमाउंट ऑफ ग्रीन कवर एरिया सेटा हमर कहार गोटे इकोसिस्टम रो पार्ट, बायोडायवर्सिटी रो नुह. ठीक अछि. The next question is which part of the plant is primarily responsible for water absorption. मु जेमति कि आपन मानु कहितली primarily कि हमर water absorption रे हेल्प करे which is stem, root, leaf or flower. Which is primarily आमर किए हुए ना root हुए, leaf द्वारा आमर कौन हुए water loss हुए, एटा मन रखिबे. So options are stem द्वारा कौन हुए ना transports water but doesn't absorb it. कौन water transport हुए, like transportation काम किए करे stem आमर करे, किंतु कौन absorb करे भी no, absorption किए करे ना only root. So leaf कौन करे performs photosynthesis and transportation, sorry transpiration. कौन करे leaf perform photosynthesis and transpiration but doesn't absorb water from the soil. Flower कौन करे use for reproduction. Flower रो use कौन हुई हमर गछरे only for the purpose of reproduction. Whereas leaf जेमती कहली loss of water किए करे ना leaf करे and transpiration process रे हमर सेति पई से कौन use हुए. ठीक अछि. Stem transport water करे throughout the whole plant. So what is the next is what are the building blocks of proteins? What are the building blocks of proteins? Nucleotides, amino acids, fatty acids या फिर कौन ना monosaccharides. Which is what are the building blocks of proteins? These are what? Nucleotides, amino acids, fatty acids या फिर monosaccharides. The option C is right answer is amino acids. Why this? Why this collaborativity? The options are amino acids is proteins are made up of chains of amino acids linked in peptide bonds. Why? The question is why the like एमिति क्वेश्चन पचारि परिबो why the amino acids are called as building blocks of protein? Because of what? Because of made up of chains of amino acids linked by why na peptide bond द्वारा link ହେଇची, that's why ma'am it is called as the building block. Complete. Nucleotides, these are the building blocks of the nucleic acids DNA and RNA. Fatty acids रो कौन काम? ना fatty acids are component of what? Lipid, not protein. Okay, कहारो ना lipid रो एटा गोटे component, protein रो नहीं. Monosaccharides कौन? These are not building blocks of carbohydrates. Sorry, these are the building blocks of what? Monosaccharides होजंदी कहारा building blocks. जदि sometimes question पचारे आसीबो, tell me the building blocks of carbohydrates. जेमती पचारला कि building blocks of what? Protein. सेमिति जदि carbohydrates पचारला ताहले आंसर हो what? ना monosaccharides. Clear? Next. Which of the following is a characteristic of prokaryotic cell? Which of the following is a characteristic of prokaryotic cell? या भितरु कोउटा हमर prokaryotic cell ला गोटे characteristics. The presence of a nucleus, lack of nucleus या फिर हमर कोन presence of mitochondria या फिर presence of Golgi apparatus. So prokaryotic cell रे हमर कोनटा characteristics कोटा हबा हमर prokaryotic cell लो? Is it the presence of nucleus or lack of nucleus? Eukaryotic cell रे हमर कोन हुए ना nucleus present थाए, किंतु prokaryotic cell रे nucleus absent थाए. Got it? So what will be the right answer? Lack of nucleus, because prokaryotic cells like bacteria do not have nucleus. Their DNA is free floating in the cytoplasm. एटा अपन कोन as a example मन रखि परिबे, किछि भी कोन written test रे दरकार पड़ले अपन लिखि परिबे, else अपन मन रखि परिबे example पचारि पारे कि को cell रे like prokaryotic cell कोठी floating अवस्था रे अछि in fungi, algae, bacteria अपन माने एटा आराम से लिखि परिबे. So presence of nucleus, only eukaryotic cells have a nucleus, as I have said. So presence of mitochondria, prokaryotic cell lack membrane bound. Prokaryotic cells lack membrane bound organelles, including what? Mitochondria. Presence of Golgi apparatus. The Golgi apparatus what? Is only found in eukaryotic cell. एटा भी क्वेश्चन sometimes आसे कि Golgi apparatus कोठी present अछि कोठी absent अछि. Eukaryotic cell हमर कोन अछि ना हमर present अछि, whereas prokaryotic cell रे absent अछि. Clear? Okay. So next question is, what is the function of the large central vacuole in plant cells? What is the function of the large central vacuole in the plant cells? Protein synthesis, storage of water and nutrients, photosynthesis or DNA storage. What is the main function or what is the function of the what? Na central vacuole and plant cells. Kota habo ithru amar answer? Tell me the answer. This is the kona amara central vacuole plant cell re larger amount ro kon rahuchi na storage of water and nutrients. लाइक गच्छ कथा आसिला ना एठी ऑब्वियसली जोठी हमरा बहुत परिमाण रे पानी स्टॉक हे के रहउची सेटा हम कहि परिबा सो दीस सेंट्रल वैक्यूल्स हेल्प्स मेंटेन सेल टुगर व्हिच इज जोटा की कोन करे ना सेल टुगर्स प्रेशर एंड स्टोर्स एसेंशियल न्यूट्रिएंट्स ओके सो प्रोटीन सिंथेसिस व्हाट इज दिस इज performed by ribosomes not the vacuole and photosynthesis आपण माने समस्त जानि छथि this takes place in chloroplast of the plant and DNA storage DNA is stored in the nucleus not in the vacuole okay so what is the next so which of the following is the smallest unit of matter cell atom molecule or organism so which of the following is the smallest unit of matter matter कथा जोठी आसिला आपण आखि बंद करी कि कोन एटम ही मारिबे so atoms are the smallest unit of what na matter that retains the properties of a element but cell is the smallest unit of जेमति फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन थिला what cell is the smallest unit of what na atom okay sorry cell is the smallest unit of life and life is composed of kon many atoms complete बुझी पारुचंदी रिलेट करी करी पढंतु so molecules are composed of what two or more atoms organisms are made up of many cells which in turn are composed of atoms so the next question is what is the pH of pure water pH level जो अच्छी हमरो कहार केति की एटा इम्पोर्टेंटली आपण एग्जाम रे पढिबो ब्लड रो pH लेवल केते हमरो वाटर रो केते अलगा अलगा जहा भी अछि यूरिक एसिड रो केते ह्यूमन यूरिन रो केते एडा सब एग्जाम रे आसे तो मन रखिबे सो व्हाट इज द pH value of water what is this is 7 because 7 ru ऊपर को तळ को हम एमती एसिडिक आ बेस देखुची ना so pH value of water is 7 pure water is neutral with a pH of 7 whereas 14 kahara this is an extremely basic pH level को 7 ru 0 जाए होजी कोन हमरो acidic 7 to ऊपर को हेले कोन basic up to 14 so slightly acidic pure water in neutral जोटा कि 5 and 0 this is extremely acidic pH so 0 to आपण काउंट करिवे 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 then 8 9 10 11 12 then 13 then 14 so एई पर्यंत हमर कोन रहिबो ना एटा होची अधिक सबुठु एक्सट्रीम हम कोन कहि परिबा ना बेस टा एपट होची हमर कोन बेस and ए 7 to एपट को हमर गले कोन हबो ना एसिड and this is the neutral set okay which is the water so next which organelle is involved in the production of ribosomes so which organelle is involved in the production of ribosomes options are nucleus endoplasmic reticulum nucleolus या फिर Golgi apparatus so what will be the answer will be what na nucleolus how na ma'am nucleolus located what na inside the nucleus nucleolus ta amara कोठी present हुए ना amara nucleus suppose this is a plant cell and एटा हला amara कोन nucleus ता भितर amara nucleolus present रुहे right and ये कोन हुए ना amara is responsible for the ribosome production पाई because ता पाखरे सब ribosomic reticulum थाए ना so the nucleus kona this nucleus contains DNA and controls cell functions but doesn't directly produce what ribosomes and endoplasmic reticulum ra kama kona the rough endoplasmic reticulum has ribosomes attached does not have produced them कौन करे ना अटैच करके रखे काहाकू राइबोसोम सहित से जॉइंट हेकी रुहे किंतु सेटा को से प्रोड्यूस करेनी बोली मन रखिबे कारण पाखा पाखी थिबो तो आपण कंफ्यूज हेबेनी so Golgi apparatus the Golgi apparatus modifies and packages protein but doesn't produce ribosome so कौन करे ना हमरा modify करे काहाकू ना protein को so what is the next which process involves the transfer of pollen from male to female reproductive organs in plants so which process involves the transfer of pollen from male to female reproductive organ in plants the options are fertilization germination pollination or photosynthesis तो बेसिकली प्लांट्स रे जो रिप्रोडक्शन हुए आपन कहतिली फ्रॉम एंथर टू स्टिग्मा कहा द्वारा हुए ना इन द प्रोसेस द पॉलिनेशन देखंतु केमिति ना पॉलिनेशन इज द ट्रांसफर ऑफ पोलन फ्रॉम द एंथर टू द स्टिग्मा एंथर होची कहार ना फीमेल सॉरी मेल रो एंथर एंड स्टिग्मा कहार ना फीमेल रो स्टिग्मा ओके सो फोटोसिंथेसिस आपण जानिछंदी प्रोसेस ऑफ कन्वर्टिंग व्हाट सनलाइट इनटू एनर्जी ताकू छाडी दियंतु जर्मिनेशन द रेफर्स टू द ग्रोथ ऑफ सीड इनटू ए प्लांट रो सीड को जर्मिनेट करिबा लाइक ग्रोथ करेबा एटा होची हमर कोन जर्मिनेशन प्रोसेस देन फर्टिलाइजेशन आपण कहली कोन दिस अकर्स आफ्टर pollination जो प्रोसेस टा हुए एटा हमर कोन फर्टिलाइजेशन व्हेन द pollen fertilized to the ovule ठीक अछि pollination मींस कोन जते बेले एंथर स्टिग्मा कन्वर्ट हबो तुरंत सेठी पड़िला माते लाइक जेंते एंथर टा जाई के स्टिग्मा देहरे पड़िबो दैट डजंट मीन संगे संगे तो pollination हे जीवनी ना टिके टाइम लागिबो सो pollination परर स्टेप जते बेले आ गुटे डिफरेंट जाइगोट फॉर्मेट हबा हमें कहि पारे जेमति ह्यूमन केस रे हुए सेम इन द फ्लावर आल्सो सो हमर कोन हुए फर्टिलाइजेशन द occurs आफ्टर pollination when the pollen fertilizes the ovule okay so what is the first step of cellular respiration what is the first step of the cellular respiration what are the options glycolysis Krebs cycle electron transport chain photosynthesis what is that the first step of cellular respiration amar kon hobo na this is man what na glycolysis how let's see how now it is the first stage of cellular respiration breaking glucose into pyruvate and producing ATP what na glucose को break down करी कि से कोन ना pyruvate करिवो and endly हमर कोन बाहरिवो ना ATP okay so Krebs cycle कोन this is the second stage of cellular respiration मन रखिबे first stage होची कोन glycolysis second stage होची कोन हमर cellular respiration ro Krebs cycle and electron transport chain कोन the final stage where most ATP is generated ATP generate होची कोठी ना electron transport chain रे जोटा की final stage first second and final मन रहिबो तो आ second stage रे Krebs cycle ले कोन हबो ना this is the second stage of cellular respiration occurring कोन ना हमरा glycolysis परे एटा हुए this is the process and ता परे देखंतु glycolysis रू pyruvate हबो then ATP so glycolysis pyruvate and ATP हबो लास्ट रे सो पाइरुवेट स्टेज टा होची हमर कोन ना Krebs cycle स्टेज टा माने रहिला सो फोटोसिंथेसिस प्रोसेस आपण जानि चंदी प्रोडक्शन ग्लूकोज व्हिच इज later broken down into what cellular respiration एते के थारा फोटोसिंथेसिस आसीबो हम एक्सप्लेन भी करबी जेमति आपनकर मन रहि जिवो which type of bond holds two strands of DNA together now which type of the bond holds two strands of DNA together को type रा bond hydrogen bond ionic bond covalent bond or metallic bond कौन हबो ना आंसर हम हमर कोन में ना हाइड्रोजन बॉन्ड रे दीटा कोवेलेंट सॉरी कहली हाइड्रोजन बॉन्ड रे हमर दीटा डीएनए स्ट्रैंड को एकाटी रखिबार कैपेबिलिटी अछि हाउ weak hydrogen bonds hold the nitrogenous base of DNA together कौन ना 80 bond and GC bond ionic bond कौन हबो ना ionic bond involve the transfer of electrons and do not hold DNA strands together so ionic bond कौन करे ना involve the transfer of electrons ionic bond रो काम कोन ना transfer करिवो काहा को ना इलेक्ट्रॉन को कोवैलेंट बॉन्ड रो काम कोन ना कोवैलेंट bonds hold the sugar phosphate backbone together and do not कौन join the DNA strands. So covalent bond कौन? Covalent bond hold the sugar phosphate what backbone. Metallic bond कौन होची ना metallic bonds occur in metals. मेटालिक बॉन्ड मेटल्स रे हुए कोवैलेंट बॉन्ड कौन हुए ना सुगर फॉस्फेट को बैकबोन रे से हेल्प करे एंड हमरा लाइक सॉरी सुगर फॉस्फेट को बैकबोन रे रखे आयोनिक बॉन्ड रे कौन हुए ना हमरा होल्ड करे कहा को ना इलेक्ट्रॉन्स को मन रखिबे सॉरी ट्रांसफर करे कहा को ना इलेक्ट्रॉन्स को आयोनिक रु आयन रु इलेक्ट्रॉन मन रखिबे कोवैलेंट रे अपन मन रखिबे कोन ना सुगर फॉस्फेट मन रखिबे मेटालिक रे मेटल बॉन्ड भीतर से क्रिएट करिवो जहा तार करियो कथा मेटल साइड रे सो हाइड्रोजन बॉन्ड कोन ना हमर होल्ड करिवो नाइट्रोजनस बेस ऑफ डीएनए को जोटा कि कोन डीएनए स्ट्रैंड्स को टाइप रा दीटा बॉन्ड ए टी बॉन्ड और जी सी बॉन्ड ओके सो what is the primary function of the cellular system? What is the primary function of the cellular system? This is easy to transport oxygen and nutrients to control body temperature or to produce hormones or to defend against pathogens. What is this? What is the primary function of cellular system? Cellular system ro primary functions कौन रहिबो ना this is to transport oxygen and nutrients. To transport oxygen and nutrients, the circulatory system moves oxygen, nutrients and waste products throughout the body. But the two जोड़ा हमर ऑप्शन अछि to control body temperature कौन करिबो ना while the circulatory system helps in regulate temperature but it is not the primary कोन function. Okay, to produce hormones are produced by what endocrine glands not the circulatory system. So hormones हमरा कोठू ना endocrine gland रो बाहरे and to defend against pathogens the immune system जोटा कि हमरा कोन होची ना WBC जेमिति कि आपण मानक मु कहिली सो कहा पैथोजेनिक अटैक अगेंस्ट हमको सपोर्ट किए करूची हमरा WBC जोटा कि प्राइमरीली कहा को डिफेंड करूची ना हमरा डिफेंड करूची बॉडी को आम भीतर जो एंटीजेन अछि ताकू बूस्ट करिकि कि बाहर जो पैथोजेनिक अटैक होची बाहर किछि हमको फॉरेन बॉडी अटैक होची तो ता अगेंस्ट फाइट करे एंड हम इम्यूनिटी केते स्ट्रांग अछि ताकू तो हमको देखा बुझिले सो मूविंग टू द नेक्स्ट which blood group is known as the universal donor which blood group is known as the universal donor किए the options are A B AB or O universal donor माने तो मैम आखि गाना बंद करके हमें कहबो O because हमें कोन स्कूलिंग रू पढ़ी छे so blood type O has कोन no A or B antigens making it compatible for donation to all body groups जेहेतु ता पाखरे कोन ना A कि B टाइप्स रा एंटीजन नाही तो से काहा को भी कोन ब्लड ग्रुप देई पारिबो बट A कोन अछि ना A कैन डोनेट ओनली A एंड AB जो थरे A वाला एंटीजन थिबो से ताकू ही देई पारिबो B सेमिति B नले B जो थरे B वाला थिबो बट AB कैन ओनली डोनेट टू AB ओनली मन रहिला AB ओनली AB की देई पारिबो मन रखंतु A जदी कोठी जोठी A थिबो से ताकू देई पारिबो B का देई पारिबो जोठी B थिबो ताकू देई पारिबो कंप्लीट एंड O से समस्त को देई पारिबो so which blood group is known as the universal recipient जेमती डोनर आपन को कहली सेमिति universal recipient किए ना काहाठो भी आनी पारिबो ना हमर AB होची universal recipient देखंतु AB blood type has both A and B antigen so it can receive blood from all types like A रो आनी परिबो B रो आनी परिबो AB आनी परिबो एंड जेहेतु O हमर कोन यूनिवर्सल डोनर सेति पई O ठु भी आनी परिबो कंप्लीट ए विषय रे ओके so which organ in the human body produces insulin so आम बॉडी रे जो organ अछि so को organ हमर insulin कोन और प्रोड्यूस करे बॉडी रे इंसुलिन प्रोड्यूसिंग की हमर रहउची ना हमर pancreas how the pancreas produces insulin कोथरे इंसुलिन हमको हेल्प करे ना इट इज रेगुलेट आवर ब्लड शुगर देखिथिबे हमर इंसुलिन जदी प्रोडक्शन कम हे जाय इंसुलिन इज काइंड ऑफ व्हाट इज अ काइंड ऑफ विटामिन जदि यार प्रोडक्शन कम हो ताहले हमर सुगर लेवल कहते कि अरे तार सुगर लेवल सुगर बाहरी जाइए सुगर तार कम हो जाइए सुगर बढ़ी जाइए ये सब केमी हुए तो इंसुलिन रो अप एंड डाउन रे तो ये कौन हुए ना इंसुलिन आम इंजेक्ट करुचे जो हाई सुगर रोचे इंसुलिन आम कौन इंजेक्ट करुचे हाई सुगर दैट मीन इंसुलिन लेवल इज वेरी लो तो आमको इंजेक्ट करिया को पड़िबो बॉडी रे सो लिवर काम कौन लिवर प्रोसेस ग्लूकोज बट डजंट प्रोड्यूस सो लिवर काम कौन ना ये ग्लूकोज प्रोड्यूस करिवो किडनी रे काम कौन करिवो ना ब्लड फिल्टर करिवो स्टोमक रे काम कौन ना फूड डाइजेस्ट करिवो कंप्लीट these are the silly things but आपन को बार बार कहिले आपन को माइंड रे रहइबो ओके which vitamin is produced in the skin upon exposure to sunlight now which vitamin is produced in the skin upon exposure to sunlight vitamin A vitamin B vitamin C or vitamin D आपन समझ जानते हमर सनलाइट रे कोन अछि ना vitamin D3 अछि मैम सो की हबो ना vitamin D हबो the skin synthesize vitamin D when exposed to sunlight so skin synthesize करिवो कोन ना कि हमकु जो एक्टिव हे जिवो पूरा अलर्ट हे जिवो कोन ना एयर फ्लो करिबा पई हमर ब्लड सर्कुलेशन प्रॉपर हे जिवो काहाकू ना विटामिन डी रा संस्पर्श रे आसले जोटा कि काहा पाखरे अछि ना हमर सनलाइट रे अछि एंड द अर्ली मॉर्निंग रे सनलाइट रे एमिति भाबिबेनी कि मो 12टा बेल को जाई कि खरा रे छिडा हेबी मते तो मिलिबो विटामिन डी ओ कोन जिबे पूरा सनस्ट्रोक रे चली जिबे so vitamin A कौन रहिबो important for vision but not produced in the skin important कौन रहिबो ना कि हमको vision देखिबा पई हमको हेल्प करिवो कि ना vitamin A vitamin B कौन करिवो इज ए काइंड ऑफ लाइक जमती कहली कि कौन विटामिन सी हम कौन करूची ना फाउंड इन साइट्रस फूड जिते प्रकार हमर ऑरेंज हैला लेमन हैला ए सब साइट्रस फूड हमको आमला हैला एथरा हम कोन विटामिन सी देखिबा को मिलुची जोटा कि कोन नॉट प्रोड्यूस्ड इन द स्किन अच्छा प्रोड्यूस्ड एनी स्किन रे बट एटा कोन ना हमको हेल्पिंग करे स्किन को यंग रखिबारे रिजुविनेट करिबारे की हेल्प करे ना विटामिन सी हमको हेल्प करे एंड विटामिन बी इट इज आल्सो ए काइंड ऑफ विटामिन जोटा हमको बहुत help करे so which part of the brain controls balance and coordination which part of the brain controls balance and coordination cerebrum cerebellum medulla या फिर hypothalamus की हमको करे ना this is what ना cerebellum करे so how it is doing cerebellum regulates balance posture and coordination कौन कौन करे खाली कोऑर्डिनेट करेनी इटा बैलेंस भी करे हम ब्रेन रो पोस्टर भी ठीक करे लाइक हम ब्रेन रो शेप को ठीक से दिए कि हमर सेरिबेलम गोटे परफेक्ट पोस्टर दिए हम बॉडी सॉरी ब्रेन रो कि ना सेरिबेलम एंड व्हाट इज द रोल ऑफ सेरिब्रम ना हमर कंट्रोल थिंकिंग इमोशन मेमोरी ए सब जिंस को किए करे ना सेरिब्रम मेडुला कौन करे ना कंट्रोल्स इनवॉल्यूंटरी फंक्शंस लाइक ब्रीथिंग एंड हार्टबीट सो कहा करे ना हमर जते इनवॉल्यूंटरी फंक्शन अछि लाइक हम ब्रीथ करूछे या फिर हम हार्टबीट पंप होउची तो ए सब जिंस को कंट्रोल करे किए रेगुलेट किए करे ना मेडुला एंड हाइपोथैलेमस रेगुलेट्स बॉडी टेम्परेचर हंगर एंड हार्मोन्स कंप्लीट सो which gas is released during photosynthesis the options are carbon dioxide oxygen nitrogen hydrogen so which gas is released during photosynthesis नाम photosynthesis process रे जो गैस टा रिलीज हुए बाहर सेटा कौन ऑप्शन में कौन अच्छी कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड ऑक्सीजन नाइट्रोजन या फिर हाइड्रोजन कौन अच्छी द राइट आंसर विल बी व्हाट ना हमर ऑक्सीजन ऑक्सीजन इज ए व्हाट ना बाय प्रोडक्ट oxygen is a byproduct of कौन ना photosynthesis process carbon dioxide used during photosynthesis but not released so आपण मन रखिथिबे ना कि कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड तो यूज हुए किंतु देखो तो रिलीज कथा पचारिची यूज कथा पचारिनी यूज कथा पचारले आपण कोन कहबे ना हमर CO2 बट जेहेतु हमर कोन पचारची ना रिलीज की रिलीज करूची एज ए बाय प्रोडक्ट ऑक्सीजन ठीक अछि नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन which hormone regulates blood sugar levels जो हार्मोन टा हमारा ब्लड सुगर लेवल को रेगुलेट करे से हार्मोन टा कौन द ऑप्शंस होची थायरोक्सिन इंसुलिन एस्ट्रोजन एड्रेनालिन What is the right answer? Which hormone regulates blood sugar levels? Thyroxine, insulin, estrogen and adrenaline. So right answer कौन हबा हमरो ना insulin. Why? कारण हमरो समस्त जन सुगर पेशेंट माने कौन सुगर जो विटामिन टा तारो रिलीज हेबाटा धीरे धीरे कमी जाए से कि हमर कौन सुगर डेफिशिएंसी हुए. सो इंसुलिन लोअर्स ब्लड सुगर लेवल्स बाय अलाउइंग व्हाट ग्लूकोज टू एंटर सेल. ठीक अछि. सो इंसुलिन हमें कौन इनपुट करिके सुगर लेवल को बैलेंस करे. थायरोक्सिन रेगुलेट्स मेटाबॉलिज्म बट not blood sugars. What is estrogen? A sex hormone is known as what? Estrogen. Adrenaline कौन increases heart rate and energy. किए ना हमारा adrenaline कौन करे ना increase करे heart rate and energy. And thyroxine regulates metabolism. Estrogen is a kind of sex hormone. ठीक है जी? Clear. Next देखिबा, which is the longest bone in the human body? Which is the longest bone in the human body? The options are tibia, fibula, femur या फिर humerus. What will be? आपण माने confuse होतुवे मु जानि पारु छि कि ए दुईटा रे बोधे confuse होतुवे, right? So let me clear this. The femur होउची हमर कोन ना थाई बोन जोटा सेटा होउची हमर कोन femur. Obviously थाई बोन टा ही हमर कोन बॉडी रो सबुठु long bone अछि ना सेठी, तो सेटा होउची कोन हमर सबुठु longest. So the femur is the longest as well as strongest bone in the human body, and tibia a long bone in the lower leg, but it is sabutu longest nuha. Fibula a smaller bone in the lower leg. These are the kind part of the leg, but the sabutu longest hoji femur, and humerus the upper arm bone. ठीक है जी. ए upper arm bone टा को हमर कोन कह जे ना femur, sorry humerus. ठीक है जी. So which blood vessels carry blood away from the heart? So को blood vessel टा हमर carry करे कोन ना blood रू sorry heart रू blood को जेते बेले जो हमर कोन देखंतो कहि देले आंसर कहि देबी. Veins, capillaries, arteries and lymph vessels. कोन आंसर ना हमर देखंतो ऑप्शन अपन भाई दुईटा थिबो. आइदर अपन भाबे arteries हबो न हले capillaries हबो. सॉरी capillaries arteries हबो न हले veins हबो. Veins कोन करे ना carry blood to heart, and हमर arteries कोन करे carry blood from heart. ए टू आउ from भितर टिके कोन ध्यान देकी पढिबे. कंफ्यूज बहुत पिला ए टू आउ from रे हे जानती. सो arteries carry oxygenated blood एठी अपन मन रखिबे from, whereas veins to. Okay, and capillaries small vessels that exchange nutrients and waste. These are known as capillaries. And lymph vessels transport lymph. What? Now lymph vessel अपन मन रखिबे. Which vessel is transport lymph throughout our body? Sorry, हाँ throughout our body. अपन कौन मन रखिबे ना this is lymph. Okay. So what is the main function? What is the main function of hemoglobin? So hemoglobin रा main function कौन? What is the main function of the hemoglobin? The options are transporting oxygen, fighting infections, clotting blood, producing hormones. So ଆମର hemoglobin रा main function कौन रहिबा? देखंतु राइट आंसर हबा कोन ना ट्रांसपोर्टिंग ऑक्सीजन. मु जेमते आपन कहली कि आरबीसी रो काम कोन ऑक्सीजन ट्रांसपोर्ट करिवार. सो हीमोग्लोबिन इन रेड ब्लड सेल्स जोटा कि आरबीसी बाइंड्स टू ऑक्सीजन एंड कैरीज इट थ्रू आउट द बॉडी. क्लियर. आरबीसी रो काम एंड डब्ल्यूबीसी रो काम कोन ना हमर इन्फेक्शन अगेंस्ट रे फाइट करिवो, हम इम्यूनिटी को स्ट्रांग रखिबो कि ना डब्ल्यूबीसी. सो फाइटिंग इन्फेक्शन अच्छा एटा अच्छी भी ऑप्शन है. सो दिस इज द फंक्शन ऑफ व्हाइट blood cells, not hemoglobin. So clotting blood clotting is the function of कौन platelet. जहार platelet जते strong तार blood clotting सेते जल्दी हुए. अदरवाइज कटिंग है कि ब्लीडिंग होउतबो जननकर बहुत लेट रे रुहे, राइट. जेमिति कि सिकल सेल पेशेंट मानकर वंस जदी कट हे गला तो से मानकर बहुत लेट तक ब्लड हबो, सॉरी ब्लीडिंग हबो. सो प्रोड्यूसिंग hormones are produced by what? Produced by glands, not hemoglobin. बुझिएला. Obviously hormones producing कहा द्वारा? gland द्वारा ना. So next देखिबा, who is known as the father of genetics? Who is known as the father of genetics? Charles Darwin, Gregor Mendel, वाटसन एंड क्रिक, अलेक्जेंडर फ्लेमिंग। अपन तो अलेक्जेंडर फ्लेमिंग को कौन एमती ऑड वन आउट कर दोथबे, वाटसन एंड क्रिक, ग्रेगर मेंडल, चार्ल्स डार्विन। अपन एमान भितर कंफ्यूज होथबे, राइट। सो राइट आंसर कौन हबो ना ग्रेगर मेंडल। ग्रेगर मेंडल इज नोन एज द फादर ऑफ जेनेटिक्स, डिस्कवर्ड व्हाट ना हेरिडिटी प्रिंसिपल्स थ्रू टी प्लांट एक्सपेरिमेंट मन रखिथिबे कोन हमर ग्रीन वाटर को नेकी से एक्सपेरिमेंट करिथिले, ठीक अछि। एंड चार्ल्स डार्विन डेवलप्ड द थ्योरी ऑफ इवोल्यूशन एंड वाटसन एंड क्रिक डिस्कवर्ड कोन ना हमर डीएनए गोटे डबल हेलिक्स स्ट्रक्चर बोली ताकू डिस्कवर किए करिथिले ना वाटसन एंड क्रिक। अलेक्जेंडर फ्लेमिंग किए ना हमर पेनिसिलिन डिस्कवर करथिले। क्लियर, ओके। What is the shape of a DNA molecule? Now, what is the shape of a DNA molecule? Straight chain, double helix, spiral, na circular? Just a question टा गला माइंड भीतर ऑलरेडी आंसर फिट हे सारी बने, बस कहबा को डेरी करछंती, राइट। सो राइट आंसर कौन हबो ना दिस इज डबल हेलिक्स, ठीक अछि। DNA is shaped like a twisted ladder or a double helix as discovered by Watson and sorry एते जोरे कौन पळेला कि रे, अरे अरे ठीक से अच्छी तो पुणी पळेला, हाँ पळे आछी ओ ना कोडा ओडे देखि जाइतला हेरी ओ। हाँ एटा टच हे जाउची ओ, कौन सडन है यार देखला रही लगी ठीक रे बे देखा जी देख। तो यही टाइप रुहे आमर इमेज, ठीक अच्छे। अगेन गोटे डायग्राम भी कंप्लीटली करि पारुनी रे, ए टाइप रो सपोज रहिला तो एटा कोन काइंड ऑफ स्पाइरल ना नहीं ता भीतर हमर कोन एमती एमती हेकि रुहे डीएनए, बट एटा डबल स्टैंड ना नहीं। सो क्वेश्चन में एटा ही हमको कहिछ, ओके। So while the DNA's double helix resembles a spiral, the correct and precise term is what ना double helix। double helix होची तारा कोन एक्चुअली जोटा कि आमे कहउचे डीएनए रो कोन स्ट्रक्चर, किंतु एटा रहिची केमिति ना एमति गोल 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 हेकि स्पाइरल पर एमति गुडे गाडे हेकि जेमति रुहंदिनी सेमिति हेकि रहिचंती। तो ऑब्वियसली ता कोन कहबे हमें स्पाइरल किंतु डबल हेलिक्स, ओके मन रखिबे। डबल हेलिक्स और स्पाइरल भीतर कंफ्यूज हेबेनी, स्पाइरल जेहेतु अच्छी किंतु डबल हेलिक्स होची बाय इट्स स्ट्रक्चर। एंड सर्कुलर डीएनए एग्जिस्ट इन सम ऑर्गेनिजम्स, एग्जांपल कोन ना बैक्टीरिया, बट इन जनरल डीएनए इज बेस्ट डिस्क्राइब्ड एज व्हाट ना डबल हेलिक्स। गॉट इट। Next, which scientist proposed the theory of evolution by natural selection? मु theory of evolution एबे just दीटा क्वेश्चन पूर्वरु कहली जोटु आपण माने जानले कि कोन ना हमर डीएनए इज ए डबल हेलिक्स के वाटसन ट्रिक के आंसर करिथिले लाइक डिस्कवर करिथिले एंड हम नेचुरल सिलेक्शन किए करिथिले। द ऑप्शंस आर लुइस पास्चर, ग्रेगर मेंडल, चार्ल्स डार्विन, रॉबर्ट हुक। मेंडल त हमर कोन कटि गले ऑड वन आउट, आंसर के रहले हमर ना चार्ल्स डार्विन। सो चार्ल्स डार्विन इज द साइंटिस्ट हु प्रपोज्ड द term theory of evolution by what na natural selection in his book what book ने भी मन रखंतु बहुत important the origin of species, okay। and Louis Pasteur known for his work on germ theory and pasteurization, okay। and Gregor Mendel जेमती कहली कोन principles of heredity and Robert Hooke known as discovering cells। एठी किछि किछि क्वेश्चन आसिला देन अगेन आगो को क्वेश्चन आसीबा रिवीजन हबा किंतु आपनकर मन नथिबा है ना। which type of RNA carries the genetic code from DNA to the ribosomes? So which type of RNA carries the genetic code from DNA to the ribosome? This is tRNA, this is rRNA, this is mRNA, or this is siRNA? The answer is like amara kono RNA carries the genetic code from DNA to the ribosome। main thing होची amara kono genetic code को स्टोर करी के डीएनए रखे जेनेटिक कोड फ्रॉम कौन डीएनए टू राइबोसोम को की हमर कैरी करे देखंतु ऑप्शंस कौन अछि द मैसेंजर आरएनए बिकॉज देखंतु मन रखंतु कि की हमर जो कौन डीएनए को कहले बोले द जेनेटिक डीएनए को कौन राइबोसोम पर्यंत किए पठाए किए से मेसेज टा दिए मेसेज रु मन रखिबे कि मेसेंजर गोटे मेसेंजर रो काम किए करे ना डीएनए सो मेसेंजर आरएनए एमआरएनए carries the genetic code from DNA to the ribosome for what for protein synthesis. Okay, and what is tRNA? Transfer RNA, transfer amino acid to the ribosomes during protein synthesis but doesn't carry any genetic code. And what is rRNA? Ribosomal RNA forms the core of the ribosome structure but doesn't carry the genetic code. And SI टा होची सबटु कोन ना स्मॉल इंटरफेयरिंग आरएनए जोटा कि कोन करे इन्वॉल्वड इन जीन साइलेंसिंग जीन एडिटिंग एक्सेट्रा आमे सब ऑलरेडी पढिचे कोथिरे ना हमर बायोटेक्नोलॉजी क्लास रे ओके सो नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन देखिबा व्हिच टाइप ऑफ म्यूटेशन जदि थोरोली every word important for us as we are a aspirant सो जहाँ को भी पूरा डिटेल रे पढ़िबार अछि से माने मो कोड एसएसपी लाइव यूज करिकी सब्सक्रिप्शन जल्दी नहीं जानत ठीक अछि सो व्हिच टाइप ऑफ म्यूटेशन involves the addition of extra nucleotides in DNA which type of mutation involves this is deletion insertion substitution or inversion so the right answer will be the insertion but now the insertion involves the addition of extra nucleotides into the what na DNA sequence रे हमें extra nucleotides उटे add करूचे से adding process टा को हमें कौन कहूचे ना insert करूचे किछि उटे जिनसे हमें insert करूचे ताको कहबा कोन insertion एठी कोन पचाची तले add करूचे that means insert करूचे ना so कोन insert करूचे गोटे nucleotide कोथिरे ना हमर DNA sequence रे तो ताको कोन कहै छै ना हमर insertion क्लियर डिलीशन माने डिलीट करियो जते बेले पचारिबो कोन रिमूवल सेते अपन डिलीशन करिवे सब्स्टिट्यूशन जते बेले कहा बदल रे हम किछि यूज करूचे लाइक रिप्लेस करूचे ताको कहबा सो इन्वर्स द रिप्लेसमेंट ऑफ वन न्यूक्लियोटाइड्स विथ अनदर इन्वर्सन इन्वर्स इन ए सेगमेंट ऑफ डीएनए बीइंग रिवर्स्ड इन्वर्सन ता अपन मन रखिबे रिवर्स कोन आगो पछ रिवर्स मन रखिबे हैला इन्वर्सन ता गोटे अपन गोटे कंफ्यूज लागिबा बट रिवर्स इन्वर्स एका एका भाबी की रिलेट करके पढिबे होय दे होइला बाबू साहेब ठीक है तो ठीक अच्छे व्हिच पार्ट ऑफ द डाइजेस्टिव सिस्टम एब्जॉर्ब्स मोस्ट न्यूट्रिएंट को पार्ट डाइजेस्टिव सिस्टम रो मोस्टली वाटर हेवीली कोन एब्जॉर्ब करे द स्टोमक स्मॉल इंटेस्टाइन लार्ज इंटेस्टाइन और व्हाट टेल मी द आंसर और लिवर दिस इज स्मॉल इंटेस्टाइन but this is small intestine the primary site for nutrient absorption with the help of villi and microvilli that increase surface area so आपण माने एत्ते कथा मन रखिबे नि डायरेक्ट मन रखिबे कोन ना स्मॉल इंटेस्टाइन हमर बॉडी रे प्रेजेंट रही छी एंड ता द्वारा ही हम जहार स्मॉल इंटेस्टाइन जेति की हेल्दी अच्छी तार वाटर एब्जॉर्प्शन सेते भलो होउची से जेते हाइड्रेटेड देखा जाउची आपण माने कहि परिबे आ जो माने की लाइक डिहाइड्रेटेड देखा जांदी दैट मींस तांका स्मॉल इंटेस्टाइन सेते भलो से फंक्शन करूनी ठीक अछि एंड स्टोमक रे आपण माने जानि संती मेनली ब्रेकडाउन फूड मेकानिकली एंड केमिकली रे छाडंतु लार्ज इंटेस्टाइन कोन एब्जॉर्ब्स वाटर एंड इलेक्ट्रोलाइट्स बट नॉट मोस्ट न्यूट्रिएंट्स सब लाइक ओनली वाटर नहीं like water करे electrolytes करे but most of the nutrients with water की absorb करे ना हमरो small intestine clear the liver process and stores nutrients but doesn't absorb them which organ removes waste from the blood which organ removes waste from the blood this is heart or liver or kidneys or lungs को organ आमर रिमूव करे कौन ना वेस्ट फ्रॉम द ब्लड द ऑप्शंस हार्ट लिवर किडनी एंड लंग्स द आंसर हबो किडनी जोटा कि हमें ऑलरेडी 20 थर वर्ष रिपीट कर सारे मुंडर तो फिक्स हो सारी किडनी रो वर्क कौन फिल्टर blood to remove waste products and excess fluids producing and कौन करे ना producing urine kidneys रा काम भी urine produce करिबा बेस गोटे एटा point note down करि दियो heat oh extremely sorry actually it light reflect होची ना मते एमिति ठिया कि देखली देखा जाउनी ठीक से so heart रा काम कोन ना pumps blood but doesn't remove waste हमर कोन blood pumping करिबा हार्ट रा काम liver कोन रहउची ना जेते सब टॉक्सिन रहिची हम कोन बॉडी रे ताको फिल्टर करूची सॉरी ब्लड रहिची ताको हम कोन फिल्टर करिकि ताको अवे करूची प्रोसेसेस टॉक्सिन्स एंड प्रोड्यूस बाइल यस लिवर काम कोन बाइल प्रोड्यूस करिबा जोथरे कोन हमर डाइजेशन प्रॉपर हेई परिबो डजंट फिल्टर oh sorry filter blood कहतील ना kidney रा काम sorry for that so processes toxins and produce bile but does not filter blood directly like the what kidney हमर blood रू filter करिवो कोन हमर toxin products जहा भी रहिची and lungs remove carbon dioxide from the blood but doesn't so lungs रा काम कोन हमर oxygen हम inhale करूची and exhale करूची carbon dioxide so here a proper regulation के करूची ना हमरा lungs which is the largest organ of the human body which is the largest organ of the human body is this heart is this liver is this skin or is this brain which is the largest organ this is nothing but the skin the skin is the largest organ covering the entire body and acting as a protective barrier what like skin is the largest organ covering the entire body and acting as a protective barrier and heart ra kama while vital the heart is not the largest liver एटा सब को हमर पचछ largest सरला कथा skin होची सबटु largest मने रहिला skin is the largest organ अतले longest bone पचथिला femur हैला longest bone longest बिता टिके डिफरेंशिएट करके मन रखियो so which hormone controls metabolism which hormones control metabolism is this insulin is this estrogen is this thyroxine or is this testosterone so what will be the right answer this is thyroxine a hormone produced by the thyroid gland it controls the body's metabolic rate so thyroxine ra काम कोन ना body रा metabolic rate को भी से regulate करूची and को hormone ना thyroid gland रे hormone कोन ए thyroxine hormone कोठु बाहरुची ना thyroid gland मन रखिबे thyroid रो thyroxine ओके insulin त आपण जानचनी blood sugar level को हमरा कोन मैनेज करूची रेगुलेट करूची एस्ट्रोजन कोन अफेक्ट्स रिप्रोडक्टिव फंक्शंस एंड हमर टेस्टोस्टेरोन कोन ना अफेक्ट सेकेंडरी सेक्सुअल कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स ठीक अछि which blood component what which blood component helps in clotting which blood component helps in clotting is this red blood cells is this white blood cells is this platelets or plasma कौन हबो which blood components helps in clotting clotting रे म आपण मानु कहितली किए ना हमरो platelet so platelets are essential for blood clotting they aggregate the site of the wound form a clot okay and for WBC कहितली against infection RBC oxygen transport करे and plasma the liquid portion of the blood that transport nutrients hormones and waste but doesn't directly what cause for the blood clotting next देखिबा which microorganisms causes tuberculosis or TB virus bacteria fungus or protozoa what this is bacteria microbacterium tuberculosis ता ना ही सेया कोन ना जो बैक्टीरिया हमर कोन क्रिएट करूची टीबी माइक्रोबैक्टीरियम ट्यूबरकुलोसिस अपन कहबा रे बैक्टीरिया जानतली बैक्टीरियम कोन तले सिंगल हैला हम ताको बैक्टीरियम कहूची तले मल्टी मतलब बैक्टीरिया इज ए प्लूरल फॉर्म ठीक अछि Microbacterium tuberculosis is the causative agent ट्यूबरकुलोसिस कॉलेरा टाइफॉइड फीवर एंथ्राक्स निमोनिया ए सब रो कौन ना रहउचंती सो द tuberculosis is caused by a bacterium called Mycobacterium tuberculosis. It primarily affects the lungs but can also impact other parts of the body. The infection spreads through airborne droplets when an infected person cough or sneezes, and the bacteria name is Mycobacterium tuberculosis. Just a minute. Okay. So, fungus, athlete's foot, ringworm, candidiasis, aspergillosis, and amara cryptococcosis. ये सब होसंदी कौन ना symptoms of fungus जोड़ा कि कौन क्रिएट करंती हमर कौन ना फंगस को एंड प्रोटोजोआ मलेरिया आम भी एगुड़ा सब हमर कौन काइंड ऑफ प्रोटोजोआन डिजीज एडा काइंड ऑफ फंगल डिजीजेस एंड दिस आर द बैक्टीरियल डिजीज कौन हमर ट्यूबरकुलोसिस कॉलेरा टाइफॉइड फीवर एक्सेट्रा. So, moving towards next, which disease is caused by the deficiency of vitamin C? Vitamin C is very much essential for our skin health. So, very rickets, scurvy or night blindness. Night होची कौन vitamin A. So, कौन रहिला scurvy. So, vitamin C is the essential for the production of collagen, a protein necessary for the health of कौन skin, blood vessels and connective tissues. So a deficiency of vitamin C leads to scurvy, bleeding. आमर जो माढ़ी रु bleeding हुए केपे केपे देखी चंदी गाँ रे कौन टाउन रे कौन सबुठे आम एप्पल खाइला बेलू पिजुली खाइला बेलू ता ऊपर टिके ब्लड लागे सेटा कौन ब्लीडिंग कम्स एटा कौन डेफिशिएंसी ऑफ विटामिन सी एंड बॉडी वीकनेस रहिबो फैटिक एंड इजी फ्रोजिंग जॉइंट पेन स्किन आमर जल्दी रिंकल्स आसी जीवो सेटा कौन डेफिशिएंसी ऑफ विटामिन सी. So it occurs because of the impaired formation of connective tissue due to insufficient collagen production. And what is beriberi is caused by a deficiency of vitamin B1 which is known as what thiamine. Rickets is caused by deficiency of vitamin D. जोटा कि विटामिन डी आउ कोथरे अछि हमर सनलाइट रे विटामिन डी अछि द फॉर्म ऑफ विटामिन D3. And the night blindness is caused by what? Vitamin A. So next देखिबा so which organ is affected by hepatitis? So which organ is affected by hepatitis? This is heart, liver, lungs or kidneys. Hepatitis is a कौन liver disease जोठरे कौन हुए hepatitis affects the liver and kidney रे कौन हुए ना while kidney issues may arise due to severe hepatitis like hepatitis तो हमरे बॉडी की severe हे जाय सेते बेले हमर कौन ना kidney issues बाहरे it doesn't कौन डायरेक्ट हमर kidney को affect करेनी hepatitis first target तार किए ना liver. So hepatitis refers to inflammation of the liver often caused by viral infections in hepatitis A, B, C, D or E categorized ହେଇଛି toxins, alcohol abuse or autoimmune diseases. The liver is a vital organ responsible for detoxifying the blood, producing bile and processing nutrients. Symptoms of hepatitis can include what? ना हमारा jaundice, fatigue, कौन jaundice, fatigue, abdominal pain and कौन nausea. Which of the following is a viral disease? So viral disease एमती कहली virus affected disease मु एबे आपन को गोटे लाइन रे कहिछि सब कोन अछि ना tuberculosis, malaria, influenza, cholera. Which is a कोन virus disease हमर कोन ना influenza is a caused by influenza virus which is a viral disease. Cholera is caused by bacterium Vibrio cholera. Okay. So, a viral disease is caused by virus, a microscopic infectious agent that can replicate only inside the cells of a host organisms. ठीक अछि and tuberculosis एमती कहली गोटे bacterium. Malaria is a what? हमर कोन parasitic disease. ठीक अछि which is the vector for malaria? So हमारा vector किया हमारा malaria रो house fly, anopheles mosquito या फिर testis fly हमारा किए anopheles mosquito. So anopheles mosquito, the anopheles mosquito is the vector for the malaria. It transmits plasmodium parasite which cause the disease through the bite. So test fly, the test fly is responsible for transmitting sleeping sickness. कौन स्लीपिंग सिकनेस गोटे डिजीज जोटा कि कौन कह जाए ना ट्राइपानोसोमियासिस एटा होची कौन ना स्लीपिंग सिकनेस ए डिजीज कहा द्वारा फिर ना टेस्टिस फ्लाई सैंड फ्लाई ट्रांसमिट कौन लेishmaniasis. This is a kind of disease and house fly are not responsible for transmitting malaria. It is about basic. So explanation: a vector is an organism that transmits pathogens from one host to another. The female anopheles किए ना female only. The female anopheles mosquito is the primary vector for the malaria, not the male one. It separates the what diseases when it bites a person and injects plasmodium parasites into their bloodstream. So मैं मन रखी थी किए ना हमारा female one is the responsible for carrier. Okay. The next one is which pigment is responsible for photosynthesis? So which pigment is responsible for photosynthesis? Is this chlorophyll? Is this hemoglobin? Is this carotene or xanthophyll? किए हबा हमारा photosynthesis पाई responsible? This is none other than chlorophyll. So chlorophyll is the primary pigment responsible for the capturing light energy during photosynthesis. It is found in chloroplast and gives plant what a green color. ठीक है क्लोरो हमर कोन chlorophyll present रे हमर plant रो leaf रो color green हेता है. That's why plant रो अलगा किछि पार्ट रे सेते देखिबा को न थाए हमर leaf रे ही से देखिबा को मिले. leaf contain करे chlorophyll को. So hemoglobin आपण जानि चंदी हमर कोन hemoglobin is protein in red. Hemoglobin is a kind of protein where in RBC. So carotene is a pigment that contributes to photosynthesis, is an accessory pigment but it is not a primary pigment. And xanthophyll is an anther accessory, xanthophyll is another accessory pigment that helps in photosynthesis but as usual it doesn't play the primary role. Chlorophyll absorbs light जेमती कहली most efficiently in the na blue red wavelengths and uses this energy but to drive the photosynthesis process. बुझिएला converting carbon dioxide and water into glucose and oxygen. It is the most essential pigment for the photosynthesis. So in which part of the plant does photosynthesis mainly occur? कोठी हम बॉडी रो लाइक सॉरी बॉडी नाही पार्ट रो को प्लांट रे हमर फोटोसिंथेसिस हुए रूट रे स्टेम रे लीव्स रे फ्लावर्स रे कोठी हुए तो हमर लीव्स रे जेहेतु क्लोरोफिल प्रेजेंट रही छी ना मैम सेथि पे हमर कोथरे हुए ना रूट हम कोन लीफ रे कहि परिबा फोटोसिंथेसिस अकर हुए रूट इज एज प्राइमरीली इन्वॉल्वड इन कोठी ना वाटर एंड न्यूट्रिएंट एब्जॉर्प्शन पई. ठीक अछि. एंड हमर फ्लावर्स आर स्पेशलाइज्ड फॉर रिप्रोडक्शन. ठीक अच्छे कैटेगोराइज हो जाइए तांकर. नेक्स्ट व्हाट इज द मेन फंक्शन ऑफ स्टोमाटा इन प्लांट्स? व्हाट इज द मेन फंक्शन ऑफ स्टोमाटा इन प्लांट्स? वाटर एब्जॉर्प्शन, फोटोसिंथेसिस, गैस एक्सचेंज, सीड जर्मिनेशन. कौन रहिला हमर मेन फंक्शन स्टोमाटा रा प्लांट रे ना मैम एथरे गैस एक्सचेंज हुए केमिति ना स्टोमाटा रेगुलेट द एक्सचेंज ऑफ गैसेस allowing what carbon dioxide to enter for what photosynthesis and oxygen to exit as a what as a byproduct. जेमती कहली कि ऑक्सीजन रिमूव हुए as a byproduct and carbon dioxide सेतरे कोन यूज हुए. ठीक अछि. सीड जर्मिनेशन स्टोमाटा कोन एटा तो किछ मिनै तो स्टोमाटा नॉट इन्वॉल्वड इन सीड जर्मिनेशन वाटर एब्जॉर्प्शन कहली. देन एक्सप्लेनेशन आपण माने जानते द स्टोमाटा आर स्मॉल पोर्स फाउंड इन द सरफेस ऑफ लीव्स जोथरे कि कौन They are surrounded by guard cells that control their opening and closing. The primary function of stomata is gas exchange. The primary function जदि पचारला कौन कहिबे ना स्टोमाटा रा primary function हैला मैडम gas exchange. ठीक अछि कोन ना हमर ऑक्सीजन गैस टा कोन रिलीज हबो whereas it कोन by the help of carbon dioxide procedure complete haba photosynthesis and photosynthesis end rep as a byproduct हमर कोन रिलीज हबो ना ऑक्सीजन. Clear? Which part of the plant transports water? आमर को प्लांट रो को पार्ट टा आमर वाटर ट्रांसपोर्ट करे फ्लोएम जाइलेम कॉर्टेक्स एपिडर्मिस. Which is this is what xylem. Xylem is the tissue responsible for the what for the transporting water and dissolved minerals from the roots and the rest of the plant. बुझिएला cortex. What is the work of cortex? The cortex is a layer of tissue in roots and stems that helps in storage but doesn't directly transport water. So cortex कौन ना एरा जो layers of tissue जोड़ा कोठी present थांती roots और stems रे. बुझिएला epidermis. Epidermis is the outermost layer of the cell of the plant. So plant cell लो सबुठु end और outer cell को कौन कहा जाए ना हमर epidermis. बुझिएला clear? The xylem is specialized for water transport in plants. It consists of base cells and tracheids which form a continuous network from the roots to the leaves. This process known as transpiration helps move water to the nutrient upward due to the root pressure, capillary action and evaporation from the leaves. Which plant hormone is responsible for growth? So which plant hormone is responsible for growth? Auxin, ethylene, cytokinin, gibberellin. कौन हबो ना हमर प्लांट रो ग्रोथ और डेवलपमेंट पई किए दरकार ना हमर ऑक्सिन दरकार. इथाइलिन कोन में दरकार ना रेगुलेट्स फ्रूट राइपनिंग. हमर कोन फल जेतले पाचुची ता पई किए दरकार ना इथाइलिन रो प्रेजेंट रे हमर गछरे ऑटोमेटिक फल पाचुची आनी के मु कार्बाइड जाके पडुनी राइट. So and responsible to stress but doesn't what primarily promote growth. Cytokinin stimulates cell division and delays leaf senescence but works alongside auxin for specific growth processes. Gibberellin na काम कौन promotes stem elongation and seed germination but is not the main growth of the hormone. Clear? Which biome has the highest biodiversity? Desert, tundra, rainforest, grassland. किए हबो ना rainforest होची highest biodiversity सेतिरे present होची with a wide variety of plants, animals and the microorganisms due to the favorable climate and nutrient cycling. So गोटे proper nutrient cycling होची जदि सेठी गच्छ अछि सेठी animal अछन suppose सेठी plant भी अछि आ सेठी deer भी अछि तो plant को deer खाइबो right. So एमिति तंकर कोन proper गोटे cycle हे जाउची. And desert रे low biodiversity जोटा कि कोन हमकु गोटे भलो क्लाइमेट रखिबनी due to extreme arid conditions and limited water. It is कोन odd one out. Tundra low diversity because of cold temperature and short growing seasons. Grasslands moderate biodiversity primarily supporting कोन grasses and herbivores पई एटा perfect. Clear? Okay. So next देखिबा. So which gas is the main cause of the greenhouse effect? तो हमर greenhouse आपण जानि थिबे ओजोन लेयर जो हमर कोन greenhouse effect बहुत माने ये होची. So oxygen, carbon dioxide, nitrogen and hydrogen. What will be the cause of the greenhouse effect? As it is carbon dioxide, a significant greenhouse gas trapping heat in the Earth's atmospheric level. Oxygen रा काम कोन होची ना essential for respiration. Nitrogen कौन कहूची makes up most of the atmospheric but is a inert and doesn't contribute to the greenhouse effect. Hydrogen rarely found in the atmosphere and not a greenhouse. So What is the next question? What is the process of converting nitrogen gas into usable form of plants? So nitrogen gas को हमें केमिति convert करूचे जे से हमर usable form of plant रे convert होउची. So options are photosynthesis, nitrogen fixation, fermentation, respiration. So what will be the right answer? Guess what? Photosynthesis तो नहीं and respiration भी नहीं, दीटा रहिला. So odd one out. Tell me. So nitrogen fixation is the nitrogen fixation. This is the process where nitrogen gas what N2 form in the atmosphere is converted into what? Ammonia or related compounds, making it a usable for plants. Answer सहित explanation आपन को एथि पई provide करी छ, otherwise मु त आपन को explanation कोन सेठी टिके टिके hints करी के लिखि भी देई थांदी, so that आपन कर मन रहइबो जते बेले भी आपन चाहिबे question guess करिवे आंसर ठीक अछि ना नै राइट ता तळको आंसर देखिबे तार explanation देखिबे आपन कर मन रे सेटा पूरा फिक्स हे जिवो. Fermentation, this is the breakdown of substances by bacteria, yeast or other microorganisms unrelated to nitrogen conversion. Get it? This is the breakdown of substance by bacteria, yeast of the other microorganisms unrelated to nitrogen conversion. So what is respiration? This refers to the process of converting glucose into energy, not nitrogen conversion. This is. And what is photosynthesis? You all know about, skip it. So which organism is at the base of the food chain in an ecosystem? Which of the organism is at the base of the food chain in an ecosystem? This is herbivores, carnivores, producers or decomposers. So what will be the right answer? The producers. This is include plants, algae and some bacteria that perform photosynthesis or chemosynthesis, creating energy-rich compounds and forming the foundation of the food chain. What is decomposers? These organisms break down organic matter but are not at the base of the food chain. Decomposers कौन करे ना break down करे organic matter को. Carnivores कौन? These are secondary or tertiary consumers and rely on herbivores. ठीक अछि? और other animal food. So other animal foods रे हमरा कौन करे? And herbivores, these are primary consumers that feed on producers, but they are not the what? Herbivores माने कौन? Only feed करंदी producers मानकु, ठीक अछि? But they are not the base of the food chain. So what is an example of a decomposer? What is an example of a decomposer? Is this lion, fungus, rabbit or eagle? Decomposer भाबे हमें की जानि छै, की जने example काहाकू देई परिबा ना? This is fungus. As fungus break down organic matter into simpler substances, making nutrients available in the soil. They are classic decomposers. Lion, a lion is the carnivore, not a decomposer. Rabbit, a rabbit is an herbivore and doesn't decompose organic material. Eagle, an eagle is a carnivore and a predator. Okay. What is the full form of the DNA? This is so easy. एटा को मु कहि बिनी कि explanation दोनी. This is deoxyribonucleic acid. एटा कहिले तो तार माने बहुत सारा कोन बदनामी होबा कि यार डीएनए जानि ना. ओके, सो डीएनए विषय में जानि छ. Which nitrogenous base is found in RNA but not in DNA? So this nitrogenous base is present in where? Na present in DNA but it is not present in where? Na RNA. Sorry, present in RNA but not in DNA. What is that? This is adenine, guanine, uracil or thymine. This is uracil. So uracil is a nitrogenous base found where? Found exclusively in RNA, replacing thymine which is found in DNA. In RNA, uracil pairs with adenine during base pairing, playing a crucial role in transcription and protein synthesis. And adenine, a purine base present in both DNA and RNA, which adenine, guanine. Another purine base found in both DNA and RNA, pairing with what? With cytosine and pairing with cytosine in both the DNA and RNA molecules. But eta the adenine kon ko kaha sath pair करथुला ना हमर thymine सहित प्रेजेंट करथुला, and DNA सहित DNA रे से काहा सहित ना thymine सहित प्रेजेंट रहथिला, and RNA रे uracil सहित प्रेजेंट थिला. बुझियला थायमिन कोन ए प्राइमरी ए pyrimidine base found only in DNA, जेमिति कि कहा सहित थायमिन DNA रे and uracil iron. ठीक अछि मन अछि. Which process results in two identical daughter cells? So which process results in two identical daughter cells? Meiosis, mitosis, fertilization or transcription? This is nothing but the what? But the mitosis. I think question ta repeat he jai, right? So mitosis is the process of cell division that produce two genetically identical daughter cells. These essential for growth, repair and asexual reproduction in multicellular organisms. Which law states that traits are inherited independently? Which law states that the traits are inherited independently? किए लॉ ऑफ सेग्रीगेशन, लॉ ऑफ इंडिपेंडेंट असॉर्टमेंट, लॉ ऑफ डोमिनेंस और लॉ ऑफ इवोल्यूशन. तो आपण क्वेश्चन रो आंसर तो नियति गेस कर देथिबे कोन ना लॉ ऑफ इंडिपेंडेंट असॉर्टमेंट प्रपोज्ड बाय कहा द्वारा ना ग्रेगर मेंडल. मेंडल्स लॉ मन रखंतु पी वाला मन रखि देबे कोन पी प्लांट को नहीं करथिले. स्टेट्स दैट जीन्स फॉर डिफरेंट ट्रेड्स असॉर्टेड इंडिपेंडेंटली ऑफ वन अनदर ड्यूरिंग व्हाट ना ड्यूरिंग द फॉर्मेशन ऑफ गैमेट्स. बुझेला this result in the inheritance of one trait not affecting the inheritance of another, providing the genes are located on different chromosomes or are far apart the same chromosomes. बुझेला. Okay. So law of segregation, what is the law of segregation? Now it is states that alleles for a single trait separating during gamete formation, ensuring offsprings inherit one allele from each parent to one allele asiki amra kona law of segregation process ku format karuchi as how na single trait separate during the gamete formation from kona allele each parent to gote. So law of dominance kona states that one allele mane gote dominant can mask effect of another allele. Theory of evolution describes the process by which species change over time through natural selection, not directly related to what? Na Mendel's law of inheritance. What is the next question? What is Punnett square used for? What is Punnett square used for? Measuring measuring DNA, predicting genetic documents, predicting genetic outcomes, identifying species, analyzing fossils or what? This is the Punnett square is for what? Is for predicting genetic outcomes. What? Now this is for predicting genetic outcomes. How? As a Punnett square is tool used in genetic to predict the possible genotypes, genetic makeup and phenotypes of offsprings. Kahara na offspring karo कौन करिबो से ना जेनेटिक प्रेडिक्शन करिबो आइदर एटा फीमेल और मेल. देन कौन हबो of offspring resulting from a cross between two parents. It helps visualize how alleles are passed from parents to offspring and can determine the probabilities of inheriting what? Inheriting specific traits. Measuring DNA kono na DNA measurement involves different techniques like what? Like gel electrophoresis or kono na amara spectrophotometry, not a Punnett square. Identifying species re kono? This is done through taxonomy and DNA sequencing or morphological studies. What is analyzing fossils? मैं आपको कही fossil analysis a part of what? Paleontology. What? ना paleontology मन रहिला study of paleontology is sorry study of कोन fossils is known as what paleontology. What is the function of the heart? What is the function of the heart? Producing hormones, pumping blood, digesting food, removing waste. देखंतु digesting food आमे पढिचे, removing waste करिचे, producing hormone करिचे. So heart रा काम कोन blood pump करिबो, nothing else. So removing waste kahara kamo the liver as well as kidney ro, but main kamo hoji kahara liver ro. So next hoji which blood vessel carries oxygen rich blood from the heart. So which blood vessel carries oxygen rich blood from the heart? Heart ru कहली from the heart to the heart, एटा मन रखिबे from and to, ठीक अछि. So veins, capillaries, arteries and lymph vessel किए हबो ना this is arteries कोन करूची ना हमर करूची from the heart and veins to the heart. Clear? So which part of the brains control involuntary actions like breathing? So breathing हमें करूचे से जो action टाकू like इनहेल करूचे या फिर एक्सहेल करूचे, तो ये जो एक्शन टाकू हमर ब्रेन को पार्ट टा कंट्रोल करूची. लाइक कहूची सपोज आमे बहुत जोरे इनहेल करि देले आ ताकू स्टॉप करि रखिले कि देखिबा केते टाइम रखुचे, अरे छाड़ छाड़ जल्दी न होले मरि जिवु. ए इंस्ट्रक्शन टा तम माइंड को की को पार्ट टा रु आसुचे एटा? इज दिस सेरिब्रम, मेडुला ओब्लांगाटा या फिर सेरिबेलम या फिर हाइपोथैलेमस? कोन हबो ना दिस इज मेडुला ओब्लांगाटा. The medulla oblongata controls involuntary actions such as breathing, heartbeat and digestion by regulating what? Vital autonomic functions. Okay? And what is the work of cerebrum? What is the work of cerebrum? Cerebrum is responsible for what? The cerebrum is responsible for voluntary action, sensory processing, reasoning and learning is the work of what? The part of the cerebrum is signaling the over things. And what is the cerebellum? The cerebellum controls what? The balance, coordination and fine motor movements. And what is hypothalamus? The hypothalamus what? Regulate hormones, body temperature and hunger, but it doesn't directly control breathing. So these are the different part of the brain and are very important, 4 of them. ठीक है? So which organ produces bile? Which organ produces bile? Is this liver, pancreas, stomach, kidney? Obviously liver ही हमारा कौन bile produce करे, जोड़ा कि हमारा digestion में help करे. So liver produces bile, a digestive fluid that helps break down fats in the small intestine. Manarilla pancreas, the pancreas produces digestive enzymes and insulin. Stomach, the stomach secretes gastric juice and acids for protein digestion. Kidney filters blood. ठीक है? And which type of blood cells help fight infections? Which type of blood cells help fight infections? Is this RBC, WBC, platelets or plasma? Infection against रे WBC, blood को purify करे कि हमर RBC कौन सप्लाई करे. पेन कोड नहीं गली छोड़. आ प्लेटलेट्स हमर कौन करे ना हमर इम्यूनिटी को जो सॉरी हमर ब्लड क्लॉट करे. प्लेटलेट कौन करे ना हमर ब्लड क्लॉट करे. Okay, so these are all. So which process produces gametes in human? तो को process रे हमारा human कटी gamete produce हुए. Which process produces gametes in the humans? Is this mitosis? Is this meiosis? Is this fertilization? Is this transcription? किए? This is what? ना हमारा meiosis. Mitosis रे कौन ना cell division हबो केमिति ना दीटा somatic shell. ठीक अछि डिवाइड है कि. बट meiosis रे कौन a specialized process that reduce chromosomes number by half forming sperm and egg cell. तो हमर egg cell forms भी कौन 23 pair of chromosomes from कौन male cell and 23 from the female cell. Then आमर आसीबो केते हबो 46 pair. Then again आमर एटा कौन divide हेकी जीवो. तो ये जो divide होला पर एटा कौन mitosis रे divide हबो. तो divide होला पर जो गोटे गोटे रहइबो सेटा का रहइबो सेटा kind of meiosis. बुझिलो कहिले तो बहुत सारा बायोलॉजी क्लास ही है जीवो. बट आज वी आर डिस्कसिंग द एमसीक्यूज फॉर द एग्जाम पर्सपेक्टिव्स. तो हमको ऑप्शन थ्रो जाई कि किछि बेसिक केवल कोन कलेक्टिव डाटा ही रखिबार अछि. ठीक अछि. So fertilization, the union of gametes to form a zygote, not their production. So fertilization ने कौन ना हमर gamete collection कहि परिबे आपण. ठीक अछि. And the union of gametes to form a zygote. तो हमर कौन मेल जो गैमेट आसुची फीमेल जो एग सेल आसुची गैमेट आसुची तार गोटे जगह रे फॉर्म हेकी कौन प्रोसेसटा होची फर्टिलाइजेशन. ट्रांसक्रिप्शन ए जेनेटिक प्रोसेस that creates RNA from DNA unrelated to gamete formation. बुझिएला. What is the female reproductive organ in flowers? What is the female reproductive organ in flowers? Is this stamen? Is this pistil? Is this sepal? Or is this anther? कौन अछि? This is pistil. The female reproductive part is what? Pistil, composed of the stigma, style and ovary. आपण माने पिक्चर देखिबा को चाहउछंदी. मोर तो एटा रे ही प्रॉब्लम ही जाउछ कि म आपन को पिक्चर देखेबा को चाहूतिली बट देखिबा. हां पिस्टल दिस इज व्हाट टोटल डक हमर कोन कह जाउछि. कोटा देखले तमे जानि परिबो. एटा देखो देखा एटा. सो ये टोटलटा होची हमर कोन ना पिस्टिल एंड एटा सब पार्ट होची कोन स्टिग्मा स्टाइल. ए लंबाटा कोन स्टाइल ऊपर जोटी केसरडा थांदी सेडा कोन स्टिग्मा एंड दिस इज द ओवरी एंड भीतर अछि हमर कोन ओवुलस. बुझि पाइलो टोटलटा को कोन कोंदी ए समान को मिसे की कंसिस्ट ऑफ व्हाट ना पिस्टिल. ए टोटल सेट टा को कोन कोंदी ना पिस्टिल. बुझिएला. सो सेपल a protective structure that encloses the encloses the bud. And what is anther? Part of the stamen that produces pollen, a male reproductive structure. Stamen कौन? A male reproductive organ consisting of the what? Anther and filament. What is the next? Which hormone controls the female reproductive cycle? Main जिनस आसिला. फीमेल रिप्रोडक्टिव साइकिल रे को हार्मोन रेगुलेट करूची आपण माने समस्या जानजंदी द कोन टेस्टोस्टेरोन इंसुलिन एस्ट्रोजन और एड्रेनालिन. दिस इज एस्ट्रोजन regulates the menstrual cycle, development of secondary sexual characteristics and support pregnancy. Okay. तो हमर जते बेले टेस्ट हुए प्रेगनेंसी टेस्ट तो बेसिकली हमर टेस्ट रे को हार्मोन टा टेस्ट हुए. दिस इज एस्ट्रोजन. ठीक अछि. एंड टेस्टोस्टेरोन इज अ मेल सेक्स hormone. Insulin regulate blood sugar and adrenaline express hormones unrelated to what? Reproductive cycles. Clear? Next. Which hormones is responsible for male secondary sexual characteristics? Which hormone is responsible for male secondary sexual characteristics? Female तो गला. Male ପାଇଁ किए एबे तो कहली estrogen, insulin, testosterone, oxytocin किए ना हमारा testosterone is the male sex hormone which is responsible for development of male secondary sexual characteristics. And estrogen आपन कहि छि, insulin कहि छि, oxytocin is the कोन? Oxytocin known as the love hormone. It facilitates bonding, social interaction and the childbirth process. So where does fertilization occur in humans? So inside human, where does the fertilization occur? Is this uterus, fallopian tube, ovary and vagina. तो कोठी हमर हुए fallopian tube आपण कहि देबेनी. This is plant case रे. So sorry आमे कोन बोलले कि अच्छा sorry this is right answer. हमर fallopian tube आपण माने अलगा किछि भाबिबेनी. sorry. So fallopian tube fertilization in humans typically occurs in the ampulla, a specific part of the fallopian part. So fallopian tube ro gote specific part अछि ता ना कोन ना ampulla. मने रखंतु kind of exam रे भी न आसिले हमर जानिबा त नि दरकार ना बॉडी रो organs कोन कोन. So a specific part of fallopian tubes, this is where the sperm meets and fuses with the egg. Okay. Ovary, the ovary is where the egg are produced and released during ovulation. What? Now during ovulation, but fertilization does not take place here. Vagina, you all know the vagina is the passage where sperm is deposited during the intercourse, but is not the site of fertilization. Uterus is the where the fertilized egg implants and develops into a kind of fetus. So this is the whole part of the body, and sorry for the inconvenience about the fallopian tube, because they just class sorry thila na, I was got confused. Okay, so coming to the next, what is the smallest unit of heredity? Now what is the smallest unit of heredity? The options are gene, chromosome, DNA or cell. So let's see the right answer. It's gene. Why? Because a gene is the smallest functional unit of heredity. मन रखिबे ना सबुठु small unit heredity रा कोउटा ना हमर gene, containing the instructions to produce proteins or DNA. So किए हमर instruction देई कि DNA और protein को produce कर inside our body, ना it's gene, which determine the traits and characteristics of an organism. So basically gene रे हमर कोन DNA अछि, and DNA कोन हमको ना store करिक रखुची हमर जते genetical character. Clear? What is chromosome? A chromosome is a structure made up of DNA and proteins. What is chromosome? ना एटा कोठी रहउची देखो chromosome, like chromosome भितर हमर कोन अछि ना many genes. Chromosomes containing what? ना many genes. Suppose this is a chromosome, ता भितर रहउची कि kind of genes, but ए जो chromosome ता कोथरे तयारी ना, a chromosome is a structure made up of what? ना DNA and protein. So एई भला जो chromosome एरा कहा द्वारा तयारी हेची ना only protein and what? ना DNA. Okay, so DNA कौन होची? DNA is the molecule that makes up genes and chromosome. DNA कोथरे तयारी रहउची ना genes and chromosome. And what is cell? A cell is the basic structural and functional unit of a life. So हमर कौन cell रहउची देखंतु, gene होची कौन ना smallest functional unit of heredity, whereas cell रे कौन होची ना basic structural functional unit of life. मन रहिला of heredity देखो हम कहउचे ना एटा genetic disorder हेइथिबो, एटा hereditary हेइथिबो. So genetic और heredity को आपण एकाठी सब बेले रखिबे. And gene sorry and cell गोटे life रो existence पई निहाती दरकार. So आपण cell को life सहित कोन connect करी रखिबे. But it is much larger than a gene and not the smallest unit of heredity. हमर कोन ना gene टू बहुत larger रहउची cell, जोटा कि हम कोन microscope रे view करि परिबा, whereas we cannot see the gene. Okay, so next question, what is the primary function of the immune system? What is the primary function of immune system? Digestion, fighting disease, producing energy या फिर filtering blood. देखंतु प्राइमरी फंक्शन इम्यून सिस्टम ऊपर आसिले माने कोन हमर filtering blood हमें ऑड वन आउट कर देबा, डाइजेशन भी हमें ऑड वन आउट कर देबा. तो हमर लेफ्ट ऑप्शन कोडा रहिला ना, हम ऑप्शंस आर लेफ्ट फाइटिंग डिजीजेस एंड प्रोड्यूसिंग एनर्जी. लेट्स सी द राइट आंसर. सो द फाइटिंग डिजीजेस किए करे ना हमर WBC कहा अगेंस्ट जते इन्फेक्शन रहउची, फॉरेन बैक्टीरिया आसुची ता अगेंस्ट फाइट करे कि हम इम्यूनिटी को स्ट्रांग करूची कि ना हमर WBC. So the immune system protects body by fighting infections and diseases. Right? मन रखिबे वर्क बार बार रिपीट होउची so that मुंडा भितर एकदम फिक्स हे जिबा कथा. And digestion break down food, and what is producing energy, a metabolic function, and filtering blood का काम ना हमर किडनी रा काम. मन रहिला. So next देखिबा. Now, which vitamin is essential for blood clotting? Which vitamin is essential for blood clotting? Vitamin A, vitamin K, vitamin D or vitamin C. So odd one out कर देबी. This is not D, this is not A. So what will be the right answer? So the vitamin K essential for what? Na activating clotting factors that prevent कौन ना excessive bleeding. जेते बेले हमर किछि जिंस blood suppose हम हाथ कटि गला एबे suppose तो संगे संगे blood कौन ब्लीडिंग हो चलुची किछि पीरियड पाई देन ऑटोमेटिकली से जगहटा कौन बंद हो जाउची अनलेस सेतिकी हमर कौन डिफ कट न हेची सो ऑटोमेटिक जो हो जाउची सेटा कौन पाई बिकॉज ऑफ प्रेजेंस ऑफ विटामिन के इन आवर बॉडी तो ब्लड क्लॉटिंग टा सेतिकी फास्ट होउची एल्स त हमर वंस कट लागले तो हमर कौन ब्लीडिंग हे कि हमर देह रे ब्लड ही किछि रहिबनी इज नॉट दैट सो without it proper clot formation cannot occur. And what is the role of vitamin D? आपण मान जानि चंदी कोन हमरा सनलाइट रो हमें पाउचे in the form of vitamin D3. So helps the body absorbs what? Calcium and maintain strong bones. So हम जेमति कि मिल्क रे भी हमें अछि vitamin D. So egg रे भी अछि vitamin D. So जेते सब calcium कौन प्लस फ्रूट रहुची फूड्स रहुची तो एई मानकरे कौन रहुची ना विटामिन डी अछि जोटा कि हम बोन को बहुत स्ट्रांग रखुची एंड हम बॉडी को कौन कैल्शियम प्रोवाइड करूची एज वेल एज हमर कौन सनलाइट रे भी विटामिन डी बोली मन रखिबे एंड विटामिन सी is for immunity booster आपण माने कहि परिबे एंड कोन ना हमर जो सेल रहउची टिश्यू रिपेयर पई भी होउची तो कोनतनी विटामिन सी जदी कोथरे अछि हमर आमला रे लेमन रे सब रे विटामिन सी अछि जोडा कि हमर कोन स्किन को यंग रखिबारे रिजुविनेट करिबारे हमको बहुत हेल्प करे सो विटामिन सी इज वेरी मच एसेंशियल फॉर आवर गुड एंड हेल्दी स्किन एंड व्हाट इज विटामिन ए सपोर्ट विजन इम्यून फंक्शन एंड स्किन हेल्थ ठीक अछि सो what is the next? Which animal is a marsupial? Now, which animal is a marsupial? The options are lion, kangaroo, elephant, and tiger. Let's see the answer here. So, kangaroo kahin ki marsupial hela? Because तार जो like पेटर अच्छी ना देखंतु समस्त तार बेबी बर्थ है कि कोठ पड़े डायरेक्ट तले पड़ंती लाइक जो माने भी बेबी बर्थ करूचंती लाइक जते सब मामल्स रहिचंती एनिमल्स रहिचंती तांकर बेबी बर्थ मामल्स कर रेस्ट छाडी दियंतु एनिमल्स रहउचंती लायन हो एलिफेंट हो टाइगर हो से मानकर बेबी बर्थ परे बेबीटा कोठी की डायरेक्ट हमरो लाइक अर्थ ऊपर पडुची माटी को स्पर्श करूची बट कंगारू हैव द स्पेशल पावर have the special capacity in their womb so से कौन ना एमती उठी की कवर एक भी रहता है अपन देखिथिबे कंगारू छुआ माने ता भितरे ढुंदी सो से बर्थ करे ना सेठी ही बर्थ करे ता भितरे ही बर्थ करी कि से रही जाए लेटर ऑन टाइम से पुणी अगेन भीतर बाहर को ताको छाड़े खेला बुला करी कि अगेन आसी कि दैट वाज द सेफेस्ट प्लेस फॉर कौन कंगारू बेबी ठीक अछि सो कंगारूस आर marsupials native to Australia and have pouches for their young and lions है placental mammal कौन आमर समस्त कौन mammals है placenta connected mammals ना आमे माने आम बेबी को जते बेले कौन कैरी करूचे तो आमर placental canal सहित आमर कौन जोटा आमर umbilical canal अछि तो सेटा कनेक्ट हेकी रहउची सो वी all are कौन placental mammals elephant that also placental and tiger that also placental but the only kangaroo have that capacity bearing her child inside a womb so it is what na marsupials get it the word is very much important बार बार मने पकेइबे marsupials okay एमिति रे तो समस्त जेहेतु placental गोटे क्वेश्चन पटले आपण माने ऑलरेडी ऑड वन आउट करि परिबे so next which type of RNA carries in amino acids to ribosome so which type of RNA carries कौन ना amino acid को ribosome पर्यंत से carry करके पहुंचाए is this messenger RNA or transfer RNA or ribosome RNA or SI रे कौन थिला what a minute देखि दियंतु so कौन is the small interfering RNA right so हमरो कोटा रहिला ना ट्रांसफर आरएनए कौन करूची ना कैरी करूची अमीनो एसिड को कोठी को ना राइबोसोम जाए ड्यूरिंग द प्रोटीन सिंथेसिस पीरियड मन रहइबो एटा ना हमर राइबोसोम पर्यंत अमीनो एसिड को के कैरी करूची ना ट्रांसफर जेते बेले असला कैरी करिबा दैट मींस कोन ट्रांसफर करूची सेथुर मन रखिबे टीआरएनए मन रहइबो तो mRNA messenger RNA किछि मेसेज पठेबार थिबो देन कि करिवो ना मेसेज लाइक mRNA carries the genetic code सपोज हमकु गोटे ओटीपी आसिला एज ए कोड त हमकु फोन करिकि कोन मागु चंती कि त मेसेज रे गोटे कोड जाइथिबो देलु तो सेटा कोथि आसुची हमारा मेसेज बॉक्स रे आसुची सेमिति मन रखिए जेनेटिक कोड को जी हमरा कोन फ्रॉम डीएनए टू राइबोसोम पहुंच जाए तार की ना मैसेंजर आरएनए and what is the ribosomal RNA forms part of ribosomes structure and aids in catalyzing protein synthesis so main thing hoji kona na rRNA forms what na parts of the ribosome structure ओके तो स्ट्रक्चर को ऐड करूची किए नै कि स्ट्रक्चर पर्टिकुलर ताकू दर्शौची किए बनौची किए ना हमर राइबोसोमल आरएनए क्लियर एंड स्मॉल इंटरफेयरिंग आरएनए इज इन्वॉल्वड इन आरएनए इंटरफेरेंस इन देखंतु एस आई रु मन रखिबे आई डिनोटेड टू इंटरफेरेंस एमिति रिलेट करी करी पढिबे सो दैट मने पडिबो सो एटा कोन करूची ना आरएनए इंटरफेरेंस रेगुलेटिंग जीन एक्सप्रेशन ठीक है okay so what is the next one okay which part of the cell contains genetic material which part of the cell contains genetic material is that cytoplasm is that mitochondria is that nucleus is that Golgi body so what will be the right answer this is what na nucleus amara कोठे रे amara cell भितर रहउची तुथरे हम देखुचे गोटे nucleus one mitochondria are always present inside that and the nucleus contains the majority of the cell's genetic material in the form of what na DNA organized into chromosome so DNA ते बेले हमर कोन ना क्रोमोसोम को ही रिकॉग्नाइज करूची क्रोमोसोम रो परिचय से दोउची सो न्यूक्लियस भितर जो हमर रहिची कोन ना sorry cell भितर जो हमर रहिची न्यूक्लियस the nucleus contains the majority of the cell's genetic material तार जतिक genetic material जोटा तांकर कोन ancestors को ता पाखु को ट्रांसफर होउची ताकू की रखुची ना हमर न्यूक्लियस भितर क्लियर सो साइटोप्लाज्म कोन रहउची ना साइटोप्लाज्म is the jelly like substance like jodi pacharibo the jelly like substance present inside the body or inside a cell is known as what is known as cytoplasm it's a jelly like substance that surrounds cell organelles but it does not store genetic material so mitochondria apan janchandi kon powerhouse of the cell so mitochondria have their own small amount DNA apan janthi mitochondrial DNA have the own kind of DNA so kon se alga kichi store karu nahi so Golgi body ro kam kon the Golgi body processes and packages proteins but does not contain तो Golgi body कोन ना प्रोसेस करूची एंड पैकेज करूची काहाकू ना प्रोटीन को सो इनसाइड आवर बॉडी जेतेबेले प्रोटीन सिंथेसिस होउची या फिर मतलब प्रोटीन कोन रिलीज होउची तो ताकू जेतेबेले प्रोसेस करिबा टाइम आसुची ताकू स्टोर करिकी राइट वे रे यूटिलाइज करिबा टाइम आसुची तो सेटा काहार फंक्शन काहा द्वारा होउची ना बाय द Golgi body इज दैट क्लियर सो मूविंग टुवर्ड्स नेक्स्ट what is the powerhouse of the cell जेमिति कहली किए हमर mitochondria so let's see so mitochondria generate the majority of the cell's ATP which is why they are referred as the power cell because the cells रो जतिक ATP अछि से किए ना generate करूची mitochondria that's why this is called as what हमर powerhouse of the cell got it and what is the ATP refers to this is adenosine triphosphate okay so what is lysosome lysosomes are involved in breaking down waste materials and cellular debris so what na lysosomes are involved in what na breaking down the waste materials so am body ro jete waste materials asuchi taku break down करूची and am cell रे गोटे like cellular debris that means cell भीतर गोटे space create करूची like new cell generate हेबा पई की ना हमर lysosome and what is the endoplasmic reticulum the endoplasmic reticulum is involved in protein and lipid synthesis and what is ribosome as I have said it before ये हमारा protein synthesis रे work रे आसुची got it so next देखिबा what type of biomolecule, what type of biomolecule is an enzyme? So is this carbohydrate, is this protein, is this lipid, or it is nucleic acid? So let's see what is the right answer. This C is what? Now protein. How? Now most enzymes are protein made up of amino acids. They have specific shapes and active sites that allow them to what? Now bind to substrates and catalyze reactions. Protein, most enzymes are proteins made up of amino acids. They have what? Na gote specific shape tankar achi jothire ki kon karuchi na gote specific shape and have also active sides seta ku kon karuchi na bind करके रखुची एकाठी रखुची कौन करि पारू ना टू सबस्ट्रेट्स एंड कैटालाइज रिएक्शन. सो प्रोटीन रो काम कार्बोहाइड्रेट्स आपण माने जानि चंती. कार्बोहाइड्रेट्स प्राइमरीली प्रोवाइड व्हाट एनर्जी एंड स्ट्रक्चरल सपोर्ट एंड लिपिड्स आर इन्वॉल्वड इन व्हाट एनर्जी स्टोरेज एंड फॉर्मिंग सेल मेम्ब्रेन्स. सो सेल मेम्ब्रेन्स नुआ की फॉर्म हे बारे कारण नुआ नुआ सेल हमर डिविज क्रिएट हे कि नुआ नुआ सेल हमर कोन तयारी होउचंती तो तांकर सेल मेम्ब्रेन तयारी हे बारे के हेल्प करूची ना लिपिड तयारी करूची एंड हमर एनर्जी स्टोर करूची ते बेले सेल भितरे तो सेटा हमर के करूची ना लिपिड करूची. एंड व्हाट इज द न्यूक्लिक एसिड? द न्यूक्लिक एसिड्स लाइक डीएनए एंड आरएनए बोथ आर द kind of nucleic acid, store and transfer genetic information, not catalyze reactions. Got it? So what is the smallest bone in the human body? Longest bone देखी थिले, largest कौन organ देखी थिले, but एबे कौन question आसी ची the smallest bone कोटा आची देखो तो is this femur, steps, tibia or humerus. So what is that? The कौन सबुठु स्मॉलेस्ट बोन हमर कोटा ना ईयर भितर अछि जोटा कि होची कौन काइंड ऑफ स्टेप्स. द स्टेप्स आल्सो कॉल्ड द व्हाट ना स्टीरप बोन. व्हाट? दिस इज स्टीरप. Stirrup bone. Okay, is one of the three tiny ossicles in the middle ear. So आम middle ear रे तीनिटा like image टे देइथिला आपन को टिके भलो से बुझिबा को पड़िथांता ना कि देखिबा ठीक अछि. So tiny ossicles in the middle ear, it is responsible for transmitting sound vibration to the inner ear. Basically ता माध्यम देकी हमर साउंड आसुची कोठी की जो हमें कहूची कर्ण पटह से ओडिया रे कहंती ना हम स्कूल रे पढिचे अरे एते जोरे साउंड सुनिले कोन हबो ना कर्ण पटह फाटी जीवो. So this is the steps which is very small in size, जोटा कि very minute in size, जोटा रे कोन की बार बार हमें जदी हाई वॉल्यूम देकी आमे किछि भी गीत सुनुचे या फिर किछि मूवीज देखुचे then that can be a fear factor for losing the steps inside our ear. So what is the femur? The femur is the what na largest and the strongest bone in the body. Kouta na amara thigh bone. Got it? And what is tibia? Na tibia is a large bone in the lower leg. जोटा कि मु कहि दिली जेमिति ए पार्टटा होची गोटे पर्सन जोटा कि कोन ह्यूमरस कह जाउची जोटा होची कोन हमर एल्बो टू जॉइंट हेची जो ऊपर को ए पर्सनटा. सेमली हमर तळ कोन जो अछि एंकल टू ऊपर को नी जाए से जो पर्सनटा हमर रहउची सेटा कोन कह जिवो सेटा टिबिया. ठीक अछि. Next देखिबा. So which organ in the human body detoxifies harmful substances? So हम human body रे harmful substances कौन रही जोटा कि बहुत कौन करुची like अपन कहि परिबे kind of what हमर फिल्टर करुची जते सब डिटॉक्सिफाई करुची that means कोन फिल्टर करुची हमर impurities को. So what is the work of kidney, liver, lungs and stomach? Let's see. So this is what na liver. The liver is the main detoxifying organ in the body. It breaks down toxins, metabolizes drugs and converts harmful substances into what? Now into harmless byproducts that can be excreted. got it. So what is the kidneys work? The kidneys filter waste products from kotu na blood and excrete them in urine. So this is the work of kidney. And liver and lungs are responsible for exchanging oxygen and carbon dioxide, as I have said it before. So stomach aids to digestion and by breaking down food with gamma. Next, what is the function of ribosomes? What is the function of ribosomes? So, is this photosynthesis, protein synthesis, lipid storage, or transporting oxygen? What is this? So, photosynthesis is the process of converting light energy into chemical energy and is carried out by chloroplast. So, it is not, but protein synthesis can be. Ribosomes are the cellular structures that assembles amino acids into protein based on the sequence of what? Messenger RNA template. And what is lipid storage? It is a function of lipid droplets or fat cells. Transporting oxygen kahara kamara hochi amar jemti ki RBC karuchi amara kona blood like by what? By hemoglobin na blood bhitar amara transfer karuchi oxygen ku transport karuchi ki amara RBC the present achi boli. So which blood component fights infection? Which blood component fight infections? Is this platelet, white blood cells, red blood cells, or plasma? So amara which blood component fight infection? This is WBC. Yara kichi requirement nahi. Next, what is the main function of the large intestine? This is the important one. Now, what is the main function of the large intestine? This is digestion of food or absorption of food or production of bile or breakdown of proteins. What will be the right answer? Na amara large intestine ro main work kouta? Na large intestine ro main work kon option e tike dekhi diye normal digestion of food, absorption of water, production of mu jemti apan kahitili kon rahuchi amara absorption of water rahiba. ठीक अछि. The large intestine receives partially digested food from the small intestine and primarily absorbs water from it, forming solid waste like what? Stool to be excreted from the body. And digestion of food kona? Most digestion happens in the small intestine. So large intestine ra kama kon hochi na amara kona like most water ko absorb karibo. And small intestine like amara kona digestion ku regulate karibo. Okay. And what is the production of bile? Bile is produced by the liver and it is also helps in digestion. And breakdown of proteins, while some proteins breakdown may occur in the large intestine due to bacteria. What? Due to bacteria, the majority of protein digestion happens in where? In the small intestine. Majority कोठी होची ना digestion of protein are occur in the small intestine, whereas the large intestine is gonna play the crucial role of absorbing water. Okay. So next, what is the function of endocrine system? The options are digestion, hormone regulation, blood circulation, oxygen transport. What is the function of endocrine system? So let's see the answer. Endocrine system ro function kon rohuchi na? This is regulate our hormone. Primary function of the endocrine system controlling body processes via hormones. And digestion apan janchandi, blood circulation controlled by the circulatory system pumping blood through the body. And oxygen transport jemti kahitli kaha dwara hochi na amara RBC. So next, what is the scientific study of insects called? So ये जो स्टडी ऊपर क्वेश्चन आसुची सेटा मस्ट गोटे क्वेश्चन आसी जाए एग्जाम रे. सो जत्ते भी हमर काइंड ऑफ स्टडी अछि सब गुड आपण पढी की पूरा मुखस्त करिथिबे. ओके. बिकज आपण ही हैरान रे पड़े आपण कहे गोटे स्टडी पढ़ी अरे काइंड ऑफ क्वेश्चंस तो मुझे देखो बॉडी भितर को टाइप रो क्वेश्चन आसे एटा हमर होल बायोलॉजी नहीं या बियॉन्ड भी किछि बायोलॉजी जोटा कि हमर कोन ईवीएस भी ता अंडर को आसीबो हम जोटा कोन आपन को अगेन गोटे क्लास रे रहिबो बट एटा हमर कोन रहउची ना दिस इज द बॉडी ऊपर हमर जो सब क्वेश्चन आसीबो ब्लड ऊपर हमर बॉडी पार्ट्स ऊपर हमर आई ऊपर हेयर ऊपर एंड द विटामिन ऊपर तो एई सब रहउची बेसिक सो एठु आपण जानिबे सपोज आसीला गोटे क्वेश्चन व्हाट इज द साइंटिफिक स्टडी ऑफ इंसेक्ट्स कॉल्ड जूलॉजी एंटोमोलॉजी बॉटनी इकोलॉजी सो जूलॉजी इज द स्टडी ऑफ व्हाट जूलॉजी इज द स्टडी ऑफ व्हाट एनिमल एंड बॉटनी प्लांट एंड इकोलॉजी होची कोन हमरा एटा हमरा एंटोमोलॉजी होची स्टडी ऑफ इंसेक्ट्स इकोलॉजी होची स्टडी ऑफ आउटर पार्ट बोधे गोटे मिनिट ecology the study of the relation between the organisms and their environment okay so entomology hochi kon the branch of zoology that specifically focus on the insects botany study of plants and it hochi animals but ecology ta man rakhantu the study of the relations between what na organisms and their environment which includes insect but na study of insect so basically ecology kon na organisms तार environment सहित केमिति relation bond करके रहउची that isolated ना हमरो गैदर हेकी रहउची मिसिकी रहउची सो बेसिकली इकोलॉजी होची हमरा सेटा मन रखिबे इकोलॉजी रे अपन कोन करिवे ना मन पकेबे कि इकोलॉजी रिलेट कर देबे इकोनॉमिक को सो इकोनॉमिक रे हम कोन पढुचे द फाइनेंशियल स्टेबिलिटी हम गवर्नमेंट हमको कोन दोची द रिलेशन बिटवीन द गवर्नमेंट एंड द पब्लिक अफेयर्स सो एई थ्रू अपन मन रखिबे कोन ना इकोलॉजी कि हमरा और लिविंग ऑर्गेनिज्म सहित हम एनवायरनमेंट रो कोन रिलेशन रहउची नॉट ऑफ अस ओनली जत्ते लिविंग ऑर्गेनिज्म्स रहउची तार ता सोसाइटी सहित लाइक द एनवायरनमेंट सहित को टाइप रो रिलेशन रहउची सेटा को स्टडी करिबाटा कोन ना इकोलॉजी सो which part of the neuron receives signal so neuron रो को पार्ट हमर सिग्नल रहउची सो बेसिकली मु सेटा कहिली आपनकर कोन स्टडी ऑफ समथिंग क्वेश्चन आसी जिवो तो जिते प्रकार अच्छी सब गोटे गोटे इंपोर्टेंट क्वेश्चन आपको सबुतिक स्टडी मन रखा पड़ो किसी भी ट्रिक मन रखिदेवे ए ट्रिक थ्रो रे हमें कले मन रखिदेबा ठीक अच्छे सो व्हिच पार्ट ऑफ द न्यूरॉन्स रिसीव सिग्नल्स एक्शन डेंड्राइट सिनेप्स और कौन माइलिन सो नेक्स्ट इज द डेंड्राइट सो रिसीव्स सिग्नल्स फ्रॉम अदर न्यूरॉन्स और सेंसरी इनपुट्स and transmits them to the cell body so kahara kamo ta na dendrite ro kamo and axon ro kamo kono na transmit signals away from the neuron thu bahar ku jae by action neuron ku ase by the dendrite synapse ro kon kamo rahuchi the junction where signals the junctions where signals are transmitted between neurons but it is not the physical part of neurons that receive signals synapse होची कोन ना गोटे काइंड ऑफ पार्ट जोथरे कि ट्रांसमिट हुए सिग्नल कहि परिबा कि हम हाथटा कोन करूची लाइक किछि जिंस उठेबार हेल्प करूची बट हाथर पार्ट त अंगुठी ना बुझुची द काइंड ऑफ थिंग so myelin a fatty sheath that insulates the action and speeds of कौन स्पीड ऑफ सिग्नल ट्रांसमिशन सो एटा भी गोटे पार्ट जोटा कि कौन करूची ना हमर सिग्नल को फास्टन करि दोची ड्यू टू द प्रेजेंस ऑफ मायोलिन इनसाइड आवर बॉडी व्हिच इज अ फैटी शीथ सी हमर कौन करूची ना हमर स्पीड करि दोची सिग्नल ट्रांसमिशन को सो नेक्स्ट देखिबा व्हिच इज द स्टोरेज फॉर्म ऑफ ग्लूकोज इन एनिमल्स व्हिच इज द स्टोरेज फॉर्म ऑफ ग्लूकोज इन एनिमल्स इज दैट स्टार्च ग्लाइकोजेन सेल्यूलोज और सुक्रोज what is the storage form of glucose in animals let's see this is glycogen starch storage form of glucose in plant glycogen a highly branched polymer of glucose stored in the liver and muscles of animals what is the cellulose the structural component in plant cell walls and sucrose a disaccharide sugar used for energy course by never used for energy for a cellulose structural component in plant cell only glycogen a highly branched polymer of glucose stored in where now the liver of the animals so what is the starch na storage form of the glucose of plants what is the next question what type of joint is the knee joint. So knee joint टा को type रा joint, ball and socket, hinge, pivot या फिर fixed. Let's see the answer. So it is a hinge joint. So आपण माने जदि केबे knee x-ray करिथिबे सेठी लिखा हिथिबो not knee x-ray, this is the x-ray of hinge. So hinge allows flexion and extension. Flexion and extension way like the knee and elbow. Got it? And what is the ball and socket? Found in joints like कौन hip पाखरे जो joint हमर थाए, shoulder पाखरे जो joint थाए, सेटा हमर कौन ना kind of ball and socket मन रखिबे. And what is the pivot? Now found in the neck, allowing rotational movement around a signal of axis. So amara axis spinal cord सहित जेतु joint हिची जगहटा एटा हमर कोन ना kind of pivot joint जोटा कि हमर कोन only ए टाइप रे rotate करिवा को allow करूची जोटा कि हम कोन we can rotate up to 360 degree ना. So this is up to. So fixed, found in the skull where bones are immovable or fused. So fixed टा कोठी ना हमर skull रे जोटा कि कोन move हे परिबो, that is fixed. जोटी fixed अछि सेठी हम कोन देखि परछे ना fixed type of joint. Got it? Okay. So next देखिबा, what is the primary function of hemoglobin? Asila, what is the primary function of hemoglobin? Is this transporting oxygen, fighting infection? Fighting infection केता तरह का बेटा तो WBC रा काम, right? And breaking down fats, एटा हमर कार काम होंतो clotting blood के vitamin K. So कौन हबो ना हमर transporting oxygen कहार sorry कौन अछि क्वेश्चन, what is the primary function of hemoglobin? कौन ना transporting oxygen. As hemoglobin in RBC binds in oxygen in the lungs of transported tissues throughout the body. So एटा बार बार मु कहूची so that या पर कोन बहुत प्रकार बुले पके के क्वेश्चन पड़े. So fighting हमर WBC breaking down कहा द्वारा ना functions of enzymes such as what lipase अपन lipid भी कहि परिबे. And clotting एमती कहली कि vitamin K थिले present रे हुए, this is facilitated by platelets under रे कोन अछि vitamin K. So by part पचले by which organ, this is what कोन blood clotting हुए को कहा द्वारा ना हमर platelets. ठीक अछि, platelets present inside of blood, that's why the blood clotting is faster. And what is the next? What is the natural pacemaker of the heart? So heart रे कोन हमर artificial pacemaker भी आजकल लागु छै heart surgery रे, but what is the natural pacemaker of the heart? Is this AV node, SA node, कोन Purkinje fibers or bundle of his? So कोन हबो, this is SA node. The SA node से कोन कह जाउची ना sinoatrial. The sinoatrial node is the natural pacemaker of the heart. It initiates the electrical impulse that set the rhythm of the heartbeat. आमे जदि कोन through the stethoscope हो या फिर आमे जदि एमती normal भी हाथ रखि कि देखु सुनु छे त हमर गोटे exactly same gap रे गोटे heartbeat होची ना धक 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 एटा कोन exact गोटे gap रे होची गोटे किछि सेकंड gap रे हो within the fraction of 1 second also तो हमर गोटे मिनिट के 72 टाइम्स होची तो एटा केमिति होची गोटे एमिति तो होनी ना ए गोटे मिनिट 72 हला अदर मिनिट रे 100 हे गला तापर 200 हे गला एमिति होनी. सो गोटे पर्टिकुलर कोन सिनेरियो रे से होची गोटे पर्टिकुलर वे रे से होची. सो एटा कहा द्वारा होची ना गोटे इलेक्ट्रिकल इंपल्सेस ताकू कुहा जाउची गोटे फिक्स कला भलिया लागुची. सो एसए नोड रा काम होची सेम दिनस. एंड एभी नोड द atrioventricular node. एभी नोड इज व्हाट ना द atrioventricular node. एठी कोन ना sinoatrial एठी होची atrioventricular. So node relays electrical impulses from that atria to the ventricles but is not the primary pacemaker. Got it? And Purkinje fibers कोन, these conducts impulses in the ventricles कोन करूची ना impulse होची कोठी ना हमर ventricles भितरे but not the function of the primary pacemaker. Bundle of his, these conducts the impulses from the AV node to the ventricles. कोन करूची ना AV node रू ventricles पर्यंत हमर conduct करूची impulse को. ठीक अछि ए पर्यंत क्लियर. एबे देखिए पुनी अगेन नेक्स्ट कोन अछि. So what is the main function of root hairs? What is the main function? Is that photosynthesis? No. Is that transporting nutrients? Is that water absorption? Is that producing flowers? So what is the main function? Kota habo na amara water absorption. Maybe let's see. So water absorption is the what? The main function of the root hairs, as root hairs increase the surface area of roots, allowing for what? Efficient absorption of water and minerals from the soil. Got it? Photosynthesis आपण माने समस्त जानते root hairs रे किछि involvement ही नहीं, ठीक अछि? And transporting nutrients. While they assist in absorbing nutrients, the actual transportation is handled by कहा द्वारा vascular tissue. मन रखिबे जते बेले vascular tissue क्वेश्चन आसीबो सेठी कोन कहिबे ना हमर कोन होची ना ट्रांसपोर्टेशन ऑफ न्यूट्रिएंट कहा द्वारा होची, एब्जॉर्प्शन होची का द्वारा रूट हेयर द्वारा, बट ट्रांसपोर्टेशन कहा द्वारा होची ना हमर vascular tissues द्वारा, ठीक अछि? एग्जांपल्स केमिति कोन कोन लाइक जाइलेम एंड फ्लोएम. And what is the producing flowers? Root hairs have not कोन flowers production ने हमर root hairs रा कोन काम? Nothing, only आपण मान जानले absorption of water. So next question, which part of the plant produces seeds? Which part of the plant produces seed? So गछर हमर को पार्ट टा हमर कोन ना मंजी टा को बाहर करे, सेई थ्रू हमर मंजी बाहर सेटा भी कहि परिबा. So leaf, stem, flower or root को थिरु? Let's see. So the flower, कारण flower ठू हमर कोन ना seed बाहर केमिति, because flower contains reproductive structures. After fertilization the ovules in the flowers develop into seeds. So ovule टा हमर कोन करे ना seed रे convert हे जाए, where ना after fertilization. Is that clear? Stem supports the plant and transport nutrients जेमति कि कहिले. And obviously roots through रे देई कि then again हमर कोन stem through रे ही हमर transportation occur हुए ना. And what is the leaf? Leaf रे हमर बहुत photosynthesis रे work अछि, as it is has the chlorophyll pigment inside. And what is root? Root absorb water and nutrients. Okay. Okay. So what is the next one? Which process converts nitrogen gas into a form plant can use? So which process converts nitrogen gas into a form plants can use? So co form re? Is that nitrogen fixation, photosynthesis, respiration or fermentation? जो process रे की nitrogen gas को से convert करे एमिति गोटे substance रे जो थरे की कौन ना plant रो use रे से later on आसी पारे. So से process टा कौन? nitrogen fixation ना photosynthesis ना respiration ना fermentation. This is what? Nitrogen fixation. Why? Because this process involves converting what? Atmospheric nitrogen gas into ammonia or related compounds that plants can absorb and use in later. It is carried out by why? A certain bacteria, including those in roots, root nodules and lichens. Okay. Photosynthesis jani chanti. Respiration is the breakdown of glucose what to release energy and doesn't कोथरे इन्वॉल्व नहीं हमर कोथरे ना से सब नाइट्रोजन को अमोनिया रे कन्वर्ट करिबारे सब तार किछि रोल नहीं. fermentation is a metabolic process that produces energy in the absence of oxygen. ठीक अछि कोन ना हमर एनर्जी प्रोड्यूस करि पारे से कोथरे ना इन द एब्सेंस ऑफ व्हाट ना ऑक्सीजन एब्सेंस रे भी से हमर कोन fermentation process रे हमर एनर्जी हमें क्रिएट करि पारु छे. So next question कोन अछि देखिबा. Now what is the male reproductive organ in flower? What is the male reproductive organ in a flower? Is that pistil, stigma, stamen or ovary? मु कहिथिली जोटा अपन female reproductive organ थिला. Then now see the male, which is this is the stamen. ठीक अछि. And what is the female one? This is the pistil is the female reproductive organ and stamen is the male reproductive organ of a flower. So stamen ta amara kothre consist, like it consists of the anther which produces pollen and the filament. and ovary. This is part of the pistil and contains ovules. So total pistil ta amar kaha ko jaye. Suppose this is a flower. Like I am very bad in drawing, guys. Okay, so this is a kind of flower. Suppose, okay. So a flower ro a total part ta amar kon na pistil ko जाउची. Okay, जो थरे के amar kon convert to kon contain करूची ना the whole stamen or the stigma is सब amar kon consisting of the what na amar pistil. So ovary, this is part of the pistil and contains ovary amar कोठी ना center रे amar रहिथिबो flower center रे. So ovary is the kon, this is the part of the pistil and contains ovules which develop into seeds after fertilization. So next देखिबा, which disease is caused by a deficiency of iron. Iron deficiency amara को disease हुए? The options are rickets, anemia, scurvy or beriberi. What is that? So amara कौन ना iron deficiency रे कौन हुए? Anemia disease हुए. Iron deficiency leads to a reduced production of what? Hemoglobin. जोटा hemoglobin आम बॉडी रे कमी गले आम कौन ना anemia होता है disease टा. Okay, जदि माने एनीमिया रे कौन हुए ना हमर बॉडी पूरा व्हाइट देखा जिवो, लाइक ओरिजिनल कलर आम बॉडी रो आसीबनी, पूरा हमें ड्राई देखा जिबा, is that kind of disease. So rickets caused by a deficiency of what? Vitamin D, calcium or phosphate deficiency रे हमको ricket देखा जाए. Scurvy is vitamin C because it is a kind of skin disease, and very caused by a deficiency of vitamin B1 which is known as thiamine. Okay, so which part of the immune system produces antibodies? Which part of the immune system produces antibodies? Is that red blood cell, B cells, platelets or white blood cells? Let's see, antibodies किए produce करे? That is the what? Na B cells. Why? Because specialized white blood cells responsible for producing कौन antibodies, जोटा कि कौन B cell is a kind of one WBC, but WBC रो देखें, this is a broader category, while B cells are a type of white blood cells. ठीक है, जो जोटी WBC अच्छी, there is not mentioned about the B cell, then you have to click the right option as WBC. Whereas the B cell is, sorry, where is the both is mentioned like B cell and WBC, you have to click the B cells. Got it? So platelets, this is these are involved in kind of blood clotting. Red blood cells transport oxygen, RBC. Okay. Which type of pathogen causes polio? So polio is like causing pathogen amar kon? Bacteria, virus, fungus, protozoa. So kon haba amar polio? Na it is are viral. Okay, so polio is caused by the polio virus. कौन होची ना virus जनित disease एटा polio टा, जो से virus रो ना कौन ना मन रखिबे polio virus. Okay, what is, that's why the name is according to the virus, the disease is known as polio. So polio virus होची कौन सी virus जहाँ द्वारा हमको polio disease हे थाए, which is highly contagious. Okay, viral, which is a highly contagious viral pathogen. It primarily spreads through contaminated water and food or contact with an infected person. What is the bacteria? Polio is not a bacterial disease. Fungus infections do not cause polio, and protozoa are also unrelatable. So next देखिए, what is the primary function of lymphatic system? The options are lymphatic system on रखंतु, मैं आपन को explanation देखुछि. Oxygen transport, digestion, immunity or hormone production. So कौन रहिला हमरो The right answer is the primary function of the lymphatic system is to support the immune system by what? Transporting lymph, a fluid containing WBC throughout the body. It helps fight infection, remove waste and maintain fluid balance. So basically आमे कौन कहि परिबा ना हमर lymphatic system काहाकू ना हमर related to what? ना immunity. Got it? ऑक्सीजन ट्रांसपोर्ट आरबीसी अगेन मु आपन को रिपीट कर दउची बिकॉज़ देखंतु हमकु कोन लिम्फाटिक मु आपन को चाहिदिले ओनली लिम्फाटिक सिस्टम विषय रे अल्प एक्सप्लेनेशन दे के कहि देथांदी क्लियर बार बार रिपीट करूची बिकॉज़ आपन को बार बार माइंड रे रिवाइज हे कि सेटा आपन क्लियर आउट हेबे सो दैट आगो को किछि भी क्वेश्चन यू विल फेस you will never hesitate to the click the right answer. So digestion, this involves the digestive system. Hormone production, this is the function of the endocrine system. Endocrine system रे कोन hormone production हबो. Next, what is the gestation? What is the gestation period of a human? आमर gestation period of human केते 6 month, 9 month, 12 month or 15 month. What a minute. Answer दियो मते यारो. What is the gestation period? Okay. For human. Tell me. So 6 month, 9 month, 12 month or 15 month. Genuinely आमर gestation means कोन? आमर जते बेले आमर कोन कंसीव करूची बॉडी लाइक बेबी कंसीविंग होची कंसीव रो कोन तापरठु जते बेबी बर्थ होची सो एई दो रे जो पीरियड ता आमर अछि एटा को हमें कोन कहूचे ना आमर गेस्टेशन पीरियड सो एटा आमर केते ऑब्वियसली ऑल वी नो दैट इट इज द 9 months or we can say the 40 weeks. Okay. So how it count down? The average gestation period of a human is approximately 40 weeks or 9 months. Measured kebethu from the first day of the last menstrual period of the birth. Kebe ame doctor count करछन जेबे डेट दोचंदी काउंट करिकी approximately 40 weeks count करछंदी from the last period जेबे हेची एंड हेची जो डेट रे सेही एंड रु हमर कोन कैलकुलेट होउची up to 40 weeks or 9 months. Where is testosterone produced in males? The males रे testosterone को जगह रे produce हुए. Is it inside the pancreas or it is testis or it liver or it is adrenal glands? So हमारा कोठी हुए because it is present. Sorry, it is created कोठी from testis. In males, testosterone is primarily produced in the testis by the what ना लीडिंग सेल्स एटा कोन कह जाए कहा द्वारा एटा हुए ना जे हार्मोन टा क्रिएट हुए इट इज फ्रॉम द लीडिंग सेल मन रखंतु LEYDIG लीडिंग सेल अगेन लिखुची LEYDIG एटा गोटे इंफॉर्मेटिव जिंस आपन को जानिबा दरकार LEYDIG. Testosterone is a vital hormone, is a very important hormone responsible for the development of male secondary sexual characteristics such as increased muscle and bone mass, facial hair and the deepening of the voice. All of sudden jete bele adult age ku kono boys mane asonदी same स्कूल पर्यंत तांकर गोटे वॉइस नॉर्मल थाए देखिए पर्टिकुलरली 9-10 एज रे मोस्ट ऑफ द 90% बॉयज कर वॉइस चेंज हो जाए. So this is because of the presence of testosterone hormone inside their body. So what is the pancreas? Pancreas ru kon हुए ना produce insulin and other hormones for blood sugar regulations, but not testosterone. Liver ru processes toxin and produces bile. Complete. Adrenal gland ru produce some androgens. What is na produce some androgens which is what na precursors to testosterone like गोटे कहि परिबे अपन प्रिकर्सर बोली ता परे ही से बाहरे सो बट नॉट द प्राइमरी सोर्स ऑफ टेस्टोस्टेरोन एटा नुह बट एड्रेन जो हमरा कोन अछि एंड्रोजन वी कैन से दिस इज आल्सो ए कोन causing hormone for the sexual characteristics of male. So next देखिबा, what is the biomagnification? What is the biomagnification? Tell me. Increase in species diversity, increase in toxin concentration along the food chain, increase in oxygen levels in water, or increase in plant growth. Biomagnification means kon dekhiba. So this is what the increase in toxin concentration along the food chain. And what is increase in species diversity? They refers to biodiversity. And okay, our increase in oxygen levels in water, this is related to what? Now process like oxygenation. And increase in plant growth, what is that? This is typically related to photosynthesis or what? Or the nutrient availability in our environment. Okay, so basically, what is the biomagnification? This is nothing but the increase in toxin concentration along with the food chain. Food chain सहित आमर toxic concentration केते बढ़ुची सेटा को आमे देखुचे through biomagnification. What is an example? What is an example of primary consumer? Lion, grasshopper, eagle, or snake. What is an example of? So हमार ग्रासहॉपर होची कोन सबुटू स्टार्टिंग लेवल रो कोन प्राइमरी कंज्यूमर ताको हमें कहि परिबा. Why not lions? Because lions are the tertiary consumers. ठीक अछि, as they are कोन carnivores at the top of the food chain. Eagles are secondary or tertiary consumers feeding on smaller animals. Snakes are secondary consumer as they eat primary consumers like rodents. So हमारा जो food chain अच्छी like first घास को किए खाऊची ना झिंटिका खाऊची, झिंटिका को किए खाऊची ना हमारा साप खाऊची, साप को किए खाऊची like so झिंटिका को किए खाऊची ना बेंगो खाऊची, बेंगो को किए खाऊची साप खाऊची, साप को किए खाऊची ईगल खाऊची, ईगल को किए खाऊची then अलग टाइगर सपोज खाऊची. So this is the food chain केमिति हमारा exist होची. So starting होची किए ना primary जे रहुची tertiary मझिरे and the secondary मझिरे then रहुची tertiary. So this is how the food chain all settled. Who discovered the structure of DNA? Like DNA structure ta kiye that it is a double helical shape बोली किए ताकू कहिथिले. मु कहिची क्वेश्चन टा कहूची modify करके आसुची because आपण माने टिके ब्रेन को एक्सरसाइज करेबे. चार्ल्स डार्विन, ग्रेगर मेंडल, वाटसन एंड क्रिक और लुइस पास्चर. किए दिस इज वाटसन एंड क्रिक. देखंतु डबल रो मन रखिबे दीटा ना किए वाटसन एंड क्रिक होचंदी दीटा पर्सन. ठीक अछि. सो एथुर आपण मन रखिबे DNA has double helical structure. So दी जणा लोक मिसी केटा करसंदी डबल माने दी जणा. सो किए चार्ल्स डार्विन, ग्रेगर मेंडल, लुइस पास्चर तो जणे वाटसन एंड क्रिक लागिची. अच्छा ये दीटा पर्सन एमिति ऑर्डवन किछि भी माइंड रे फिक्स करिकी मने रखिबे. सो चार्ल्स डार्विन कोन प्रपोज द थ्योरी ऑफ इवोल्यूशन. ग्रेगर मेंडल इज नोन एज द फादर ऑफ जेनेटिक्स. किए ना ग्रेगर मेंडल. लुइस पास्चर कोन ना पास्चर मेड ब्रेकथ्रूस in microbiology including कोन ना हमर pasteurization and vaccination also किए ना हमर लुइस पास्चर. पास्चराइजेशन नु मन रखिबे लुइस पास्चर also ता सहित रिलेट करके पढिबे कोन वैक्सीनेशन. नेक्स्ट देखिबा what is an allele? What is an allele? Tell me. A type of gene, a chromosome, a cell organelle, or a type of protein. What is an allele? This is nothing but a what type of gene, because allele is a variation of a gene that determines specific traits or characteristics. Got it? What is chromosome? You all know about chromosome is a structure made of DNA. And a cell organelles are structures within cells like what? Within cells like the nucleus or mitochondria cell organelle. Type of proteins are molecules synthesized from genes. What is next? What is the main function of the pancreas? What is the main function of the pancreas? producing bile, regulating blood sugar, filtering blood, na absorbing nutrient. कौन हबो ना it sees the pancreas has two key role. What are those? First न कहले अपन माने कंफ्यूज है राइट. सो हमर pancreas रा काम कोन ना regulating blood sugar केमिति सेटा हमें देखिबा. तीटा मेन रोल गोटे होची एंडोक्राइन फंक्शन गोटे होची एक्सोक्राइन फंक्शन. एंडोक्राइन फंक्शन ने कोन करूची ना इट प्रोड्यूसेस हार्मोन्स लाइक इंसुलिन एंड ग्लूकागॉन टू रेगुलेट ब्लड शुगर लेवल्स. एक्सोक्राइन ने कोन करूची इट प्रोड्यूसेस डाइजेस्टिव एंजाइम्स टू हेल्प ब्रेक डाउन फूड इन द स्मॉल इंटेस्टाइन. मन रहिला दीटा तार मेन फंक्शन प्रोड्यूसिंग बाइल कहा द्वारा ना लिवर द्वारा, फिल्टरिंग ब्लड कहा द्वारा ना हमर किडनी द्वारा थ्रू सॉरी छड़ा फिल्टरिंग ब्लड कहा द्वारा थ्रू किडनी द्वारा, अब्सॉर्बिंग न्यूट्रिएंट्स कहा द्वारा न्यूट्रिएंट अब्सॉर्प्शन अकर्स इन द व्हाट इंटेस्टाइन. कहा को इंटेस्टाइन लार्ज इंटेस्टाइन बार बार मन रखिबे ठीक अछि. वाटर इज द सॉरी व्हाट इज द लॉन्गेस्ट बोन इन द ह्यूमन बॉडी. एटा ऑलरेडी बोथे कुहा सॉरी थिला ना रिपीट हे जाय आई थिंक सॉरी फॉर द इनकन्वीनियंस. ओके एटा रिपीट हे जाय जी तो हमर कोटा हबो सबुठू कौन फीमर जोटा कि हमर कौन थाई बोन. नेक्स्ट व्हिच ब्लड वेसल कैरीज ऑक्सीजनेटेड ब्लड फ्रॉम द लंग्स टू द हार्ट. एटा भी रिपीट हे जाय कि म आपन कहितली फ्रॉम टू फ्रॉम राइट. The pulmonary veins are responsible for carrying. अच्छा veins एठी पछारी छी so repeat हेनी सेटा आर्टरी पछारला right ना ना. The pulmonary veins are responsible for carrying oxygenated blood from the lungs back to the left atrium of the heart. They are unique because veins typically carry deoxygenated blood. Got it? And pulmonary artery कौन because this carries deoxygenated blood from the heart to the lungs. Veins and artery are different अच्छी so they देखी कि confuse हेबेनी ठीक अछि. And what is aorta? This is the main artery that carries oxygenated blood from the heart to the rest of the body. And what is vena cava? This carries deoxygenated blood from the body but to the right atrium of the heart. Complete. So what is the largest internal organ in the human body? What is the largest internal organ in the human body? Is this heart, liver, kidney or lungs? Internal organ पछारिची. So give me the right answer. This is what? ना हमर liver होची internal part भितरु सबुठु largest part. Okay? As it is what? 1.4 to 1.6 kilogram रहुची तारा weight in adult. Heart is a vital. Kidney is the significant smaller in size compared to what? Liver. And the lungs हम तो जान लेना कौन सबुठु हाईएस्ट लॉन्गेस्ट जो सॉरी हाईएस्ट कोच सबुठु वेटेस्ट सबुठु लार्जेस्ट किए ना हमर लिवर. सो व्हाट टाइप ऑफ जॉइंट इज फाउंड इन शोल्डर. आपन कहिथिली शोल्डर रे कोन रहउची हिप जॉइंट ता कोन नी जॉइंट ता कोन एंड हमर तळे एंकल जॉइंट ता कोन. सो एटा कोन हबो बॉल एंड सॉकेट हबोनी कि लागुनी एमते बुलुची बोली. सो एक्सप्लेनेशन देखिबा. The shoulder joint also known as the what na glenohumeral joint is ball and socket joint. ठीक अछि. It is formed by the rounded head of the humerus. Humerus होची ए पोर्शन ता तार एंड रे कोन गोटे राउंड शेप रे अछि filling into the shallow socket of scapula. Scapula कोटा हम शोल्डर रु एंड रे जोटा पसिची ए जगह होची scapula. So एटा कोन एमिति हेकी अछि एंड हमर ए जॉइंट ता कोन ए टाइप रे हेकी अछि एंड एटा एमिति कैप्चर हेगी सो दैट एटा ता भीतर एमिति कोन मूव करूची. हम हाथटा बुलाउचे दिस काइंड ऑफ एटा हमर कोन मूव करूची. सो व्हाट इज द हिंज जॉइंट कहि दिले आपनकर कोन ए हमर एल्बो एंड नी जॉइंट ता ए जॉइंट ता हैला जोटा ओनली एमिति डायरेक्शन रे हबो ताको हम चाहिले कोन पूरा एमिति उल्टे परिबे कि हे परिबोनी दैट्स व्हाई इट इज हिंज जॉइंट. हमर बोथ नी ता भी से टाइप रो. So what is the pivot? Pivot joint में आपन कहिथिली कोठी ना हमर नेक टा एक्सिस हमर स्पाइनल कॉर्ड सहित जो जॉइंट हेची सेटा हो हमर कोन ना हमर पाइवोट जॉइंट एंड हमर ग्लिडिंग नुआटा मन रखंतु ग्लाइडिंग टा कोन ना ग्लाइडिंग जॉइंट्स फाउंड एरियाज लाइक वेयर द रिस्ट एंड द एंकल सपोज ए जो जॉइंट रही हमर रिस्ट हमर मूव करूचे तो ए जॉइंट टा होची हमर कोन ना ग्लाइडिंग जॉइंट सेम वेज हमर कोन फुट आ एंकल को जॉइंट करिछि कोन ग्लाइडिंग जॉइंट मन रहिबो ओके so which type of blood cells helps in clotting कोटा हमरा हेल्प करे प्लेटलेट्स एटा रिपीट हो जाई छी स्किप करंतु so which part of the brain controls involuntary actions like heartbeat and breathing मु breathing कहितली एटा अगेन हार्टबीट सहित कहिबा को गले भी काइंड ऑफ कोन रिपीट हे छी कहिले एटा आंसर कोन हबो ना दिस इज व्हाट आमर मेडुला ओब्लंगाटा मन रहिबो अगेन रिपीट करि दोछि सो जदि आसी छी रिपीट करदा पढिया मन रहिबो ओ कोन सो मेडुला ओब्लंगाटा लोकेटेड एट द बेस ऑफ द कोन ब्रेन स्टेम गोटे मिनिट रे पिले okay so the medulla oblongata located कोठी ना base of the brain stem फर्स्ट ब्रेन रो बेस गोटे होची सेटा होची हमर मेडुला ओब्लंगाटा सो ये रेगुलेट कौन करे हमर ना जति कि हार्ट बीट अछि ब्रीदिंग करूछे हमर बीपी सडन बढ़ुची कमुची एगुडा को रेगुलेट करूची कि मेडुला ओब्लंगाटा एंड सेरिब्रम the cerebrum is responsible for कौन ना voluntary actions higher level thinking memory emotions and sensory कौन perceptions so sensory perceptions level of thinking memory emotions एगुडा सब मन रखंतु कार cerebrum cerebellum रो और cerebrum रो differentiate मन रखि कि मन रखिबे cerebellum regulate कौन करूची regulate and balance काहा को करूची कोऑर्डिनेशन एंड मोटर कंट्रोल देखंतु एटा बहुत टाइम एग्जाम रे आसुची ए मोटर कंट्रोल टा काहा द्वारा होची ना cerebellum द्वारा होची मन रखिबे ओके and hypothalamus regulates कौन homeostasis including कौन hunger thirst body temperature and hormonal control by pituitary gland मन रहिबो एतिकी कंफ्यूज बिल्कुल हेबेनी गोटे गोटे पॉइंट इंपोर्टेंट what is the pH of human blood म आपन कहि दिली 7 ऊपर को गले कोन हमर एसिडिक 7 तळ को गले कोन बेस so 7 टा न्यूट्रल so what is the pH of human blood this is what 7.4 let's see the explanation the pH of human blood is slightly alkaline because ऊपर को टिके जाइछि पारि ना 7 रु टिके ऊपर को 0.4 so it is alkaline typically ranging from 7.35 to 7.45 रोजे exact जदि exact 7.35 to 7.45 देछि exact मारिबो with an average of 7.4 this precise range is critical for maintaining proper physiological functions in the body so next कोन अछि what is the function of epiglottis so epiglottis रा main function कोन producing sound or preventing food from entering the windpipe or the filtering air or the producing mucus कौन हम हमरा कहरो ना epiglottis रा वर्क होची the epiglottis is a small leaf shaped flap of cartilage कोठी प्रेजेंट रहउची base of tongue and above the larynx कोठी ना हमरा base of the strong like tongue रा तळे देखंतु एमिति उल्टे की देखिले आपन को मिरर रे देखिबे एमती लीफ शेप रा मझिरे गोटे लीफ रे जेमती जाई थाए गोटे गार थिबो देन अगन दी साइड को दीटा एमती गार थिबो ना सो एटा कोठी हमरा रहउची ताको सेति पई लीफ शेप कह जाउची एंड इट इज द कोन बेस ऑफ द टंग एंड अबव द larynx its primarily function is to act as a switch between the what trachea जोडा कोन windpipe and the esophagus during the swallowing the epiglottis folds down to cover the trachea ensuring the food and liquid are directed into the esophagus and do not enter the windpipe this prevents what choking so this is the whole process like amara jemti kono kemti like air choke jo ne heart attack he gala so kon hoji heart choke he gala ho jandi na so that means कोन हमर air flow proper हे परलन so producing sound is produced by the vocal cords in the larynx and filtering air kaha dwara air filtration is performed by what nasal cavity and respiratory tract, and producing mucus is secreted by glands in the respiratory and digestive tracts. What it next dekhiba. So who is known as the father of genetics? अरे यार एटा पुणी रेस गला ना रिपीट हेछि ना एटा ग्रेगर मेंडल हमर हबो ना ना मत लागु आम ऑप्शन गुड़ा थ्रू रे जाउचे ना सेथि लागि लागुचे रिपीट हबो बिकॉज यार ऑप्शन रे चार्ल्स डार्विन भी पढुचे लुइस पास्चर भी एंड अलेक्जेंडर फ्लेमिंग भी सेथि लागु लागुचे कि क्वेश्चन रा रिपीट हेछि गोटे गोटे रिपीट भी हो जाउछ मु कहूनी कि मोर मिस्टेक नहीं रिपीट हो जाउछ. सो ग्रेगर मेंडल इज नोन एज द फादर ऑफ जेनेटिक्स ड्यू टू हिज कौन को वर्क करथिले द इनहेरिटेंस ऑफ ट्रेट्स इन ए पी प्लांट्स. पी प्लांट रिसर्च आमे कोडी हाई स्कूल पीरियड रे पढी दिले. सो दिस इज द पी प्लांट रिसर्च ऑफ ग्रेगर मेंडल हु मेक हिम द फादर ऑफ जेनेटिक्स. एंड चार्ल्स डार्विन थ्योरी ऑफ इवोल्यूशन देखो एबे पढिले एबे आसीबो नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन सब हु इज द लाइक फादर ऑफ थ्योरी ऑफ इवोल्यूशन आसीगले नाम भाबे रिपीट होछ. सो लुइस पास्चर फेमस फॉर हिज वर्क फॉर माइक्रोबायोलॉजी एंड वैक्सीन्स जेंति कहली. एंड अलेक्जेंडर फ्लेमिंग हमर कोन पेनिसिलिन ठीक अछि थ्रो रे कोन अछि ना हमर फर्स्ट एंटीबायोटिक भी से बाहर करथिले एंड हिज कंट्रीब्यूशन आर रिलेटेड टू माइक्रोबायोलॉजी एंड मेडिसिन आल्सो. बट फास्ट माइक्रोबायोलॉजी ऊपर किए लुइस पास्चर बट सी तांकर गोटे कोन कंट्रीब्यूशन अछि टुवर्ड्स द माइक्रोबायोलॉजी बट पढी के कंफ्यूज हेबे. What is the shape of bacterial DNA? What is the shape of bacterial DNA? Is this linear, circular, helical or rectangular? मु कहिची only DNA जहाब्र गोटे कोन ना बैक्टीरिया पाखरे अछि जोटा कि कोन हमर circular in shape. Otherwise all the shapes are कोन double helical. So bacterial DNA is typical कोन ना हमर circular shape, linear shape found in eukaryotic chromosomes. Helical होची actually हमर DNA रो कोन structure, rectangular किछि एमति रे मेंशन नाही. So next देखिबा which type of cell division produces gametes? Which type of cell division is mitosis, meiosis, binary fission or buddings? किए ना मेयोसिस माइटोसिस रे कोन होची एंड मेयोसिस रे माइटोसिस रे कोन होची ना हमर दीटा आइडेंटिकल डॉटर सेल रे से कोन डिवाइड होची ओनली डॉटर सेल कथा कहची माइटोसिस रे. whereas meiosis कोन इट इज स्पेशलाइज्ड टाइप ऑफ सेल डिवीजन दैट प्रोड्यूसेस gametes no matter it is sperm or egg. Is sexually reproducing organisms, it reduces the chromosomes number by half from कोन diploid to haploid, ensuring that when fertilization occurs, the resulting zygote has the correct number of chromosomes. बुझिएला. So mitosis रे कोन होची ना two identical daughter cell रे convert होची. Binary fission, a form of asexual reproduction seen in prokaryotics like bacteria. What is budding? A form of asexual reproduction in some organisms like what? Like yeast and hydra. मन रहिला to form a what ना asexual reproduction होची को केस रे होची मन रखंतु yeast and hydra. So what is the male gamete in plants called? So male gamete in human male sex organ ame देखिथिले human रे, and now this is the male gamete in plant cell कोन ovule, pollen, stigma and xylem. So कौन हबो ना मेल गैमेट होची हमर कोन ना इज कोन in plants the male gametes like sperm cell is contained with pollen grains which are produced in the anther of the flower on like flower or the stamen कहि परिबे ठीक अछि, and the anther is present inside the stamen and stamen is a part of a flower. Okay, so these pollen grains are transferred to the stigma of a flower during pollination where the fertilization occurs. whole pollination process आपण जानिचंती from anther to stigma by air or by any third factor ता द्वारा जाई कि हमरा कोन fertilization occurs हुए. And ovule is the female reproductive structure of the, and stigma is the part of the pistil that receives कोन pollen during pollination. जोटा कहि दिली कोन suppose this is एंड एटा रही भितर एंड ये रही आम फ्लावर सो ये भितर जिते आम कौन पोलेन पड़ूचे एटा खसी कौन भितर को आसिक ओवरी प्रोडक्शन होची ना रिप्रोडक्शन so xylem is a vascular tissues responsible for transporting water and minerals. What is the primary function of stomata? Stomatal opening and stomatal closing तो आपन जानि थिबे जदि भी न जानचंदी कौन हबो देखंतु water transport gas exchange photosynthesis seed formation this is what the stomata are small pores found in the source of leaves and stems. They are play crucial role in what in gas exchange कौन between carbon dioxide and oxygen. Water transport कोथरे हुए ना हमर carried out by the xylem and phloem tissue and photosynthesis आपण जानि चंदी allow carbon dioxide but as a byproduct कौन हमर बाहर in oxygen. Seed formation happens in the reproductive structure of plant. Which hormone is responsible for plant growth? So which hormone is responsible for plant growth? Is that insulin, is that auxin, is that adrenaline, or is that estrogen? कोटा हबो which hormone ना हमरो auxin hormone in a plant like auxin is a kind of plant hormone that regulates the growth and development particularly by promoting cell elongation and directional growth. It helps plant bend toward light like and phototropism and supports root growth. So light जो direction रे पड़िबो कारण हमर photosynthesis day time रे हुए in the presence of sunlight. Why? Because हमर कोन सेल एलोंगेशन एंड जो डायरेक्शनल ग्रोथ कोथरे लाइट पड़िले सब बेले सूर्यमुखी फूल को आपण गछ को आपण फॉर एग्जांपल नियंतु ओनली सन जो पट को थिबे से सेही पट को ही मूव करथिबे केबे तापर स्टडीज करिसेंदी सन सपोज ईस्ट टू वेस्ट को जाउथिबे सूर्यमुखी फूल तारा बुली बुली ईस्ट टू वेस्ट को लास्ट को जाई की स्टॉप हेथिबा अगेन पुनी सकाळ को से ईस्ट टू वेस्ट हबा सो दिस इज हाउ कौन हमारा photosynthesis हुई. Insulin a hormone in animals that regulates blood sugar levels. Adrenaline stress response hormones in animals not related to plant growth. Estrogen a reproductive hormone in animals. मन रहिला. So next is which microorganisms causes malaria? Is bacteria, virus, protozoa or fungi? So which option will be the right one? Tell me which microorganisms causes malaria? This is a what? The options are bacteria, virus, protozoa or fungi. So it is a protozoan like transmission as malaria is caused by Plasmodium, a protozoan parasite. The most common species that infect human Plasmodium falciparum. So bacteria एटा तो गला हमरा कोन माइएनोफिलिस मशा द्वारा ही थाई the female version मेंशन अछि कि हां सो जानले कि मलेरिया हमर कोन ना गोटे प्रोटोजोआन कजिंग डिजीज एंड bacteria are single celled microorganisms but malaria is not caused by bacteria. Instead diseases like tuberculosis and pneumonia are the bacterial infections disease. Virus are much smaller than bacteria and require a host to replicate. Examples of viral diseases include the flu and HIV, AIDS and amara recent gala COVID-19. So fungi include molds and yeast. They cause infection like ringworm and candidiasis. Okay. So what is the shape of Kochi bacteria? So Kochi bacteria shape kona? Is it rod shaped, spiral shaped, spherical shaped or filamentous? What is the shape of a Kochi bacteria? So kona rahibo? Now it is spherical. So what is it? Why it is spherical? Because Kochi bacteria are kona round shape. They can exist in a single cell or in groups. No matter it is a single cell or it is in a group, they can survive in any condition, forming structures like diplococci जोटा कि pairs रे रुहे and streptococci जे chains रे रुहे and staphylococcus जे कि कौन रुहे ना clusters रे बुझिएला. So rod shaped कौन पाई like rod shaped रे कौन थाए these are called bacilli bacteria like on Escherichia coli जे कि रहे कोथरे ना rod shaped रो क्वेश्चन में आसे Escherichia tell me the shape of bacteria Escherichia coli जोटा कि कोन E coli बोली कहा जाए तो तार कोन तमे ने कहिबो ना this is what Bacillus anthracis and E coli both are in rod shaped spiral shaped रे कोन रहिबो ना spiral shaped रे रहिबो किए as these are spirilla and spirocetus like kono treponema pallidum cages syphilis and filamentous coda saphro like these bacteria form long and thread like filaments like kono na amara actinomyces तो long और thread type रो जो रहिबो से filament type रो filamentous spiral type रो spiral rod shaped रो like एमती ring है कि rod थिबो shape रो हेले कोन E coli मन रहिबो तो next देखिबा next is what type of virus causes AIDS what types of virus causes AIDS is that hops virus retrovirus rhinovirus adenovirus what type of virus causes AIDS कौन एटा हमरा ना रेट्रोवायरस मन रखंतु रेट्रो गोटे थाए ना फॉर्म कि रेट्रो गेटअप नहीं कि हम मैंने आफ्टर डांस करी लाइक पुराना गेटअप जो सो एड्स ता बहुत आगरु अछि ना डिजीज ता सो रेट्रो रो मन रखिबे एड्स इज ए ओल्ड डिजीज सो इट इज नॉट ए क्यूरेबल डिजीज सो रेट्रो इज अ ओल्ड मेथड सो रेट्रोवायरस इज कोन caused by sorry AIDS is caused by कोन HIV जोडा कि काइंड ऑफ रेट्रोवायरस मन रहिबो and number of herpes जोटा herpes virus कहले कोन एटा like causes diseases like कोन herpes simplex chicken pox जोटा सब आसे को virus रे ना herpes virus like virus disease हो जे सब गुडा किंतु जेहेतु ताको कोन डिविजन कर दिचंदी को डिविजन रे को virus आसीबो so that's why we will remember types of virus rhino virus कोन करिवो ना related to AIDS रहउची sorry not related to AIDS सो एटा कोन होची ना कॉमन कोल्ड रे जो वायरस हम देह को इन्फेक्ट करे सेटा कोन रहिबो ना राइनो वायरस मन रहिबो नॉर्मली हमर डेली कोन प्रायतः हम देह कोन कॉमन कोल्ड रो वायरस आसे सो ए राइनो वायरस हम देह को इजीली अटैक करि पारे एंड व्हाट इज द एडिनो वायरस कॉजेस रेस्पिरेटरी इन्फेक्शंस conjunctivitis and gastroenteritis but doesn't cause AIDS so हमर कोन infections and conjunctivitis and gastroenteritis amara कोथरे हुए ना adenovirus मन रहबो ए virus ना गुडा सब retro is AIDS common cold rhino and herpes कोथि पई ना chicken pox रे मन रखिबे herpes adenovirus is for adeno okay so next कोन अछि what is an ecosystem what is an ecosystem a group of animals a group of plants a community of organisms and their environment or food chain obviously kono the C will be the right answer right so kon habo a community of organisms and their environment an ecosystem is a system where living organisms interact with each other and with non-living components like air and water and soil in specific environment examples kon habo number of forest ocean grassland these are the examples of what now organisms sorry community of organisms and their environment so group of animals को नहीं कि कौन ecosystem हुए नहीं and ecosystem include करे कहाँ को ना animals को but not only animals both animals plants and food chain सब किसी कौन हमारे ecology रो गोटे part food chain कौन है food chain represents energy flow with an ecosystem but is only one part of it but is only it is a part of ecosystem but it is not the part not the ecosystem got it next देखिबा what is the role of decomposers in an ecosystem what is the role of decomposers in an ecosystem is it producing food breaking down organic matter consuming plants or hunting prey so कौन करिबा ना कौन food produce करिबा या फिर हमर कोन ऑर्गेनिक मैटर को ब्रेक डाउन करिबा ना प्लांट कंज्यूम करिबा ना हमर शिकार करिबा कोटा हबो हमर कोन ना डिकम्पोजर मानकर लाइक इकोसिस्टम रे डिकम्पोजर मानकर रोल कोन दैट ब्रेकिंग डाउन ऑर्गेनिक मैटर डिकम्पोजर सच एज कोन बैक्टीरिया एंड फंजी play a crucial role in ecosystems by breaking down dead organisms and organic waste, recycling nutrients back into the soil, and maintaining the balance of the ecosystem. And what is the producing food? This is the role of kara producer, producing food. Consuming plant kiye herbivores, and amara hunting prey kara predators, आ कहि परिबा kara na carnivores and also the omnivores. Okay, next देखिबा, what is the primary function of the thyroid gland? ऑप्शन में देखो, रेगुलेटिंग मेटाबॉलिज्म, प्रोड्यूसिंग इंसुलिन, ट्रांसपोर्टिंग ऑक्सीजन, कंट्रोल डाइजेशन. सो थायराइड ग्लैंड रो हमर कोन रहिबो? ऑप्शंस वाइज कोन? रेगुलेटिंग मेटाबॉलिज्म. तो थायराइड ग्लैंड प्रोड्यूसेस हार्मोन्स लाइक कोन? थायरोक्सिन, जोटा T4 एंड कोन T3, ए सब कोन काइंड ऑफ हार्मोन के माने रिलीज करे कि हमरा ना थायराइड ग्लैंड थ्रू जो कहते कि बेकअप फुली जाइथिबो तो T4 T3 के चेक कर दियंतु, आ मे बी थायराइड थिबो तो मेडिसिन स्टार्ट हे जिवो. एंड इट इज as said by the doctors, like once the thyroid is come upon, so it can not be vanished but it can be reduced and it will be always inside your body. So which regulate T4 and T3, which regulate metabolism, energy production and growth in the body. Once thyroid, you will get either you will get thin or fat. So producing insulin, this is the function of pancreas, kono insulin produce kariba, ठीक अछि, and which secretes insulin to regulate blood sugar levels. Transporting oxygen, this is the role of what? Na amar RBCs. Control digestion, eta kahara na stomach and our small intestine and digestive enzymes. So which hormone controls blood sugar levels? Which hormone control blood sugar levels? Adrenaline, insulin, thyroxine or estrogen. So amara blood sugar level किए control करे? Yes, insulin. Sugar asila माने insulin तो ता सहित पूरा जोड़ी हे के आसीबो ना. So insulin is a hormone produced by the pancreas that helps regulate blood sugar levels by allowing cells to absorb glucose for energy storage. Okay, so hame thile insulin. Yes, galla ita unlucky question da, eta kariyani. Chala gugu. What is the scientific name of modern humans? तो हमारा modern humans का scientific name कौन रहिला? Homo erectus, Homo habilis, Homo sapiens, Australopithecus. So कौन हबा हमरा? So right answer will be Homo sapiens. So the scientific name of modern human is what? Na Homo sapiens, which means wise man. The species evolved around 3 lakh years ago and is characterized by advanced cognitive abilities and complex social structure. Homo erectus, an extinct human ancestor that lived about 1.9 million to 1,10,000 minimum years ago and was one of the first to use fire and tool. किए ना Homo erectus जे कि first tool use करिथिले कोन ना fire and tools को use करथिले first Homo erectus. Homo habilis कोन आपण मन one of the earliest member जो माने कि केबे ना handyman and lived about 2.4 million years ago. Okay, and what is the Australopithecus? A genes of early hominins that lived around 4 to 2 million years ago, considered a precursor to the Homo genus. Clear about all the categories? Mostly हमारा Homo sapiens ही आसे. Still मन रखी था first के fire and tool use कला. Okay, and handy का आगु कुआ जाए तो मन रखिबे. What is the study of fungi called? Very very important. Mycology, entomology, bacteriology and virology. So study of कौन? Fungi. Right, question thila. Study of fungi is called as mycology. Mycology is the branch of biology that studies fungi, including what? Na classification, structure and genetic and role of ecosystem. And entomology is the study of insects. By bacteriology, bacteria, virology, virus, bacteriology na aru apna jani debe, bas insect ta tikke मन रखे पड़िबो entomology. What organ produces bile? pancreas, liver, gallbladder or stomach? So the right answer will be the liver. Why? Because देखो gallbladder कोठी हमर स्टोर हेकि रुहे, सॉरी लिवर bile कोठी स्टोर हेकि रुहे, gallbladder कोठी ना liver. So the liver produces bile, a digestive fluid that helps break down fats in the small intestine. The bile is then stored in the gallbladder and needed for the digestion. Okay, so कहा द्वारा हुए ना, सॉरी gallbladder कहली liver भीतर ना. I'm gone mad, seriously I'm going mad. एते टाइम क्लास कोले कौन. ओके, सो लिवर कौन अच्छी ना, द लिवर प्रोडक्ट्स बाइल. ओके, कौन करूची ना, प्रोड्यूस करूची बाइल को. दिस इज अ काइंड ऑफ कौन ना, लाइक तापर मेथड कौन होची ना, डाइजेस्टिव फ्लूइड सहित मिसिकी से ब्रेक डाउन करची कहा को ना, फैट को कोठी पठौची ना, स्मॉल इंटेस्टाइन को. देन द बाइल इज द स्टोर इन द गॉल ब्लैडर अंटिल जे पर्यंत आमर कौन डाइजेशन पाई किछि रिक्वायरमेंट हेइनी बाइल को, से पर्यंत से कोठ रहबा ना, गॉल ब्लैडर रे स्टोर हेकी. क्लियर. एंड व्हाट इज द रोल ऑफ पैनक्रियास? प्रोड्यूसेस डाइजेस्टिव एंजाइम्स एंड इंसुलिन. ओके, एंड व्हाट इज गॉल ब्लैडर? लाइक स्टोर्स एंड रिलीज बाइल, जो सॉरी स्टोर एंड रिलीजेस बाइल, बट प्रोड्यूस करे किए ना लिवर, किंतु स्टोर करे और रिक्वायरमेंट पर रिलीज करे किए ना हमर गॉल ब्लैडर. स्टोमक प्रोड्यूसेस गैस्ट्रिक एसिड एंड डाइजेस्टिव एंजाइम्स. Okay, next, what is the function of the spleen? Like हमारा जो स्प्लीहा बोली कहती, तो यार फंक्शन कौन? डाइजेशन, फिल्टरिंग ब्लड एंड फाइटिंग इन्फेक्शंस, और प्रोड्यूसिंग हार्मोन्स और रेगुलेटिंग टेम्परेचर. What is the function of spleen? The right answer is filtering blood and fighting infections. Got it? The spleen plays a crucial role in immune system by filtering old and damaged RBCs, storing WBCs and helping fight infection. So हमारा RBC को replace करे और store करके रखे WBC को किए ना हमारा spleen. Okay? Digestion विषय अपन जानछो, producing hormones किए करे हमारा, like endocrine gland like thyroid and the pancreas produce hormones. Then regulating temperature कहा द्वारा हुई ना, hypothalamus द्वारा. The hypothalamus in the brain helps regulate body temperature. मु आपन को cerebrum cerebellum सहित बुझेछि. Next, what is the largest artery in the human body? So what is the largest artery in the human body? Is that देखो vein जाइथिला, एबे artery आसिला, pulmonary artery, aorta, carotid artery या फिर femoral artery. What will be the right answer? Largest artery हो किए ना हमारा aorta. So the aorta is the largest artery in the human body. It originates from the कोठु ना left ventricles of the heart and distributes oxygen rich blood to the entire body through what? Na through the smaller articles. Okay, sorry, arteries. Okay, so pulmonary artery carries deoxygenated blood from the heart to the lungs. कहिदिली बार बार कहूची, carotid artery supplies blood to the brain, neck and face. किए carotid कहा को करूची ना, हमरा brain को, neck को और face को only carotid artery. And femoral artery, the main artery of the कौन thigh bone रो main artery होची किए ना femoral, कारण femur means thigh bone. Okay, supply करे कौन ना blood to lower limbs but not the largest artery. So what is the study of tissue called? मु कहिथिली study question निहाती गोटे आसीबो, histology, cytology, pathology or ecology. So let's see the answer. Study of tissue is known as what? Na histology. Histology is the study of tissue including their structure, function and composition using microscopes and staining techniques. So cytology कौन? Study of cell. Histology study of tissue. Pathology diseases and their effect of the, like disease ହେଲା ପରେ तार effect कौन हमर body ऊपर पकाए. So एटा हमर कौन ना pathology, जोटा कि pathogen माने patho means कौन outside. So body टा कौन हमर inner नुह outside जिनसटा सेथुरा आपण रिलेट करी मन रखिबे. And ecology, the study of organisms and their environment is कौन ecology. And what is the name of the pigment that gives RBC their color? So RBC को तार color किए दिए? Obviously hemoglobin देउथबो ना किए दिए देखिबा. So hemoglobin, a protein in red blood cell that carries oxygen and give them a red color. Melanin, a pigment that gives color to skin, hair and eyes. Myoglobin, a protein that stores oxygen in muscle cells. Chlorophyll, a green pigment in plants that aids in photosynthesis. Which part of the brain controls emotions? So which part of the brain कहितली किए सेरिब्रम सेरिबेलम ए सब थिला ना मेडुला ओब्लांगेटा हाइपोकैम्पस हाइपोथैलेमस सेरिब्रम किए सो राइट आंसर कौन हबो ना हाइपोकैम्पस कि इमोशन को जे रखुची हाइपोकैम्पस रिस्पांसिबल फॉर मेमोरी फॉर्मेशन एंड कौन स्पैटियल नेविगेशन एंड हमारा मेडुला कौन करची कंट्रोल इनवोल्युंटरी फंक्शन लाइक हार्ट बीट एंड ब्रीदिंग रेगुलेट्स इमोशन क्वेश्चन कौन थिला रे ब्रेन कंट्रोल इमोशन तो थिला ना कंफ्यूज कौन पे तो एटा हाइपोथैलेमस हबो ना हां एटा हाइपोथैलेमस मैडम भी पागल हो गलेनी ना हाइपोकैम्पस दबनी बिकॉज़ रिस्पांसिबल फॉर मेमोरी फॉर्मेशन एंड स्पाइरल नेविगेशन लाइक जेमति कि हम मुंडा भीतर जो मेमोरीटा रहुची लाइक सपोज आपण मते कथा कहले सेटा को मु स्टोर करी रखिबी से कहिबारु मु रखिबा भीतर जो फॉर्मेटिंग टाइम टा रहउची कहार ना हाइपोकैम्पस रो बट हाइपोथैलेमस कोन करूची ना रेगुलेट करूची इमोशन हार्मोन एंड कोन ना होमोस्टैसिस एंड सेरिब्रम हैंडल्स हायर ब्रेन फंक्शंस लाइक थिंकिंग एंड voluntary actions. And which part of the plant is responsible for photosynthesis? Obviously the leaf, as it is has the chlorophyll pigment inside it. Okay, so what is the powerhouse of the cell? What is the powerhouse of the cell? on mitochondria kete thara kahibe madam sarchita kahi na repeat hobare pile nucleus controls the cell's activities and contains genetic material. Ribosome synthesizes protein from amino acids. Mitochondria generates energy as in the form of ATP through cellular respiration. Golgi apparatus modifies what? Modifies, sorts and packages protein and lipids. So next, what type of blood cells flight infection? बहुत सारा मतलब लाଗୁଛି 10टा भले क्वेश्चन रिपीट होउछ ना 10टा भले क्वेश्चन रिपीट हे जाइछ तो म आपन पे आनी भी आउट के इंपोर्टेंट क्वेश्चन आउट क्लास आसीबा एटा कोन मर्सी कि हमरो पूरा ये होबो ना लॉन्ग जीवो सो एटा एडजस्ट कर देई देहंतु हमर नेक्स्ट जेते बेला आसीबो बायोलॉजी ओनली बायोलॉजी वीडियो सेते बेला त सब सेपरेट हबो सो हमरा WBC कोन डिफरेंट अगेंस्ट what is the main function of the large intestine कोन absorption of nutrient digestion of protein water absorption and waste formation producing bile कोन अब absorption of nutrient एटा भी हमर sorry nutrient नहीं water absorption nutrient के small intestine so water absorption and waste formation किए हबो ना हमर water absorption and waste formation कहार काम ना large intestine small intestine कोन हबो ना the main occurs the small intestine absorption of nutrients okay our liver कोन producing bile confuse clear what gas do plants release during photosynthesis use हुए किए ना हमर CO2 release हुए किए ना oxygen as a कोन by product मने रहिबो एटा oxygen as a byproduct release करे in the photosynthesis so की हबो ना oxygen clear